I am a junior student at Jiangnan University. That day, I was bored in the advanced math class as usual. The teacher was talking non-stop on the podium, but I was staring out the window, occasionally fiddling with the rabbit pendant in my hand. Suddenly, Li Xin asked me to look out the window. I looked out and saw the sky was covered with golden dots, boundless, like a golden ocean slowly falling. My heart snapped, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in my heart. My intuition has always been accurate, and it has always allowed me to avoid danger, and this time is definitely no exception. I made a prompt decision and said to Li Xin, "Shinzi, come with me, something is wrong." He was stunned at first, then looked at my serious face, then glanced at the teacher and classmates, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go crazy with you for once, the worst that can happen is that the school will report it." We both stood up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher shouted at the back, but we ignored him. The classmates were all stunned, and all kinds of discussions sounded behind me, but I didn't care about these, I just wanted to get back to the dormitory quickly. We ran all the way to the dormitory. On the way, many people were taking photos of the sky. The internet was also abuzz with news about the golden light. I didn't care to read it. I ran back to the dormitory in one breath, opened the door and took out the Tang sword I had hidden under the mat. I spent a month's living expenses to buy this sword. I spent a long time polishing it with the store owner, hoping that it was a genuine product. Li Xin was shocked when he saw the knife and said, "Twin, you are crazy. If you are discovered, you will be finished." I ignored him and asked him, "Xin, do you believe me?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, who else can you believe?" I stared into his eyes and said, "I feel that big trouble is coming. Only weapons can make me feel safe. You know my intuition, it is always effective." He was silent for a while and said, "Okay, I will accompany you to be crazy again. I hope you are right." I asked him to take my money to the supermarket to buy water, food and medicine, and then take my backpack and come back in 40 minutes. Although he grumbled, he still went. I took a taxi to the hardware store near the school and bought a machete. When I returned to the dormitory, Li Xin had already bought everything and kept complaining that others looked at him like he was mentally retarded. I threw the knife to him and said, "Here, to make up for your injured heart." He immediately laughed. At this time, the golden light spot was about to fall to the ground. I felt more and more uneasy, and subconsciously touched the black stone on my neck. I bought this stone for 100 yuan in Taobao market a year ago. There was a strange door-shaped pattern in the middle, and I had been wearing it all the time. At this moment, I felt it was a little warm, as if something was stirring. After the golden light fell, it penetrated everything and people fainted instantly. Li Xin and I were not spared and fell on the bed. While I was unconscious, the stone on my neck suddenly turned into a black light and drilled into my body, forming a small black hole in my brain, which continued to swallow the golden light and also released strange energy to flow through my body. I don't know how long it took, but a lot of black impurities were discharged from my body, and then a red flame rose up and burned the impurities clean. After the flame merged into my body, I gradually woke up. Ah! A shrill cry broke the silence, and I rushed to the window in one step. My speed shocked even myself. After seeing the scene outside, my scalp went numb. I saw a group of zombies biting a girl crazily. The campus was full of running people and staggering zombies chasing. It was bloody and terrifying. After Li Xin woke up, he almost vomited when he saw this scene. He asked me, "Is this a biochemical crisis? How could this happen?" I suppressed my fear and said, "It must be the golden light. The government doesn't know what the situation is now, so we have to prepare for the worst. Fortunately, we have prepared some things. Now we have to leave the school quickly. There are too many people here. If we are surrounded by zombies, we will die. Go out from the north gate. It's remote and there is a highway outside." Li Xin asked again, "What about the other people in the dormitory? Where are we going? Jiangnan City is probably occupied." I smiled bitterly and said, "We can't even take care of ourselves, let's just survive first." Suddenly, I thought of my parents and sister, and hurriedly took out my cell phone to call, but all I heard was beeps. No one answered the police or the fire department, and the same thing happened when Li Xin called. There were loud bangs and the dormitory door was hit hard. Li Xin and I drew our swords. I asked Li Xin to open the door and said that if it was a zombie, I would chop it to death. After the door opened, a zombie pounced on me. I chopped it with my Tang Dao in panic, but it didn't feel anything and hugged me and opened its mouth to bite. I was terrified and punched its head. Strange energy surged out of my body, and flames appeared on my fist, instantly burning the zombie's head. I collapsed to the ground, still in shock. Li Xin ran over and asked me anxiously if I was okay. He was also surprised to ask me why there was fire on my body. I was about to answer when a message suddenly flooded into my mind. I asked him to wait a moment and sat on the ground to receive it. It turned out that I was an evolver. After those golden spots merged into the human body, some people would have genetic collapse and become zombies, while those who were stimulated to the acupoints like me would have superpowers. After Li Xin found out, he wailed and asked why he didn't have any special abilities. I smiled and said that he had a bad character and I would protect him from now on. In fact, I didn't tell him that there was a black portal in my mind, which was transformed from the stone on my neck. I felt that I was not simple. I calmed down and found myself full of strength. My eyesight became very good and my nearsightedness was cured. I tried to control the flames. The flames burned and dissipated in my palms. They could also be ejected like bullets and burn holes in the wall. But after a while, I found that my energy was exhausted and the flames could not be emitted. I felt nervous. Li Xin urged me to stop showing off and leave quickly. I put on my bag, took the knife, opened the door and walked out, and Li Xin followed closely behind. The corridor was very quiet, in sharp contrast to the crazy roar outside. When I reached the second floor, a zombie pounced on me. I easily chopped it with my Tang sword, and vaguely felt that energy was absorbed by me. We went downstairs all the way without encountering any more zombies. When we arrived at the gate, the dormitory manager was not there. When we opened the door, the campus was in chaos. Students and teachers were running around, and zombies were chasing them. In order to escape, Chen Ming actually threw away his girlfriend who had sprained her ankle. Her screams echoed throughout the campus. Li Xin and I looked at each other, and I shouted, "Follow me," and rushed forward with my Tang sword. We killed several zombies, and other students ran towards us. I shouted, "Run, they will attract all the zombies," and then ran in one direction with Li Xin, killing many zombies along the way. We ran behind the rockery. Li Xin was panting. My knife was covered with zombie blood, but I didn't feel anything. I was still carrying my bag. Li Xin said I was abnormal with envy. I asked him how he felt after killing a zombie, and he said he was only afraid. I ignored him and explained that the energy of superpowers was limited and could not be used easily. Moreover, I couldn't let anyone know that I had superpowers, otherwise they would be annoyed to death. Suddenly, a zombie rushed towards Li Xin. I flicked my finger and a fire bullet flew out, piercing the zombie's head. Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was a good thing I was there. I said that this place was not safe and it would be better if there was a car. At this time, a gentle voice sounded, "Wang Shuang, take me with you, I have a car." We turned around and saw that it was Lin Xueqing, the school beauty of the economics and management department. She was the dream lover of many boys in the school, and poor losers like us could only dream about her. She explained that after seeing us go out, she followed us, but was knocked unconscious by the golden light rain. When she woke up, she saw zombies eating people, so she ran here. Li Xin smiled bitterly and told her to follow, but I frowned. Lin Xueqing was smart enough to see that I disliked her as a burden. She had just seen Wang Shuang's hands emit flames and killed a zombie in an instant, although she didn't know why. But she knew that only by following this little boy with special powers would she have a chance to survive. Without waiting for Wang Shuang to speak, she took the initiative to show her value. "I have a car, the car is parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and the key is in my dormitory. As long as you take me with you, I can help you with odd jobs." At the end of her words, Lin Xueqing had completely let go of her former pride. If it was before the disaster, let alone asking for help, countless people would rush to do it with just one word from her. But in the face of life and death, everything is nothing. "The key is in the dormitory, this is troublesome, do I have to go to the girls' dormitory again?" Wang Shuang didn't say anything. Li Xian frowned and thought for a while, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he had a good impression of Lin Xueqing, it didn't mean that he was stupid, and he would never do something to commit suicide. Lin Xueqing also knew that her suggestion was not very good, so she could only explain anxiously again, today is Monday, and there are basically classes. There are not many people in the dormitory, and there should not be many mutations. With your skills, as long as you are careful, there should be no problem. Okay, let's do it. Without waiting for Li Xian to speak, Wang Shuang made a decision directly. This was also the result of his deep thinking. After all, no matter how fast a person runs, he can't be as fast as a car. Only by taking a car can you hide in a safe place. The most important thing is that he has to save his sister's family in the city center. They are in Jiangnan City. Wang Shuang looked at Lin Xueqing and said in a deep voice, "Student Lin. Just call me Xueqing. We are companions now. There's no need to be so distant." Lin Xueqing showed a bright smile and spoke softly. "Ah." Wang Shuang was stunned, then looked at the other person deeply. "Okay, Xueqing, I'll lead the way in front, you point the way in the middle, and Xinzi will cover the rear. Remember, don't run around, otherwise, no one can save you." After saying that, he walked forward, and the two hurriedly followed. There were almost northwest people on the road, because those who were still running around outside had died, but a considerable number of people still hid. Therefore, the campus was full of zombies walking around, and occasionally you could hear an extremely shrill scream, probably from someone who was discovered by the zombies. The rockery and the girls' dormitory were separated by a library. Under Lin Xueqing's guidance, the three of them were very careful. In the middle, they encountered a zombie with two heads bitten and torn all over its body. It was walking towards them with a bloody face. Wang Shuang rushed forward and cut the head in half with two knives. The brain mixed with blood flowed out, and Lin Xueqing looked pale. After all, she was a spoiled girl from a wealthy family, and she had never seen such a bloody scene. But Wang Shuang didn't care, because in this cruel apocalypse, it's either you or me. If you are not ruthless, it's just a dream to want to survive. After killing two zombies, Wang Shuang felt that the energy in his body became more, and even his strength and speed became faster. There was a gleam of light in Wang's eyes. It seemed that killing zombies could make him stronger. He didn't know if it was unique to him or if all evolvers were like this. Continuing forward, we soon arrived near the library. This was where the largest number of students were when the accident happened, because the library was right in the center of the school, and many people ran straight in to escape. The three of them looked and saw dozens of zombies wandering aimlessly in front of the library gate. This was an open area without any shelter. If they wanted to go to the girls' dormitory, they had to pass through the square in front of the library, which meant they had to face the siege of dozens of zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing and Li Xian gasped at the same time. They looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Only Wang Shuang frowned, but there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his eyes. Seeing Wang Shuang's appearance, Li Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Twins, don't be crazy, there are so many zombies, you and I are just useless even if we grow a few more arms. Now I'm counting on you, if you die, what should I do?" Although Li Xueqing didn't say anything, the worry in her eyes also exposed her inner thoughts. Even if they didn't have a car, they could still find another way, but facing so many zombies directly would be like sending themselves to death. Wang Shuang came back to his senses, and after hearing what Li Xian said, he couldn't help but let out a playful smile. TSK, I really want to try it, I feel like I can beat 100 people by myself now." "You're not serious?" Li Xian was dumbfounded. Lin Xueqing also stared at Wang Shuang with her mouth wide open. "Okay, I know what to do. I'm more afraid of death than you. How could I do something to kill myself?" Wang Shuang said unhappily with a stern face. As he said this, he looked at the group of zombies in front of him, with an inexplicable light emanating from his eyes. Once he could get rid of them all, how much strength would he gain? He turned around and said to the two of them, "Don't come out. I'll try first." After that, regardless of the two people's horror, he jumped out and quietly walked behind the zombie group. Wang Shuang could see clearly that although there were many zombies, they moved slowly. As long as he was fast enough, he could use the kite-flying tactic to directly eliminate them. Wang Shuang picked up a few stones on the ground and held them in his hand. When he was 50 meters away from the group of zombies, he hid behind a pillar and quietly threw a stone forward. Bang! There was a light sound, not loud enough for only a few zombies near the back to hear. Just as Wang Shuang thought, the 5 zombies near the back turned their heads to look here, then staggered towards here. When they got closer, Wang Shuang threw another stone forward, and the 5 zombies continued to move forward. In this way, Wang Shuang threw stones while walking forward, and led the 5 zombies to a place where the other zombies could not see them. Seeing Wang Shuang's figure, the 5 zombies instantly became excited and even quickened their pace. He roared excitedly and rushed towards Wang Shuang. If it was before Wang Shuang had superpowers, he might have peed himself in fear. But now, Wang Shuang smiled slightly. Wang Shuang didn't know how to use a knife. He only knew the most basic ways to use the knife: chopping, stabbing, slicing, and slashing. However, for this group of zombies who only knew how to bite people, as long as the speed was fast enough and the strength was strong enough, it was more than enough. Wang Shuang took a step forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of several meters and arrived in front of the first zombie. He stabbed the zombie straight with the tang sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword passed through the back of the zombie's head. The second and third zombies roared and rushed towards them at the same time. Wang Shuang kicked them out. He didn't know how much strength he had at this moment. He could only see that with one kick, the second zombie was kicked far away, and the zombie behind him was also knocked away. Wang Shuang had no time to be surprised, because the third zombie had already arrived. Wang Shuang slashed across with his Tang Dao, directly cutting its head in half. Without stopping, he moved forward again, taking advantage of the remaining zombies falling down with the Tang sword in his hand. In a few breaths, all 5 zombies were killed. Feeling the energy in his body gradually filling up, Wang Shuang couldn't help but squint his eyes with some enjoyment. Lin Xueqing and Li Xian stared blankly at Wang Shuang killing 5 zombies by himself. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They looked at each other and saw 2 words in each other's eyes: pervert. It seemed that he had found a good method. Wang Shuang lured out the zombies in waves and then killed them fiercely. In less than an hour, nearly 15 zombies were directly killed by Wang Shuang using the kite-flying tactic. Wang Shuang's behavior seemed to have attracted the attention of the survivors in the library. A group of students and teachers hid on the 3rd floor of the library. Through the glass outside, they could clearly see Wang Shuang's every move. They were all stunned by Wang Shuang's crazy behavior and envious of his strong fighting ability. In a reading room on the 3rd floor, a group of people gathered in a corner anxiously, like ants on a hot pot, watching the many zombies downstairs and the many zombies walking around in the corridor of the library. From time to time, you can even hear the sound of zombies banging on the door. Some of the timid ones were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. There was a pool of yellow liquid under the skirt of a girl, which gave off a foul smell. At this time, they saw a guy who killed zombies like cutting vegetables appeared under the library. In just 1 hour, he killed 15 zombies like a gun. They couldn't help but be horrified. However, after their shock, they were filled with joy. If this person could come to save them, then they could escape from this hellish place. When they thought of this, a hint of joy appeared on their faces, and for a moment, the atmosphere of panic was reduced a lot. A group of people took action and began to wave their hands through the glass. Some people even brought a large piece of cardboard with the words "Help" written on it, signaling Wang Shuang to come and save them. However, in their expectant eyes, Wang Shuang seemed to have seen nothing, and just lured and killed monsters on his own. Their expectant and joyful expressions gradually froze, and they saw that Wang Shuang had clearly seen their distress signals, but still did not show any reaction, and their hearts gradually sank. A middle-aged man with glasses and a big belly looked at the others and said with some sadness, "Dear teachers and students, the man downstairs has clearly seen our call for help, but he pretended to be unaware. It seems that it will be difficult to get him to save us." As soon as the words fell, it seemed as if the desire for survival in everyone's heart was shattered. A 1.8-meter-tall, burly boy shouted angrily, "If I escape today, if I encounter this guy who doesn't help me, I will definitely kill him. Yes, this guy doesn't know how to unite all the forces that can be united. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants with just a knife?" In my opinion, this kind of person might be eaten by zombies in the next moment, and might even ask us for help. A group of people were chattering non-stop, mostly slandering Wang Shuang. Outside, a beautiful woman in a light blue gown and white jeans looked at the ugly faces of the people in front of her with disdain. Her eyes were full of disgust, and she turned her head to look at the figure downstairs who was killing zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. A complex look flashed in her eyes. "Do you regret it?" A voice appeared in her ear. The woman turned her head to the side, and a girl with a baby face and a hot body whispered in her ear. "Zhang Xin, Wang Shuang pursued you madly in the past, but you seemed to be completely dismissive of him and directly insulted him in front of everyone, saying that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now, TSK, if you hadn't rejected him, perhaps you would be safe now." The woman in front of him laughed softly, as if she didn't feel like she was in fire. The woman named Zhang Xin's eyes turned cold. "Humph, Bai Lanqin, you think you are a good person, but who was the one who suggested that I humiliate him in front of everyone? You haven't forgotten it, have you? Haha, you were more active than anyone else when climbing onto Professor Li's bed. You did whatever it took to get graduation credits. How about it, can Professor Li satisfy you?" Zhang Xin's words were low, but each one was heart-piercing. Bai Lanqin's face turned pale and blue. Bai Lanqin wanted to fight back, but at this moment, the situation below the library changed. Wang Shuang was just good at luring the monsters, and nearly half of the zombies were killed by him. The strange energy in his body was twice as great as at the beginning. In other words, he could release 3 small fireballs in a row before, but now he can release 9 small fireballs in a row, which also means he now has 6 chances to save his life. Wang Shuang could clearly feel that the strange energy in his body seemed to be divided into 3 streams. One stream of energy was directly absorbed by the acupuncture point in his body and used to emit flames. One stream was directly absorbed by the body. Now he could clearly feel that his physical fitness had almost doubled. Both his strength and speed were obviously much stronger. The last stream of energy was absorbed by the black hole in his mind. Wu Shuang didn't know what the black hole was used for, but he could vaguely sense that this thing was extremely important to him. Perhaps it was an important reason for his awakening. However, these zombies seemed to be attracted by the behavior of the group of idiots upstairs in the library and noticed Wang Shuang's actions. The remaining nearly 20 zombies looked at Wang Shuang, roared, and pounced forward one after another. Dozens of zombies pounced forward together. Even if Wang Shuang had a knife and had special powers, they did not dare to face them directly. After all, once caught or bitten, he would become a zombie like them. Wang Shuang couldn't help but curse the guys upstairs in the library in his heart. They were such a bunch of stupid teammates. He had already seen their cries for help, but saving them was not an easy task. At least he could deal with these zombies first. There was no way. A group of zombies rushed towards him. Wang Shuang was not arrogant enough to think that he could really fight 100 alone. Therefore, he retreated decisively, but he did not lead these zombies to Lin Xueqing, but to the school grove 100 meters away. Wang Shuang. Li Xin and Lin Xueqing saw that Wang Shuang seemed to be in danger from a distance, and they were anxious to go forward to help. However, Wang Shuang seemed to consider their situation and waved from a distance to signal them not to come over. Although they were worried, the two could only stay where they were and wait anxiously. Roar. A faster-running zombie gradually left the team and took the lead. Wang's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, good opportunity. He stopped and used a diagonal chop to split the zombie's head in half. Then he quickly retreated again. Wang Shuang has killed so many zombies now and gradually gained some experience. It seems that these zombies, apart from their scary appearance, are generally not very strong and fast. As long as an ordinary person is not surrounded by a large group of zombies, keeps calm and lets go of his fear, he can easily deal with a zombie. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has weapons. He led the zombies towards the school's grove, and from time to time he would suddenly kill a zombie directly. In a distance of only 100 meters, nearly 5 zombies fell at Wang Shuang's hands. When he reached the grove and saw that there were still more than a dozen zombies, Wang Shuang felt that his physical strength had decreased extremely. Even if his physical fitness was twice as strong as that of an ordinary person, he could not withstand fighting for several hours in a row. Wang Shuang wanted to continue to deal with the remaining zombies, but his gradually becoming heavy body told him to retreat immediately, otherwise, he would really be exhausted by these zombies. When all the zombies entered the grove, Wang Shuang turned a corner and rushed out from one side. A fireball appeared in his hand and he directly set a small tree on fire. It was autumn, and dry leaves covered the ground. You could feel a distinct squeaking sound when you stepped on them. A fireball appeared, like a prairie fire. In an instant, the fire spread and set the entire forest on fire. Whoosh! The autumn wind blew, the fire became more intense, surrounding all the zombies that entered, forming a wall of fire, completely blocking the zombies' retreat. Nameless roars came from the mouths of these zombies. They could only roar, without any sense of pain, and did not know the horror of death. They only knew the desire to eat, so they turned into firemen with flames all over their bodies and slowly staggered towards Wang Shuang. The blood in his body was gradually burned dry, and his whole body turned into a mummy. Wang Shuang gasped, and fireballs kept appearing in his hands. 3 fireballs appeared in his hands in a row, and he threw them directly at the dozen zombies. Wang Shuang did not look back after throwing the fireball, because at this time, a large number of zombies attracted by the movement here were staggering towards him. Wang Shuang endured the physical fatigue and ran back to the front of the library with gritted teeth. At this time, Li Xian and Lin Xueqing were also standing there anxiously waiting for Wang Shuang. Seeing Wang Shuang coming back, the two of them hurried forward to support him. Li Xian asked worriedly, "Shuangzi, are you okay? Don't worry, you're not going to die yet." Wang Shuang was panting, sweating profusely. He looked at the wave of zombies gradually catching up from behind. His expression suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, "Let's go quickly to the girls' dormitory. There are so many zombies behind us. If we don't leave now, the 3 of us might really be left here." The 2 also saw the zombies behind them, and they ran away without saying anything, not caring about the people on the library floor calling for help. They were already struggling to save themselves, so how could they have the energy to save others? "You son of a bitch, don't leave. These bastards are beasts who watch people in danger without helping them. I curse you to be eaten by zombies." The group of people in the library saw the 3 people running away. Their hopes of survival were shattered. They instantly became pale and cursed Wang Shuang and others in despair. The middle-aged man with a big belly also changed his expression, becoming extremely vicious. He looked at Wang Shuang's leaving figure with resentment, and a touch of madness gradually emerged in his heart. "Do you think he will come to save us?" Bai Lanqin watched Wang Shuang leave, her face turned slightly pale, and she asked Zhang Xian beside her with a bitter smile. Facing life and death, all the previous feelings were no longer important, and she gradually let it go. Who knows? But Wang Shuang is not the kind of person who would stand by and watch someone die. He may not have the ability to do so now, but I believe he will come to save us. A complex look flashed across Zhang Xian's face. He glanced at the crowd around him who were gradually falling into panic, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his face. "I hope so." Wang Shuang and others took advantage of the fact that all the zombies in front of the library were led away, and the 3 of them ran all the way. Li Xian also killed several zombies along the way, but he still had too little experience and was almost bitten by a zombie. It was Wang Shuang's fireball that killed a zombie and saved Li Xian from death. However, this scene was seen by Lin Xueqing. Although she had seen it before, she was still surprised. Now the world suddenly changed, and even the legendary magic appeared. She felt as if she didn't recognize this world anymore. Although Wang Shuang had consumed a lot of physical strength, his physical fitness, which was twice as strong as before, still made him slightly better than Lin Xueqing. At this moment, suddenly an inexplicable energy was generated in his body and divided into 3 parts, which were poured into the body, acupoints, and black hole respectively. Wang Shuang felt the energy gradually increasing in his body. He exhaled gently and his face was no longer pale. Soon, the fire energy in the acupoints that was almost consumed was replenished. An inexplicable confidence appeared in Wang Shuang's eyes. With the power in his body, he was not afraid even if another wave of the original zombies came. Ding! Wang Shuang took a step back and looked at Lin Xueqing, who was panting. Her pretty and delicate face was covered with sweat and she was breathing heavily. Wang Shuang frowned and looked at the dozen zombies chasing him relentlessly. He took off his backpack from behind, hugged Lin Xueqing and put her on his back. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Lin Xueqing was caught off guard and was hugged by Wang Shuang and carried on his back. She shouted angrily. She thought Wang Shuang wanted to take advantage of her, so she resisted fiercely. "Shut up. If you miss, get down." Wang Shuang snorted coldly and twisted her head with one hand to look back. Seeing more and more zombies behind her, Lin Xueqing turned pale with fright. She understood what Wang Shuang meant in an instant. She knew that she was too slow and held back the two of them, so she stopped struggling and lay quietly on Wang Shuang's back. "Hold on tight, otherwise if you fall, no one will be able to save you." Wang Shuang warned and ran forward. Li Xian led the way in front. Although he was very scared, under the threat to his life, even a rabbit would go crazy, let alone a living person. There was an extra person behind Wang Shuang, weighing 100 pounds, with a fully loaded mountaineering bag. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult for him to move. Fortunately, his body was twice as strong, so his steps were only slightly faster than before the strengthening. His back feels so safe. Lying on Wang Shuang's back, Lin Xueqing's face flushed. Even under the threat of zombies, her mind was still filled with the shyness of a woman. Wang Shuang's broad back made Lin Xueqing blush, especially the masculine smell on his body, which made Lin Xueqing, who had never been so close to a boy, bury her head deeply on Wang Shuang's back. For a moment, Lin Xueqing felt like she would stay on Wang Shuang's back forever and didn't want to get off. Soon, the three of them jogged through the library and found the girls' dormitory in front of them. There were pools of bright red blood on the ground, which was extremely glaring. The pungent smell of blood drifted into the noses of the three people, making them frown. The girls' dormitory building is 5 stories high. There are only 2 zombies staggering around downstairs. Inside the door, it is pitch black, like a big mouth ready to devour anyone. The three of them carefully turned their heads and looked back again. The zombies chasing them were thrown away by them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shuang directly let go of Lin Xueqing and put her on the ground, observing the surrounding environment seriously. However, he felt a little regretful in his heart. Just now, Lin Xueqing's chest pressed against his back, and this feeling made him intoxicated. After all, he had never been in close contact with a girl. "Wang Shuang, my dormitory is on the 3rd floor, 305. How do we get in?" Lin Xueqing looked at the door and the 2 zombies at the door, reluctant to get off Wang Shuang. Lin Xueqing asked Wang Shuang with a blushing face. At this time, a strong arm is what all girls desire, and Wang Shuang is obviously the best candidate for this strong arm. Therefore, unconsciously, a little bit of goodwill was born in Lin Xueqing's heart. Wang Shuang looked at the girls' dormitory building in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "How many girls are there in this building? How many are estimated to be still in the dormitory today? If you don't know and just barge in like this, I'm afraid you can get in but not get out." Li Xian nodded and said, "Yes, there are only 3 of us, and one of us is a girl. If we encounter danger, I'm afraid no one will survive." Although he has a good impression of Lin Xueqing, he will not risk his life for her. The whole dormitory building is divided into 5 floors, with 40 dormitories on each floor, and 6 people in each dormitory. There are only 1,200 people in the whole dormitory building. Now it's Monday, and more than 90 of the students have classes, so most of them are definitely not in the dormitory. It is estimated that there are only dozens of people in the whole dormitory building. Lin Xueqing also knew that this was a matter of whether she could get the key and escape, so she didn't dare to be careless. She silently calculated in her mind and quickly explained. "Dozens of people. Then it is estimated that there are only dozens of zombies at most. Add in the other zombies that entered the girls' dormitory building, even if there are dozens of them, there are less than 100 in total, and on average, there are 20 on each floor." Li Xian opened his mouth to calculate and scared himself. His face looked a little ugly, and he looked at Wang Shuang hesitantly. "Twins, there are nearly 100 zombies in here, are you sure you want to go in? Among us, you are the only one with superpowers. If you can release your superpowers continuously, then these 100 zombies will not be a problem. But the key now is whether you can release your flames continuously." Wang Shuang also calculated in his mind and knew that what Li Xin said was right. There were probably nearly 100 zombies in the building. Even if he only went to the third floor, he would have to face 30 or 40 zombies. His fireball had been strengthened and could only be fired 6 times. Facing dozens of zombies was indeed dangerous. However, Wang Shuang still decided to go in, because only by getting the key could he drive away from here as quickly as possible. He wanted to save his sister who lived in the center of Jiangnan City. Wang Shuang's sister got married in Jiangnan City, bought a house, and now has a 1-year-old daughter, Wang Shuang's niece, who is very cute. Wang Shuang especially likes this little girl and brings her a doll every time he goes there. Now that a big change has happened, it is estimated that his sister is in great danger. Wang Shuang has been praying in his heart that his sister is safe. Therefore, after he has gained superpowers, his first thought is to save them. However, Wang Shuang was unwilling to let his best brother take risks with him, so after thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Xin, you don't have any special abilities, so it will be very dangerous to go in. I will go in alone, and you guys stay at the door. If there is any danger, just shout for help. I will come down to save you as soon as possible." Twins, who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who is afraid of death and lets his brother fight alone? I will go with you. At worst, I will die. At least I can be a brave man again in 18 years. Unexpectedly, when Li Xin heard Wang Shuang's words, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He instantly became angry and blurted out a swear word. "Why are you so excited? I know you're not that kind of person." Wang Shuang gave a bitter smile and explained, "You don't have superpowers, so it will be very troublesome to go in and face the zombies. If you're not careful, you might get bitten or scratched by the zombies. By then, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to save you. You are out there protecting Lin Xueqing. She is a girl and it's not safe for her outside. I don't care, we'll die together. If you are in danger, I can save you. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Although what Wang Shuang said made sense, Li Xin didn't listen at all and insisted on going in with Wang Shuang. "I'll go in too." Lin Xueqing suddenly spoke. She was a smart girl and knew that her only support now was Wang Shuang. Without him to protect her, it would be very difficult to survive in such a situation. "Okay, come in with me, and follow me closely, otherwise I won't be able to save you if you're in danger. Xiaoxin, you stay behind, Xueqing stays in the middle, and I'll lead the way." Seeing that Li Xin was so persistent, Wang Shuang didn't say anything else. He simply assigned the tasks, took a deep breath, and took the lead to run towards the girls' dormitory in front. Li Xin showed a victorious smile on his face and rushed after Wang Shuang, and Lin Xueqing hurriedly followed. Wang Shuang rotated the Tang sword in his hand several times, and the two heads flew up and landed on the ground. Another energy entered his body and was divided into 3 parts, which strengthened his strength again, making his body stronger than before, and his supernatural power also stronger. Only the energy that entered the black hole was of no use. He only saw the energy entering but never saw it coming out. Feeling his body full, Wang Shuang smiled. If he continued like this, he would soon become stronger and have the power to save his sister. After Wang Shuang killed 2 zombies, he quickly rushed to the dormitory door. At this time was of the essence. The faster he ran, the slower the zombies would react, and the fewer zombies he and his 3 would face. Li Xin and Lin Xueqing also understood this, and quickly followed Wang Shuang to keep up with him. Roar! The 3 of them rushed into the dormitory building. The floor was paved with white tiles. They entered the corner of the first floor and wanted to go upstairs. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from a dormitory near the stairs and pounced on Li Xin at the back. The head was bitten off half of its face, and black blood was flowing from its face, just like a scene from a horror movie. Although the 3 of them had seen a lot, they were still shocked, especially Li Xin, who was standing at the back with a nervous look on his face. Suddenly, such a terrifying face appeared and rushed towards him. His heart was about to jump out. "Be careful." Although Wang Shuang noticed it, he was in the front and had already reached the middle of the first and second floors. It was too late to go back. Lin Xueqing was also scared and screamed, "Ah," and just kept running forward, leaving Li Xin alone to face it. After all, he had faced many zombies and killed many of them. Although this zombie appeared suddenly, Li Xin quickly suppressed his inner fear. He stabbed the zombie directly in the chest with the machete in his hand. However, the zombie's vital point was in the head, and as long as the head was not dead, it still acted as if nothing had happened and rushed forward desperately with its hands. Drink. Li Xin turned around and watched his knife pierce through the zombie's body. He shouted loudly and kicked the zombie to the ground. The zombie escaped from the knife, but before he could get up, Li Xin stepped forward and slashed with his knife, splitting the zombie's head in half. Call. Seeing that the zombie was finally solved, not only Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief, but Wang Shuang and Lin Xueqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xueqing looked at Li Xin with some surprise, as if she was a little surprised that this guy who looked unremarkable had such courage to fight a zombie. This greatly changed her perception of Li Xin. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. There was a sound of knocking on doors and windows, and then the familiar voice of zombies was heard. Wang Shuang's face changed and he said anxiously, "Xiao Xin, hurry up, the zombies are coming out." Li Xin also heard the sound, and without taking a break, he quickly picked up the machete in his hand and followed Wang Shuang closely. As soon as he reached the second floor, 5 or 6 zombies on the first floor had already come to the stairs on the first floor. They seemed to smell the human flesh and rushed forward excitedly. Wang Shuang took the lead and rushed upstairs, but he also encountered some troubles at this time. 3 zombies were blocking the way, and the corridor, which was not very wide to begin with, was completely blocked. 3 female zombies in pajamas had bloody gashes on their cute and innocent faces. The abdomen of one of them was even eaten hollow, leaving only a piece of intestines exposed and hanging in the abdomen. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Wang Shuang and his 2 companions are in danger in an instant. Go to hell. Wang Shuang looked at the 3 zombies in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew that now was the most dangerous time. If he couldn't rush through, the group of zombies behind would surround them. At that time, the 2 of them would definitely die. Even he himself could not guarantee that he would survive. After all, they all knew that if they were caught or bitten by zombies, they would only wait for death. Therefore, he had to deal with the 3 zombies in front of him. The Tang sword in his hand was swung wildly. The Tang sword could not exert its power in the narrow corridor, so Wang Shuang could only stab it like a dagger. Puff. The Tang sword in his hand directly pierced through the head of a zombie. The remaining 2 zombies rushed towards him fearlessly. Wang Shuang's expression remained unchanged. He kicked one of the zombies hard. Suddenly, a fist-sized fireball appeared in his hand and flew directly to the last zombie. The horrific temperature directly burned a big hole in its head. Wang Shuang did not stop, pulled out the Tang sword that was stuck in the first zombie, and split the head of the zombie that was struggling to get up from the ground directly into 2 halves. Hurry up, I'll cover you. Wang Shuang cleared the road ahead, turned around, came to the back of the 3 people, and shouted in a low voice. As he said that, he pushed the 2 of them and watched a group of zombies rushing towards here from behind. Xiao Shuang. Be careful. Li Xin also knew that this was not the time to be pretentious, so he just said be careful and moved forward quickly. They were about to reach the 3rd floor, and they would be able to get the key soon. Lin Xueqing also tightly grasped the key in her hand at this time. She also knew that time was running out. Although Wang Shuang had superpowers, he could not hold back for too long. She had to open the room immediately so that the 3 of them could survive in this dormitory building. Go to hell. Wang Shuang's eyes were as cold as ice as he looked at the group of zombies rushing towards him. The long knife in his hand was like a knife wheel, cutting horizontally. At least 3 zombies' heads were cut in half, and the zombies' offensive slowed down instantly. Feeling the energy filling up the acupoints in his body again, Wang's eyes flashed with excitement. The more dangerous it was, the more excited his brain became, but in this excitement he was indeed extremely calm. Li Xin and Lin Xueqing quickly ran to the 3rd floor. Li Xin directly killed a zombie who came after hearing the noise. Lin Xueqing did not dare to delay and ran directly to the door of dormitory 305, took out the key and inserted it directly into the door. Li Xin stood guard vigilantly on the side. The door kept clicking but couldn't be opened. Oh no, why can't the door be opened? Lin Xueqing's face turned pale in an instant. What? Can't open it? What are you doing? We two brothers are finished just because of you. Find a way now. Li Xian's face changed suddenly when he heard Lin Xueqing's words, and he roared at Lin Xueqing. The two brothers risked their lives to come to this girl's dormitory building just for a car key, but now they can't even get into the dormitory door. Li Xian thought of Wang Shuang, who was still at the stairs and was waiting for him, and his eyes became even more ferocious. Are you okay? I can't hold on any longer. At this time, Wang Shuang's voice came, adding fuel to the anxious situation. Bastard! Li Xian looked at Lin Xueqing angrily, as if she had done something wrong. He wished he could kill her directly. Because of her, the two brothers could have escaped, but now they were trapped and killed at the door. Just as he was about to curse, suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from behind the aluminum alloy door. Xueqing, is that you? Lin Xueqing and Li Xian's eyes suddenly burst into surprise, especially Lin Xueqing, who was already desperate. She didn't expect there would be someone inside the door. As if a drowning person grabbed a life-saving straw, she shouted anxiously, "It's me, Zhang Yao, open the door quickly and let us in." "It's Xueqing, open the door quickly and move the things." There was a rustling sound from inside the door, and it sounded like there was more than one girl. Wang Shuang was panting at this time and ran forward, followed by a group of zombies that filled the small corridor. What's going on? Why isn't the door open yet? Wang Shuang looked at the still closed door and his face turned extremely ugly. Xiao Shuang, the people inside have blocked the door and are trying to open it. Let's hold on for a while. Li Xian explained. Lin Xueqing looked like a primary school student who had done something wrong, looking at Wang Shuang with a guilty conscience as he was covered in zombie blood. Wang Shuang looked at Lin Xueqing deeply and said nothing more. He turned around and looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer. He clenched the tang sword tightly in his hand and looked forward with cold eyes. The flame in his body was also in a state of mobilization. Once a crisis came, he could immediately send out fireballs to eliminate the enemy. With a bang, the door suddenly opened. Xueqing, come in quickly. An anxious voice came out. The three of them didn't have time to say anything. Lin Xueqing ran in, followed by Li Xian. Wang Shuang went in last. With a diagonal slash of the Tang Dao, he killed a zombie near the door, then he rushed into the door and closed the door tightly with a click. Call. Wang Shuang could finally breathe a sigh of relief, panting, and looking around the room. Things were scattered all over the small space, and 4 tables and chairs were pushed behind the door, blocking it tightly. 3 girls with different looks but of average appearance stood by and looked at them nervously. One of them, who was wearing black women's sports pants and a white coat, looked at Lin Xueqing anxiously. Xueqing, are you okay? Her voice is soft, and with her snow-white skin, slim figure, and long hair, she is in no way inferior to Lin Xueqing. Yao Yao, I'm fine. Wang Shuang and the other 2 saved me. Let's come back and get the car keys. There are zombies everywhere here. It's too dangerous. Come with us. Lin Xueqing looked at her best friend in front of her with some excitement. Zhang Yao, the beauty of the English department of Jiangnan University, is also one of the top 10 beauties. It is said that her parents are high-ranking government officials and she is a good friend of Lin Xueqing. When Zhang Yao heard Lin Xueqing's words, she couldn't help but look at Wang Shuang and Li Xian who came in with her. She didn't know them, but seeing that each of them had a knife, black blood was constantly dripping from the knife, and both of them were gasping for breath, she knew that it was not easy for them to kill their way in from outside the dormitory building. Therefore, she showed a sweet smile and introduced herself to the 2 of them. Hello, my name is Zhang Yao, thank you for saving Xueqing. The other 2 girls, one with short hair and a chubby face, looked very cute, but she looked scared and stammered, Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoran, from the Department of Economics and Management. The last girl was dressed up, even wearing a pink dress, with a smile on her face. Hello, I'm Wang Dan, from the Business English Department. You guys are amazing, you managed to get in here, can you take me with you when you leave? As she spoke, she had a flattering smile on her face, which, combined with her good looks, was quite attractive to a loser like Wang Shuang. Hello, I'm Wang Shuang, and he's Li Xian. Wang Shuang briefly introduced himself, and suddenly frowned, thinking of the sudden appearance of 3 more girls. What should he do? After all, they didn't expect that there would be anyone in the dormitory before they came up. Even if he drove Lin Xueqing's car, it would be impossible to seat so many people. Why are you in the dormitory? Didn't you go to class? Li Xin sat down on the bed and asked in surprise. Wang Den next to him frowned, looking unhappy, but didn't say anything. We went to bed too late last night. We wanted to take a day off today, but we stayed in the dormitory. Unexpectedly, the outside world suddenly changed. We all passed out. When we woke up, countless zombies appeared outside. Fortunately, our door was locked. We looked out the window and saw people eating each other everywhere. We were so scared that we didn't dare to go out. Zhang Yao said with tears streaming down her face. I called my parents, but I couldn't get through to them either. Woohoo! Lin Xueqing sighed, holding Zhang Yao's hand tightly, and the other 2 women were silent and a little sad. Wang Shuang suddenly felt a headache. He was most afraid of women crying. Every time he saw a woman crying, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Fortunately you came to rescue us, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Zhang Yao said with some relief after crying. Well, but Lin Xueqing's car can only seat 5 people at most. Suddenly, Li Xin said something, and in an instant, the whole room became quiet. Zhang Yao stopped crying, and looked at Wang Shuang with her big eyes blinking, then looked at Wang Dan and Lin Yuren, her eyes constantly moving, and a strange atmosphere appeared. I'm hungry, let me eat something to replenish my strength. Wang Shuang said, seeing the atmosphere was frozen by Li Xin's words. After that, he opened the backpack on his back and took out bags of bread, chocolate, and mineral water. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank it. After a long battle, although the strange power in his body has increased a lot, his body has also sweated a lot. Now he feels extremely tired, so he needs to replenish a lot of water. Li Xin picked up a piece of bread and started to eat it without any hesitation. His physical fitness was far inferior to Wang Shuang's, so after a long period of running and fighting, his physical strength was almost completely consumed. Seeing the 2 people eating and drinking without paying attention to others, the 4 girls felt their stomachs growl in protest at the same time. They had not eaten yet, and usually these things were not prepared in the dormitory. However, they asked for food directly. They were all goddess-level figures, and usually had countless suitors. They were too embarrassed to ask for it, so they all looked at Wang Shuang eagerly, and the meaning was self-evident. Wang Shuang, can you give us something to eat? Lin Xueqing was very smart. She didn't take it directly, but took the initiative to put aside her face and asked Wang Shuang for it. Except for Zhang Yao, the other 2 people just walked up, took a loaf of bread and started eating without asking whether they agreed or not. Wang Shuang frowned and looked at Wang Dan and Lin Yuren without saying anything. He just took 2 bars of chocolate and 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Lin Xueqing and Zhang Yao. At this time, Wang Dan and Lin Yuren realized that they seemed to have crossed the line. They took other people's food and ate it without asking. They didn't take Wang Shuang and Lin Yuren seriously. They suddenly remembered that this was not the past. In the past, there were many people pursuing them and pampering them, but now, they were nothing, just a decent face. For them, survival was the most important thing. But now they have done it, and if they were to apologize, they would not be able to save face, so they could only pretend that they did not notice Wang Shuang's unhappiness. Wang Shuang ate several chocolates and breads, and with the addition of a few girls and Li Xin, the food in his backpack was reduced by more than half. Wang Shuang knew that he had to find enough food, otherwise, they would starve to death even if they escaped. Wang Shuang looked at the 3 more people he had here, and the original plan had to be abandoned, so he fell into deep thought and fell asleep unconsciously. The other women watched Wang Shuang fall asleep. They knew he had been fighting outside for too long and was too tired, so they didn't disturb him and just watched him quietly. Li Xin watched Wang Shuang fall asleep, so he helped him up and put him on the bed which was covered with underwear, so that Wang Shuang could sleep more comfortably. That was me. Wang Den looked at the black blood stains on Wang Shuang's body, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Yao with a stern look. After sending Wang Shuang to bed to rest, Li Xian also felt a sense of fatigue coming over him, so he found a random bed and fell asleep. He also had to maintain enough physical strength to avoid being held back by Wang Shuang. Several girls were waiting silently. They didn't dare to disturb them. After all, the two were their hope for survival. Lin Xueqing and the other girls could only pray that they would rest well and take them out of danger. Boom boom. The zombies outside the door kept knocking on the dormitory aluminum alloy door. Although they couldn't break it, the sound frightened the girls. In order to ease their fear, Lin Xueqing told the three of them about Wang Shuang's heroic deeds, and even told them about his supernatural powers. Wang Dan's eyes kept flickering, as if she had made a decision. More than an hour passed before Wang Shuang woke up slowly. His eyes suddenly focused and he turned over and looked around. Seeing the four girls looking at him with some joy, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a little angry. "Why didn't you wake me up? How long have I been sleeping?" Lin Xueqing said timidly, "We saw that you were so tired, so we wanted you to rest more, but you have only slept for more than an hour now." Wang Shuang was silent, knowing that they meant well. Seeing Li Xian still sleeping soundly, he felt helpless. His physical fitness had doubled, so even if he only rested for an hour, his energy would be almost restored. However, Li Xian could not have such ability, and he might still be sleeping. Wang Shuang did not want to disturb him. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xueqing, Wang Dan and others and said, "We have got the car keys now, but the car can only accommodate 5 people at most. If we insist on squeezing in, it's not impossible, but our food is seriously insufficient. If we continue to eat this way, no matter how much food we have, it won't be enough. Also, a car can only carry a limited amount of food. Perhaps we should change our plans." "What plan?" Zhang Yao asked. He was a smart woman and knew what to ask and what not to ask. "School bus," Wang Shuang said slowly. The girls were speechless. They all knew that the school bus was a large passenger vehicle that could carry dozens of people and store a lot of food. At present, it was the best means of transportation. But there was a problem: they didn't know how to drive. Wang Shuang had to fight, so he couldn't drive. Therefore, he needed a woman who could drive a bus. But nowadays, most girls are spoiled and can't even drive a car, let alone a bus. "I can try the bus. I have learned to drive." At this time, Lin Yuren, who had been relatively silent all the time, suddenly spoke up and recommended himself. The other girls were stunned and looked at him in surprise. Wang Dan asked suspiciously, "Yuran, this is not a bumper car. If you are not careful, someone will die. If you are not careful, you'd better not do it." Wang Shuang also frowned, looked at Lin Yuren, and asked in a deep voice, "Student Lin, are you sure you can do it? If you can, I will find a bus for you." Wang Shuang really hoped that she could drive, so that their chances of survival would be higher. "I'm sure I can." Lin Yuren felt the importance of the matter at this moment, and knew that he had to do it at this moment. At least he had a driver's license, unlike them who knew nothing at all. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Wang Shuang nodded, walked to the bedside, and kept shaking Li Xian's body. "Xiao Xian, wake up, wake up." He woke Li Xian up directly. Li Xian opened his sleepy eyes and was a little confused. It took him a minute or two to wake up completely. "What's wrong, Xiao Shuang? What time is it now?" Li Xian woke up and thought of the situation he and others were in. He smiled bitterly. It turned out that this was not a dream, but the end of the world. "I felt sleepy after just over an hour of sleep. We discussed it and decided to drive a school bus. Now the school bus should be parked next to the teaching building. There are 2 buses, and we only need 1. Wang Shuang briefly explained the decision made by himself and others. "School bus, that's a good idea. It can hold more people and a lot of food." Li Xian was not stupid. After Wang Shuang simply said it, he understood the benefits. But now there is a problem. How do we go down? The door is blocked by zombies. Should we jump off the building? Li Xian raised a very realistic question. "I've already thought about this." Wang Shuang smiled confidently, pointing his finger at the curtains. "Cut the curtains, quilts, and bed sheets into strips and tie them into ropes, and then you can go down." When Lin Xueqing and several other girls heard this, their eyes lit up. They thought to themselves that they had never expected that Wang Shuang would take the initiative to make the rope without waiting for him to speak. Wang Shuang and Li Xian did not take action because they wanted to save their energy to deal with the zombies. Soon, the rope was ready. Wang Shuang tied one end tightly to the iron railing of the windowsill and let the other end down directly, extending it to the bottom of the first floor. Wang Shuang pulled hard and it didn't break. It was very strong and he felt very satisfied. He looked at the girls and said, "I will go down first to protect you. You guys hurry down. The dormitory door won't hold for long. Xiaoxin, you will be the last one to come down." "Okay, no problem, leave it to me." Li Xian made an okay gesture. Wang Shuang finished speaking. He put on his backpack again, took his tang sword, and slid down the rope made of bed sheets and curtains. It must be said that girls are very clever and skillful. Even the crudely made rope is very easy to use. After Wang Shuang slid down, he looked up and signaled them to come down quickly. "Sister Dan, I'm scared," Lin Yuren said with some fear, looking at the ground which was nearly 10 meters away from her. She was hesitant, not knowing whether to jump down or stay there. Seeing Lin Yuren's face full of hesitation and confusion, Wang Den was so angry that she grabbed the rope and climbed down swiftly. She had changed her skirt when Wang Shuang and the other men fell asleep. She knew that escaping in a skirt was simply seeking death, so even though there was a man in the room, she still suppressed her shame and changed her skirt into a pair of blue jeans, which outlined her figure perfectly. Wang Shuang looked at her in surprise, as if she didn't expect a girl to be so agile. Seeing this, Wang Den explained, "I used to be on the school gymnastics team." As she spoke, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Wang Shuang looked upstairs, where someone was still hesitating. "Hurry up and go down, Zhang Yao, don't waste time." Lin Xueqing saw that Lin Yuren was still hesitating, so she pushed Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao glanced at the few people, gritted her teeth, grabbed the rope and went down. When Lin Xueqing arrived, she glanced at Lin Yuren, whose face had turned pale. Lin Xueqing sighed helplessly, she couldn't help her and could only climb down the rope by herself. Only Li Xian and Lin Yuren were left upstairs, but she still didn't dare to come down. Wang Shuang's face was already angry at this time, because a group of zombies seemed to have smelled the scent of him and others, and rushed towards him. They were less than 100 meters away. "Hurry up, Xiao Xian, find a way to bring him down." Wang Shuang shouted anxiously, and then told the girls to stay where they were, and he went straight to the zombies with his tang sword. He wanted to kill some of the zombies first to relieve his pressure. Perhaps because his physical strength had almost recovered, Wang Shuang became extremely efficient in killing zombies. With one strike of his sword, a zombie was killed. Soon, 4 zombies were killed by Wang Shuang in less than a minute. Wang Shuang felt that the power in his body was even stronger. Puff. After cutting a zombie's head in half again, Wang Shuang was about to deal with the next one when suddenly, a silver-white light suddenly emitted from the dead zombie. On the ground, a silver ball of light appeared, as if it were from a science fiction world. It was only the size of a palm, but a strange wave appeared in the ball of light, and inside the ball of light was a thin book. Wang Shuang didn't have time to observe, he just picked it up subconsciously, and mysterious information poured into his mind. The light ball dissipated like water waves, and the book also disappeared in Wang Shuang's body. A sense of coolness appeared in his eyes, and Wang Shuang subconsciously looked at the zombie in front of him. Level 0 zombies, low-level creatures that move based on instinct. Their only weapons of attack are their teeth and claws. They will turn ordinary people who are hurt into zombies like them. Their only weakness is their brains. Skills, none. Danger level, low. Wang Shuang's mind flashed with information, all of which were about the zombies in front of him. Wang Shuang didn't have time to be surprised, and kicked another zombie away. He took a look at the remaining half of the zombies, turned back, and saw Li Xian carrying Lin Yuren on his back, holding the rope tightly with both hands, and slowly falling to the ground. Wang Shuang knew that they had to leave immediately, otherwise the other zombies would hear the noise and gather here, and then he and others would not have to leave. Wang Shuang ignored the remaining zombies and started running. His physical fitness was comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and he ran towards Lin Xueqing and the others at a speed of 5 meters per second. "Hurry up, take another road and go directly to the teaching building." Wang Shuang quickly came in front of the few people and urged them to hurry up. Li Xian led the way, several girls ran in the middle, and Wang Shuang was the last one to come. He was extremely surprised at his ability just now, and couldn't help but look at Lin Xueqing and others. Original person, no skills, low survivability. Level 0. Skills, none. Threat level, extremely low. Wang Shuang was shocked instantly. What on earth was this? He just took a ball of light, and then the ball of light disappeared, and he had such a power. Wang Shuang took advantage of the zombies not catching up with them, and half of his mind was on his eyes. After carefully understanding the information in his mind, Wang Shuang realized that the reason why his eyes were like this was because the ball of light was a skill that the zombies dropped when he was killed, the detection eye. With the detection function, not only can it detect the detailed information of zombies, but it can also detect the information of all things. It can be called a decryption machine. And this ability can be gradually enhanced with one's own strength. Wang Shuang was a little curious and looked at himself. He really wanted to know why he could have superpowers. Maybe he could use this skill to see himself. The Awakener. Level 0. Innate skill. Acquired skill, Fireball, level 0, can emit 6 small fireballs. The Eye of Detection, level 0, can simply detect objects that are no higher than 2 levels of itself. A message suddenly appeared in Wang Shuang's mind. He was a little surprised. He already knew that he was an Awakener. He had received an inexplicable message after waking up. Now the information in the detection eye did not know what an Awakener was. Could it be that the information of the Awakener was too advanced, and his detection eye was not at a high enough level, so he could not get more information? Wang Shuang thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. After all, this was how it was in the game. Those of lower levels could not detect those of higher levels. It seemed that he should think carefully about how to improve the level of his detection eye. But now is not the time to think about these things. Wang Shuang collected his thoughts and looked at the zombies that were still chasing him from behind. Even the zombies from other places were attracted by the movement here and slowly gathered here. Gradually, the zombies behind Wang Shuang actually formed a small group of zombies. Not good. Wang Shuang's face changed. The other girls seemed to have seen the movement behind them. Their pretty faces turned pale with fear and their legs and feet were shaking. Wang Shuang knew that he couldn't let the zombies gather again, otherwise, these girls would be doomed. Xiao Xian, I will hold off the zombies behind for a while. You guys quickly go to the bus to find the driver's key and start the car. You must act quickly. Otherwise we will all be doomed. Wang Shuang yelled at Li Xian, who was leading the way in front, then turned around to face the group of zombies behind him. As an awakened person, he really didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a small zombie. Be careful. Li Xian didn't have time to say anything more. He knew that time was of the essence at this moment. He had to find the driver's key and start the car immediately so that they could escape. He roared and raised the long knife in his hand to chop at a zombie in front of him. Puff, the zombie's head was directly chopped in half, and black blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xueqing and the other girls barely suppressed their fear and followed Li Xian closely. They didn't dare to look back, because there were nearly 100 zombies surrounding them, and they were afraid that if they looked at them, they would lose the courage to run. As for Wang Shuang, they all hoped that Wang Shuang could make it out safely, but except for Lin Xueqing, the other girls had given up hope. Wang Shuang looked at the corpses in front of him coldly. For some reason, his heart gradually calmed down. He placed the Tang sword in his hand horizontally in front of him. The more critical the moment, the faster the adrenaline in his body was secreted. The brain nerves were running at a terrifying speed. Wang Shuang did not wait for the zombies to get closer. When they were still 5 or 6 meters away, he raised his hand and pointed. 5 small fireballs appeared in his hand, arranged in a fan shape, and flew towards the zombies with a whistling sound. Boom, boom, boom. There were 6 consecutive sounds like bullets hitting an object. The 5 zombies running in the front were hit directly on the head by the fireballs, burning a small hole and killing them instantly. However, after Wang Shuang fired 5 small fireballs, the power in the acupoints in his body was directly consumed by 90, and now he can barely fire 1 small fireball. The remaining small fireball is what Wang Shuang is prepared to use in the most critical moment, but fortunately this power does not consume his physical strength, otherwise, Wang Shuang's small body will be completely exhausted after firing the fireball. Wang Shuang used fireball magic to kill the 5 zombies. Most of the superpowers in his body had disappeared. He was about to prepare for hand-to-hand combat, but suddenly he felt a surge of energy rushing into his body. It was divided into 3 parts again. 1 part flowed into the black hole in his brain and was absorbed by the black hole, and 1 part merged with the body, improving Wang Shuang's overall physical quality again. If Wang Shuang's body was twice that of an ordinary person before, then after a long period of killing, his physical quality has been improved to almost 2.2 times. The last part flowed into the acupoints in the body that stored the fire power. With a click sound, Wang Shuang felt as if a non-existent bottleneck was broken at this moment, and the fire power in the acupoints instantly increased. Wang Shuang looked at himself again with the eye of detection, and saw only a new set of data. The Awakener. Level 1. Innate skill. Acquired skill, Fireball, Level 1, can send out 10 fireballs. Eye of Detection, Level 1, can simply detect information about items that are no higher than 2 levels of itself. Except for the level being changed to Level 1, the Fireball technique and the Detection Eye being changed to Level 1, nothing else changed. Wang Shuang felt his body getting stronger and the flame power in his body increasing, and gradually he realized that the special energy he obtained from killing zombies could increase his level. If he continued like this, wouldn't he be able to continue to get stronger? He could even become stronger than he had ever dared to imagine before. Wang Shuang was extremely excited when he thought about this. The only thing he was wondering about now was whether everyone was like him and could gain that kind of power by killing zombies, or whether he was the only one who could gain this kind of power. If it was the former, then he could be said to have an extremely strong advantage, could become stronger the fastest, and could protect the people he wanted to protect. If it was the latter, then he would have to have a sense of urgency, and continue to kill zombies to continuously increase his strength. Although he said a lot, they were all what Wang Shuang was thinking. Gradually, he restrained these thoughts and looked at the group of zombies rushing towards him. Wang Shuang rushed forward with full confidence, swung the Tang sword in his hand into a sword wind, and slashed directly at the zombies in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. The heads of the 3 zombies were cut in half, and black blood splattered all over Wang Shuang. However, he had no time to wipe it off because 5 more zombies came around and pounced on him from the side. Their faces were full of pits and holes from being bitten, 1 arm was gnawed away to the bone, 1 had most of the flesh on its leg bitten off and was limping, 1 had its neck almost bitten off, and the remaining 2 were quite intact, except that the corners of their mouths were covered in blood. Apparently they were suddenly turned into zombies. Their claws were almost touching Wang Shuang's skin, and they opened their mouths wide with a look of hunger for fresh meat, wanting to take a bite. Wang Shuang's eyes focused, and he stepped back, pulling himself out of their encirclement. The Tang sword did not stop, and he directly cut a zombie in half. With a thought, 3 fireballs appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, 3 fireballs flew towards the 3 zombies. With 3 light sounds, 3 more zombies were killed. Wang Shuang was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. He faced nearly 100 zombies alone, charging left and right, constantly changing positions, using the Tang sword and fireballs in turn. The whole venue was filled with the sound of puff puff puff. In just 1 or 2 minutes, nearly 20 zombies died at Wang Shuang's hands. Fortunately, this level 0 zombie only seemed to be able to bite simply and didn't even have the consciousness to dodge, so Wang Shuang was able to have such a brilliant record. Whoosh! However, after such a crazy battle, Wang Shuang's physical strength was greatly depleted. Now he would be out of breath every time he exhaled. What's worse is that the firepower in Wang Shuang's body was also exhausted. Because he was almost bitten by zombies several times, Wang Shuang kept using the fireball technique, which resulted in the firepower in his body being used up. Even though he regained some of that strange power after killing zombies, it was far from enough to replenish it. Wang Shuang looked at the zombies that had only been reduced in a small number, his face turned bitter, and he knew he had to leave quickly, otherwise he would really be trapped here. Turning to look at Lin Xueqing and Li Xian in the distance, they had already reached the bus, but there seemed to be another group of people there fighting zombies with steel bars, stools, table legs and other things in their hands. They were fighting for another bus. They were both men and women, and the men were the majority, so they were more efficient than Li Xian and his team. The two buses were only 10 meters apart, but they didn't interfere with each other and each rushed to occupy their own bus. Wang Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to hold on a little longer, but suddenly, his expression changed because he looked towards Li Xian in the distance. Another group of people seemed to have encountered some problems and rushed towards Li Xian and others. Wang Shuang had a bad feeling in his heart and rushed towards Li Xian and others. There was no time to deal with the zombies behind him, and they followed Wang Shuang to chase the bus. In the short time that Wang Shuang ran towards them, a fierce dispute seemed to have taken place there, and there was a hot atmosphere that seemed to be about to explode. "Classmates, this is ours. If you want a bus, go grab another one. Don't come and compete with us." Li Xian, holding a machete, killed a zombie in a driver's uniform, took a bunch of keys from him, put the keys away, looked at the group of people in front of him, and shouted angrily. "Humph, this is the school's public property, what right do you have to say it's yours?" A young man in the crowd opposite, who was dressed in fancy clothes and had his hair dyed yellow, responded disdainfully. As he spoke, he swung the steel pipe in his hand and blew the head of a zombie off. At this time, the zombies around the bus had been dealt with by them. They gathered around Li Xian and surrounded them. "I'm telling you, we've taken over this car. Hand over the keys immediately and leave immediately." The young man shouted wildly. There were 4 men and 3 women in their group, and they were really not afraid of them. Among Li Xian and the others, only he was a strong threat, and the others were just vases. Even the yellow-haired guy looked at Lin Xueqing and other girls with lustful eyes, as if he was fantasizing about sex. One of them, whose clothes were not able to distinguish between men and women, snorted coldly, with a somewhat crisp voice, as if he was not used to the yellow-haired guy's behavior. Lin Xueqing and other girls hid behind Li Xian in fear, looking at the group of people in colorful clothes, who were obviously gangsters. "Friend, at a time like this, we don't want to do anything too drastic. We don't know where the driver of that bus has gone, and the keys are gone. There's nothing we can do." Just as the two sides were confronting each other, a man who seemed to be the leader stood up and spoke. He looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old, with a tiger tattoo on his body, and a very strong body. He glanced at the machete in Li Xian's hand, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The man thought for a moment, as if he had come up with a solution, and continued, "Of course, I know it might be a bit inhumane to let you go. How about this, we share a bus? Anyway, this bus is big, and it can easily accommodate 20 to 30 people. But you have to give us your knife. We have more men here, and we need to protect everyone." This man had a good idea. By recruiting Li Xian and others, he could not only get a machete, but also a thug or cannon fodder. If there was any danger, they would definitely throw him out. At the same time, Lin Xueqing and other girls were so beautiful that they would not have a good ending if they fell into their hands. It was obvious that these people were not students of the school. They were probably thugs from society. No one knew how they got into Jiangnan University. Li Xian felt that he was alone and powerless at this moment. Although he had a knife in his hand, he could not fight 4 hands with 2 fists. Once a fight really broke out, they would probably be the ones to suffer. At this moment, he deeply felt the importance of Wang Shuang. With him around, he didn't have to worry about these things. If he were here, these people would dare to threaten them like this, and a fireball would let them know who is the boss. Unfortunately, he is now the rear guard for himself and others, trapped in the zombies, and he doesn't know what is happening now. The reason why he rushed to grab the key so urgently is that he wanted to drive to save Wang Shuang quickly. He didn't expect to run into such a group of people. Lin Xueqing and the other girls seemed to have thought of their current situation as well. Their faces turned pale and they were extremely nervous. They were not stupid. They were all the pride of the school. The situation was very clear at a glance. If they did not agree, they would be driven away. At this moment, being driven away meant death. But if they did not leave, they would be in the same car with them. These people were obviously not good people. Once they really did as he said, they would probably not have a good ending. At least Li Xin was still their classmate and they could still rely on each other. So, they were caught in a dilemma. Lin Xueqing and other women suddenly realized that Wang Shuang was so important. With his skills and courage, if the people in front of him treated him like this, he would definitely let them know what a real ruthless person is. Unfortunately, in order to cover their retreat, he might have been buried among the zombies. This was the innermost thought of Wang Dan and other girls. Only Lin Xueqing still firmly believed that Wang Shuang could return safely. My brother will be here soon. Let me discuss it with him before making a decision. Li Xin's mind was working very fast at this time, trying to delay some time. Your brother. Even if your brother comes, he has to abide by our rules. Either get out of here or hand over the knife to us and join us. The little yellow-haired guy snorted coldly without waiting for the boss to speak. The leading man did not seem to object, and looked at the others with a smile on his face. His eyes especially circled around Lin Xueqing, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Although he had slept with many women, he had never tasted such a beautiful woman. Therefore, he was eager to make a move. Haha, you don't have to hand over the knife. Just let the most beautiful woman among you sleep with our brother Tiger. Suddenly, someone in their group started to make a fuss and said with a lewd look on his face. As soon as the words came out, they whistled and clapped their hands, and looked at the women with lewd eyes. Hey, do you think we will be scared just because you said you have a brother? If you have the guts, let her appear in front of me. I will teach her a lesson in a minute. A blue-haired man laughed wildly. They now seemed to find that the end of the world was not as scary as the legend said. In fact, they seemed to be able to do whatever they wanted, and no one cared about them. The only threat was the zombies, but they only knew how to bite and run slowly, so they were not a big threat. Oh, really? Suddenly, Blue Hair, who was laughing wildly, found a fireball directly in front of him. Then, he felt a slight pain in his head and he knew nothing. Brother Hu and others on the opposite side looked at the young man who suddenly appeared with great horror. He was covered in blood and his tang sword was still dripping with black blood. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were extremely firm, like a cold blade. Combined with his tang sword, they didn't even dare to look the person in front of them directly. It was the figure in front of him. He pointed with his hand, and a fireball magically appeared in his hand. The fireball flew out and directly pierced through the blue-haired man's head, killing one of them directly. In their entire lives, they had never seen such a ruthless person. He didn't even say a word and just started to attack. Moreover, had they come to the magic world? He could actually shoot fireballs. They were completely confused, especially the one called Brother Tiger. He looked at the cold-eyed figure in front of him with great solemnity. It seemed that a familiar feeling came to his heart. Murderous aura, it was murderous aura. He had the honor of meeting a killer before. He could not be wrong about that feeling. He was the kind of person who regarded human life as worthless and would kill people at the slightest disagreement. Xiao Shuang. You're back. Li Xin looked at Wang Shuang who suddenly appeared in front of him with great joy, his tone of voice filled with indescribable happiness. Wang Shuang, are you okay? I was really worried about you. I knew you would be fine. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up, as if she had taken a reassurance pill. A long-lost smile appeared on her face, and she walked forward and asked with great concern. The other women were extremely shocked. They knew very well how many zombies were behind them. Wang Shuang said he would go to cover their retreat. They never expected that Wang Shuang would come back. But they didn't expect that he actually came back. Moreover, he killed one of the other party with a fireball as soon as he came back. This was too cruel. Wang Dan's eyes flashed with reluctance and dissatisfaction with Wang Shuang. You are so powerful, you can just scare the other party and make them retreat. Why do you have to kill them so badly? However, when she wanted to say this, Lin Yuan held her tightly and kept signaling her not to speak. She could only look at Wang Shuang with dissatisfaction. Wang Shuang had already seen the dissatisfaction in Wang Dan's eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed across his face, but now was not the time to argue, he still had a lot of things to do. You guys, I'm giving you two choices. The first one is to die like that guy just now. The second choice is that I can let you come with me, but you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Otherwise, I will throw you directly to feed the zombies. At the end, Wang Shuang's tone was extremely grim. He had no choice. In this end times, weakness was a sin. Anyone who dared to show a hint of weakness would be eaten up without leaving any residue. Didn't they see that Li Xin and the others were forced into such a situation just now because they were too weak? But now that his strength was stronger than theirs combined, they could only obey him. They didn't want to die, otherwise they wouldn't have been fighting until now. You bastard, you killed my brother, go to hell. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired man seemed to have gone mad. He swung the steel pipe in his hand and rushed towards Wang Shuang while yelling, wanting to avenge the blue-haired man. Huang-san, come back. When Tiger Brother, the leader, saw the yellow-haired man rushing towards Wang Shuang, his face changed drastically. Is the man in front of him easy to provoke? If he angers him, not only will Lan Mao die, but even he himself will die. The other party is not a kind-hearted person. Unfortunately, he said it a little too late. Huang Mao had been blinded by anger. His best brother had been killed by Wang Shuang. The blood oath they had made to die on the same day of the same month of the same year was still ringing in his ears. However, at the age of 15 or 16, his heart was filled with passion. Hee, revenge for your brother, tut, then I will send you to see your brother. Wang Shuang sneered, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he raised the tang sword in his hand, which was still dripping with black blood, and was about to chop towards the yellow-haired man. Stop, he is still a child. Do you still have any humanity? Unexpectedly, at this moment, something happened that shocked Wang Shuang extremely. Wang Dan actually stepped in front of Wang Shuang and yelled at him angrily. Wang Dan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Seeing this scene, Lin Xueqing and other girls' faces changed drastically. They didn't understand why Wang Dan was crazy. At this time, she was still standing on the moral high ground to accuse Wang Shuang. Did she forget who killed them out of the dormitory, who gave them food and water, and who covered their retreat? It can be said that if it weren't for Wang Shuang, they would have died countless times already. But now, Wang Shuang was saving them. Although his method was a bit cruel, they could all understand it. Unexpectedly, Wang Dan went crazy, stood in front of Wang Shuang, and loudly scolded Wang Shuang. At this moment, the yellow-haired man had already rushed through the short distance in the middle and came in front of Wang Shuang, smashing towards Wang Shuang's head. Wang Shuang wanted to draw his knife, but Wang Dan blocked his attack route and glared at him angrily. Get out of here. Wang Shuang's heart suddenly burned with rage. He didn't care about being a gentleman and kicked Wang Dan several meters away. The tang sword in his hand was as fast as lightning. Before the yellow-haired steel pipe could land on him, his head flew off. Blood spurted out instantly, and the pair of eyes on the yellow-haired man's head couldn't believe that he was dead. Someone dared to kill someone. In the moment when his consciousness was still there, the past passed through his mind. At this moment, he realized that he was too naive. This was no longer the era when they could do evil. In the past, there were laws to protect them, and adults to clean up their messes. Now, the legal system has collapsed, and human lives are worthless. Who would care about their lives? But unfortunately, he understood it too late. On Wang Shuang's tang sword, drops of bright red blood replaced the black blood, as if indicating something. Wang Shuang stared at the tang sword in his hand for a long time, as if he was deep in thought. He couldn't calm down. Killing, this was such a terrible word before the end of the world, but now he had killed a living person with his own hands. However, at this moment, he was not afraid at all, as if he was born to kill, and a faint blood color appeared in the depths of his eyes, as if he was extremely excited. Now, do you choose the first way or the second way? Wang Shuang looked at Brother Tiger and others in front of him indifferently. He didn't really expect them to help him kill zombies. What he needed was someone who could help him with chores. After all, his side was almost all beautiful women, and some heavy work couldn't be done at all, so he was so eager to take this group of people under his control. In fact, he didn't want this group of people at all, and now he regretted saying that, because he suddenly found that the two people he just killed actually gave him a strong energy, which merged into his body, comparable to the energy he would get from killing 10 zombies. Because of the death of these two people, the flame power in Wang Shuang's body was instantly enhanced, and at the same time, the flame power that was almost lost was also replenished a lot, enough for him to send out 5 or 6 more fireballs. Therefore, his eyes showed great expectation of their refusal. Brother Hu and his group were shocked when they saw Wang Shuang with a faint bloodshot look in his eyes. Especially when they felt Wang Shuang's strong murderous intent, they hurriedly expressed their opinions. "Boss, I'm telling you, don't do it. Brother, I, Xiaobai, chose the second path, please don't kill me." Before Brother Hu opened his mouth, his subordinates defected and pledged allegiance to Wang Shuang. There were 7 of them in total, 5 men and 2 women, and Wang Shuang killed 2 of them, leaving only 3 men. Among the 5, a girl with colorful hair who looked like a little gangster ran directly to Wang Shuang, hugged his arm, and directly stated that she wanted to be Wang Shuang's woman. "Boss, my name is Xieling Yu, I want to be your woman, but I'm a virgin and have never slept with a man." Her words were so direct that Wang Shuang, who had been indifferent, almost collapsed. He shook off her arm and said coldly, "Get out of the way, get in the car right now, the zombies are coming. It will be too late if you don't leave now." As they were talking, a roar was heard in the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a large wave of zombies rushing towards them. A rough count showed that there were nearly 100 zombies. If they didn't leave, they would probably be fed to the zombies. "Why are there so many zombies?" Brother Hu was puzzled. "Humph, if Xiao Shuang hadn't stopped the zombies, do you think he could have talked to us like this before?" Li Xin sneered at this time. Knowing that the situation was critical, he opened the door of the bus without saying anything and yelled at Lin Yuren, "Yuren, drive quickly." Lin Xueqing and the others did not dare to delay and hurried to the car. Lin Yuren suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Dan, who was kicked far away by Wang Shuang and still seemed to be in disbelief, and she still couldn't bear to leave her behind. "Sister Dandan, get up quickly and get in the car. The zombies are coming." Lin Yuren stepped forward to help Wang Dan up, saying anxiously. When Wang Dan heard the word zombie, he was startled and immediately woke up from the chaos and wanted to get in the car quickly. "Lin Yuren, get in the car immediately. Start the vehicle." Li Xin's face had already turned ugly at this time. The zombies were getting closer and closer, and this girl still cared about Wang Dan's life or death. Lin Yuren shrank her little head, looked at Li Xin with some fear, and immediately ran to the driver's seat to tinker with it. Just when Wang Dan was about to get on the bus, Li Xin stopped him with his arm. "What are you doing? The zombies are coming, let me get on." Wang Dan shouted angrily and anxiously. As he spoke, he glanced at the zombies that were getting closer and closer. "Hey, Miss Wang Dan, you are such a kind-hearted beauty, maybe you can go tell the zombies about your glorious deeds, so that they can also feel the kindness in your heart, maybe they will not eat you." Li Xin sneered and said in a mocking tone, not caring about the ugliness on her face. He glanced at Brother Hu and the others and shouted, "Do you still want to live? If you do, get in the car quickly, otherwise, you will be with the zombies." When Brother Hu and the others heard this, they immediately rushed into the car. This time, Li Xin did not block the traffic. They entered the car one by one, but each of them looked at Wang Dan, who was stopped at the side with disdain. Wang Dan was stopped outside the car door, and his face turned pale. "Li Xin, what are you doing? Although Wang Dan is wrong, he shouldn't treat her like this." At this time, Lin Xueqing couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up and shouted angrily, extremely angry. Although she also couldn't stand Wang Dan's behavior, she was also kicked out by Wang Shuang. Did he have to force her to death? That's right, Li Xin, Wang Dan already knows she was wrong, and Wang Shuang has already taught her a lesson, so just let her get in the car. Zhang Yao also started to persuade. "Wang Shuang, tell Li Xin to get on board quickly, otherwise the zombies will come." Lin Yuren was also anxious, sitting in the driver's seat and yelling directly at Wang Shuang. She knew that among everyone, Wang Shuang's words were the most effective, and as long as Wang Shuang spoke, Li Xin would definitely listen. Brother Hu and others on the side sat there watching the scene as if they were watching a play, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. These women really regarded themselves as the eldest daughters before, thinking that everyone should revolve around them. They even dared to speak to Wang Shuang, who dominated their destiny, in such a tone. They were really like flowers in a greenhouse and were not sensible at all. At this moment, brother who has secretly decided to follow Wang Shuang and hold on to this thigh tightly, so that he can survive in the end times. He will never hold back against those who hinder Wang Shuang, otherwise, if this happens again in the future and Wang Shuang has some problems, it will ruin everyone's future. He will never allow it. Wang Shuang looked at Wang Dan with indifference, as if she was about to cry, her delicate body with tears in her eyes. He sighed in his heart. Who could have thought that such a weak woman almost ruined herself? Sure enough, a woman can destroy the whole world when she goes crazy. Wang Shuang's heart gradually grew cold. He wanted to survive and save his relatives. Nothing could happen to him. Therefore, if anyone dared to harm him, he would never let him go, no matter if he was a man or a woman. Humph, since you dare to do it, you must bear the consequences. We brothers have protected you all the way, and you actually dare to help others stop us. I am considering our friendship as classmates by not chopping you off with one knife. Now, get out of here immediately. We don't need people like you. Li Xin sneered, his voice extremely ferocious. This woman almost pushed his brother to death. How could he let her get in the car and escape? Wang Shuang, please, let her get up. We will listen to you in the future. Really, I can swear on behalf of Wang Dan. Lin Yuren ran out of the car again. Even Li Xin didn't have time to stop her. She ran directly to Wang Shuang, hugged Wang Shuang's arms, and begged desperately. She and Wang Dan had the best relationship in the dormitory, so she couldn't just watch Wang Dan die. Wang Shuang frowned, looking at the zombies getting closer and closer, then glanced at Lin Yuren who was begging desperately, and felt the softness of the little girl rubbing his arm, and his heart gradually softened. Thinking that Lin Yuren was his driver, he couldn't help but care when she begged him. He sighed inwardly and turned to Wang Dan and said, "This time, I'll spare you for Yuren's sake. If you do it again, I'll kill you." Then he said to Li Xin, "Xiao Xin, let her in." Seeing Wang Shuang speak, Li Xin no longer insisted and moved aside, leaving space for him to enter and exit. Wang Shuang, thank you. Yuren, thank you, I will definitely change in the future. Woohoo! When Wang Dan saw Wang Shuang agreed to let her in, tears burst out in an instant, and her words became stammering. When Wang Dan got on the car, everyone looked at him with disdain, even Brother Hu and his group. They admired the strong, but hated the kind of teammates who were not good enough. Only Lin Xueqing and others did not despise her, but they did not speak, sitting silently aside, with a look of disappointment in their eyes. Wang Dan found a seat at the back and sat there silently, with a few thoughts flashing through his mind. Seeing Wang Dan get on the bus, Lin Yuren's tearful face finally broke into a smile, and she kissed Wang Shuang on the face, then turned around and ran quickly into the car. Wang Shuang was stunned, and touched his attacked face. There was a faint scent of Lin Yuren. Wang Shuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he was an ordinary man, he had never been kissed by such a beautiful woman, and he had never even held a girl's hand. Sure enough, in the end times, BMWs go with heroes, and beauties go with strong men. This is the eternal truth. Otherwise, how could he have such great charm that a beautiful woman would throw herself at him? In the end, it was all about power. Xiao Shuang, get in the car. The zombies are coming. Li Xin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Shuang came to his senses and looked at the zombies getting closer and closer. They were less than 10 meters away from him. Everyone in the car looked at him anxiously. Wang Shuang smiled slightly, took a step, jumped into the car in 2 or 3 steps, and slammed the door. At the same time, the huge bus started with a boom, and a black column of smoke spewed out from the exhaust pipe, like a bow and arrow with a string, and rushed forward with a buzz sound. Under the command of the little girl Lin Yuren, the bus rushed towards the group of zombies, like a bulldozer, running directly through dozens of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. One zombie after another crashed into the hard front of the bus. Some were knocked away, and some were run over. Strands of black blood flowed down the windshield in front of the car, and it was even impossible to see the road ahead clearly. Turn on the wipers. Wang Shuang shouted coldly, which scared Lin Yuren. She quickly turned on the wipers, scraping away the black blood on the glass, revealing the scene in front. Wang Shuang looked at so many dead zombies, but no energy was absorbed by him again. A flash of enlightenment came into his mind. Perhaps, only the zombies killed by him personally could obtain that kind of strange energy. The bus carrying everyone was rushed out of the group of zombies. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had walked through the gates of hell. Wang Shuang, where are we going next? Lin Xueqing asked. They were all confused and didn't know where to go. They could only ask Wang Shuang, the classmate who had protected them all the way. When the others heard this, they also pricked up their ears, wanting to know the next direction. We have a car now, but not enough food, so we need to prepare some food, otherwise, we won't be able to survive for a few days. Wang Shuang said in a deep voice. This was what he had thought of early in the morning. Without food, everyone in the car would starve to death sooner or later. If they went outside to look for zombies, there would probably be more zombies. Where are we going to prepare the food? Have you forgotten the supermarket in our school? A confident smile flashed across Wang Shuang's face. This smile seemed extremely contagious. Everyone was impressed by Wang Shuang's confidence and couldn't help but believe him. School supermarket, yes, there is a lot of food there, I believe it can meet our needs. Everyone nodded in agreement. But there seem to be a lot of zombies there. You have been fighting all the time, how much physical strength do you have left? At this time, Li Xian asked in a low voice. He was more worried about whether Wang Shuang could fight another big battle. Don't worry, it's okay. Wang Shuang gave Li Xian a reassuring look, indicating that he could still fight. After everyone discussed it, Lin Yuan turned the steering wheel and ran towards the supermarket. Along the way, more and more zombies were attracted by the movement of the car and chased after him. The roar could even be heard by half of the campus at the end. Remember, you only have 5 minutes, so take as much as you can. When the time is up, everyone get in the car. No delay allowed. Otherwise, I won't care whether he is dead or alive. Wang Shuang looked at the group of corpses hanging behind the car, which was even larger than the previous one. He took a deep breath and looked at us all with a stern face. Except for me, you ran, Li Xian, and brother who are fighting the zombies, everyone else should move things. Whether it's water, bread, ham, chocolate, anything edible, throw it into the carriage. Brother Wang, you are embarrassing me. My name is Wang Hu, you can just call me Hu Zi. Wang Hu is a good person. When he heard Wang Shuang call him Brother Hu, he quickly explained. Wang Shuang nodded in approval. He gradually liked the feeling of controlling other people's life and death. It was charming and intoxicating. Everyone saw the group of hundreds of zombies behind the car, and their faces turned pale with fear. They knew that if they didn't get on the car on time, they would probably really be fed to the zombies. Therefore, they didn't dare to delay and nodded like chickens pecking at rice. This time, even Lin Xueqing didn't object. Since they couldn't fight, they could do something within their ability. Otherwise, no one would be willing to feed a parasite. Everyone get ready, we'll be there soon. Wang Shuang looked at the supermarket getting closer and closer, a solemn look flashed across his face, knowing that they were in a crisis at all times and had to be extremely alert. Everyone also perked up and looked ahead nervously. With a whoosh, the bus knocked down 2 zombies that were stopping at the entrance of Jinhua supermarket. Then it swung its tail and stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. At the same time, the door opened with a bang. Get out of the car. Wang Shuang shouted loudly, and took the lead, holding a tang sword, rushed out of the car, and rushed directly into the supermarket. Li Xian, Brother Hu and others followed closely behind him. Brother Hu was holding a steel pipe with a triangular head, like a bayonet. Wang Shuang and others rushed into the supermarket first and killed the 3 zombies in the supermarket in just a few breaths. Then, Lin Xueqing and the other girls rushed in and started moving things frantically. If one person couldn't move it, 2 people would move it together. They only had 5 minutes, so the first person used all their strength. Wang Shuang, Li Xian, and Brother Hu were guarding around the bus. They had to make sure that the bus would not be attacked by zombies. Otherwise, without the bus, except for Wang Shuang who might be able to escape with his special powers, everyone else would be buried in the zombie swarm. Wang Shuang and the other 2 continued to kill the zombies that rushed over. The zombie army had not yet rushed over, and only a few scattered zombies came. Therefore, it was not too difficult for the three of them to kill. Wang Shuang realized at this time that Wang Hu was just as good as Li Xin in killing zombies. He stabbed the zombie's head with the steel pipe, and a bloody hole appeared on it. It can be said that he never missed a shot, which was not in line with his rough appearance. As time passed, the zombies were getting closer and closer. Just looking at the huge momentum, several people felt depressed. Lin Xueqing and other girls were frantically stuffing food and water into the carriage. They were already panting, and everyone was sweating profusely. Although it was autumn, their clothes were soaked. Especially for a few girls, some of their graceful bodies were looming. But at this moment, no one appreciated them. Staying alive was the most important thing. Wang Shuang looked at the time. 3 minutes had passed out of the 5 minutes. At this time, the carriage was only half loaded. Wang Shuang and his friends were a little anxious. Puff. There was another light sound, and the head of a zombie was cut in half. The black blood completely dyed the Tang sword black. Wang Shuang looked at Li Xin and Brother Hu. They were both panting and sweating at the moment, and it was even difficult for them to lift the knives and steel pipes in their hands. Wang Shuang knew that he could not continue watching and had to leave immediately. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A tall zombie with white muscles and lifeless eyes suddenly jumped out from the side. His face was covered with blood, and he must have eaten a lot of people. The zombie waved its big hands and grabbed Wang Shuang. It was faster than ordinary zombies. Its mouth opened, revealing a mouthful of minced meat. The stench continued to emanate, making Wang Shuang frown. This zombie seemed different from ordinary zombies. He did not attack rashly, but used his detection skills to look over. A set of information appeared in his mind. Level 1 power zombie, slightly faster than normal zombies, with the strength of 2 adults, strong defense, but the weakness is that it's not fast enough. Skills, none. Threat level, medium. Information about this zombie quickly flashed through Wang Shuang's mind. Wang Shuang's eyes focused. This was the first time he had encountered a level 1 zombie. It actually had the strength of 2 people, and it was not much different from himself. Moreover, the threat level was medium, so he had to be extremely alert. Be careful, this is a level 1 zombie. Wang Shuang gave a hurried order to Li Xin and Wang Hu, and hurried to meet it. He couldn't let this zombie get close, otherwise, not only would the bus be destroyed, but even the few people would be in trouble. Roar. The first-level power zombie roared and pounced towards Wang Shuang, but because it was not flexible enough, Wang Shuang dodged it and chopped it down with a knife. Chi. A long cut appeared on the back of the zombie, and black blood spurted out, staining its body black. However, the zombie seemed to have no feeling, and turned around and rushed towards Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang was shocked to see that the zombie had endured his blow and only had a crack on its back. If it was an ordinary zombie, he would have split it in half with one blow. Seeing the zombie punching at him, Wang Shuang felt the strong wind coming towards him, and his face changed. His feet moved flexibly, like a civet cat. His own physical fitness was more than twice as strong as before. It can be said that no matter in terms of speed, strength, or body flexibility, it was stronger than this power-type zombie. What's more, he was holding a Tang sword, so there was no reason to be afraid. The zombie missed its attack and turned around to pounce on Wang Shuang again. Wang Shuang knew that he had no time to fight with him, so he used all his strength in his legs and swept the zombie's calf directly with a kick. Boom. This power zombie lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Shuang didn't want to delay and took a step forward. He stabbed the Tang sword in his hand directly into its eyeball. With a puff, the tip of the sword went out from behind its head and the level 1 zombie in front of him stopped instantly. A force even greater than all the previous ones combined instantly appeared on Wang Shuang's body, but this time it did not split into 3 parts, but all poured into the black hole in his body. Wang Shuang felt a little sad. The energy could instantly increase his flame power, but it was absorbed by the black hole. Not even a wave was created. However, before Wang Shuang's heartache could spread, the energy absorbed in the black hole reappeared, as if it had been purified, and once again flowed into the acupoints in the body and on the body. Wang Shuang just felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His body became warm and he felt an indescribable comfort. He even had a vague feeling in his heart that it would be great if it could be like this forever. However, this feeling came and went quickly. When Wang Shuang felt that he had returned to his original state, he found that his body seemed to have greatly improved. He could even clearly feel the surge of the flame power in his acupoints. He could not help but point the detection eye at himself. The Awakener. Level 1. Innate skill. Acquired skills, 1, Fireball, level 1, can send out 15 small fireballs. 2, Eye of Detection, level 1, can detect item information no higher than 2 levels of its own. Physical fitness, 3.0. Wang Shuang was surprised to find that not only had his data changed, but there was an additional set of data, physical fitness, and it was 3.0. He had a vague understanding in his heart. Perhaps, this meant that his physical fitness was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although the data of the detection eye did not change, as his strength increased, the information he detected would become more and more comprehensive. However, he still couldn't find out the first 2 items, which made him feel a little regretful. He really wanted to know what his identity as an awakener meant, and what his innate skills were. All these things flashed through Wang Shuang's mind. Now at a critical moment, Wang Shuang did not dare to be distracted, because the zombies in the distance were about to arrive. Wang Shuang regained some confidence at this moment. His strength not only did not decline but also increased significantly. Now he has the confidence to fight a high-intensity battle again. However, before Wang Shuang could look away, a ball of silver light suddenly appeared on the body of the zombie that was killed, and there seemed to be a silver-white long knife in it. Wang Shuang's face changed. The last time he killed a zombie, he gained a skill, the Eye of Detection. Now after killing this zombie, a silver ball of light appeared, and there seemed to be a weapon in it. This made Wang Shuang feel that this was becoming more and more like a game, killing monsters and getting stuff. However, the chance of getting stuff was a bit too low. He had killed at least 100 or 80 zombies, but only got 2 things. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, it would be idiotic not to take the good stuff. Wang Shuang understood very well that everything that appeared seemed to be useless, so he reached out and took it without hesitation. There was a popping sound, like the sound of a bubble bursting. Then, a silver-white tang sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 6 feet long, and there was a faint cold light flashing, which was extremely extraordinary. This tang sword was obviously much stronger than the one in his hand. Although the original tang sword was sharp, it was obviously not as sharp as this one. Wang Shuang looked at it with his detection eye. Silver Blade, level 1 tang sword, can evolve to level 9. Skills, hard and sharp, can cut through iron like mud, indestructible. Looking at the information on the silver-white tang sword in his hand, Wang's eyes flashed with fondness. In such a critical moment, nothing could be more delightful than a weapon that could cut through iron like mud. He swung his hand casually, and a faint sound of cutting could be heard in the air. Wang Shuang looked at a zombie running towards him, narrowed his eyes, and swung the silver-white tang sword in his hand like lightning. With his strength 3 times that of an ordinary person, it seemed as if he had really turned into a bolt of lightning. With a "chi" sound, as if tearing a piece of thin paper, Wang Shuang split the zombie in front of him into 2 halves from head to toe. It felt like tearing a piece of paper, without any hindrance. He raised the knife in front of him again, and saw that there was no trace of blood on it. It seemed to be true that the old saying, smooth hair and hair, without bloodshed, really came true. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a good knife, what a good knife." Li Xin and Wang, who looked at the silver ball of light that appeared out of thin air, and even directly turned into a silver-white tang sword. Their eyes widened instantly. It was bad enough that the world turned into the apocalypse in an instant, but such a strange thing actually happened. When the zombies were killed, they would explode things like in the game. This was hard for them to accept. "Xiao Shuang, Brother Wang, what happened just now? How come a silver tang sword suddenly appeared?" The 2 asked in unison, with indescribable curiosity in their eyes. "Don't be distracted. I'll tell you after this period of time." Wang Shuang dealt with a zombie that pounced on him and spoke with a heavy voice. The silver-white tang sword in his hand reflected a snow-white light. The 2 nodded, knowing that now was not the time to discuss these things. They gathered their last bit of energy and stared closely at the zombies that surrounded them. Everyone, stop carrying food immediately. Get in the car immediately. Wang Shuang looked at the time. Although it was less than 5 minutes, the zombies were about to arrive. He no longer cared about anything and roared, scaring everyone who was still carrying food. When they heard Wang Shuang's voice, they were stunned, and then immediately threw away everything in their hands and rushed into the car without hesitation. Lin Xueqing, Zhang Yao, and other girls were carrying a box of instant noodles to the trunk under the car, so when they heard Wang Shuang's voice, they were the first to run into the car. The others just followed and ran into the car, fearing that they would be abandoned if they were a step late. Soon, in just a few seconds, everyone got into the car, gasping for breath, and everyone was sweating profusely, not only because of fatigue, but also because of nervousness. Then the hood fell down, and only one door was still open. Everyone looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer with great fear in their eyes. Yuren, drive quickly. Zhang Yao shouted in horror. The sight of hundreds of zombies gathered together and their roars kept coming into her ears. She was just an ordinary girl. How could she endure such a horrifying sight? Wait a minute, Wang Shuang and the others haven't come up yet. Lin Yuren suddenly spoke anxiously and rejected Zhang Yao's suggestion. Although her voice was small, she was extremely firm. After what happened to Wang Dan before, she finally realized that without Wang Shuang's protection, a group of girls who were powerless would either be eaten by zombies or become men's playthings. There was no third possibility. Therefore, she couldn't drive away without waiting for Wang Shuang. Zhang Yao was so angry that she wanted to say something, but suddenly, a figure rushed into the car, covered in black blood, with blood dripping from a long machete. The appearance of this figure instantly made Zhang Yao swallow back what he wanted to say, with a sullen expression on his face. The person who came up was Li Xian. He and Wang Hu were almost exhausted from fighting downstairs. He didn't have any strength left. He got on the car and heard Zhang Yao's words. His eyes became extremely cold, even with a little murderous intent. He said to Lin Yuren, "Wait, when Xiaoshuang gets on the car, we will leave. Otherwise, we will die together." After that, his cold eyes swept over everyone one by one. Everyone who met his eyes lowered their heads involuntarily, not daring to look directly at him. Wang Hu also returned to the car at this moment. After hearing what Li Xian said, he glanced at everyone and said loudly, "That's right. If Brother Wang doesn't get in the car, no one can leave." Everyone was silent. Even Zhang Yao, who had previously threatened to leave, now shut up and did not speak again. Wang Dan, who had been scolded at the beginning, was like a well-behaved ostrich, saying nothing and doing whatever he was told to do. Drive quickly. Wang Shuang didn't let everyone wait long. He killed the two approaching zombies with a single knife, slammed the door shut, and yelled at Lin Yuren. Boom. The bus, which had not been turned off, let out a rapid roar and instantly increased its horsepower. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it rushed out of the encirclement of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. One zombie after another crashed into the front of Wang Shuang's car. The glass was once again stained with black blood. The wipers began to move again, revealing the road ahead. Lin Yuren looked ahead nervously, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and operated the bus clumsily. Although clumsy, at least no major problems occurred. Xiaoshuang, we have a lot of food now, which should be enough for us for many days. Where should we go next? After the bus left the zombies far behind and everyone's desires gradually stabilized, Li Xian asked. Hearing Li Xian's words, everyone's eyes were on Wang Shuang, looking at him expectantly. They all hoped to leave here as soon as possible, leave this campus full of zombies, and go to a safe place where they don't have to worry all the time. Wang Shuang hesitated for a moment and shook his head slowly. No, we have to rescue those trapped in the library. We have too few fighters now. Once an emergency occurs, it is not impossible for the whole army to be wiped out. Only when our strength grows stronger, our chances of survival will be higher. After hearing Wang Shuang's analysis, Li Xian and Wang Hu both nodded in agreement. As long as Wang Shuang's decision was not too outrageous, they would not object. The others were immediately in an uproar, talking about it. Lin Xueqing even stood up and asked Wang Shuang, the food we have now is only enough for us to eat for a few days. If we rescue them, let alone how many people we will lose, we will run out of food. Do we have to fight on an empty stomach? Therefore, it is best for us to find a safe place and wait for the government's rescue. At this time, Wang Dan, who was sitting quietly in the corner, raised his head and glanced at Lin Xueqing. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes, but it was only a flash, and then he lowered his head. Wang Shuang waited quietly until Lin Xueqing finished speaking, and then he spoke. He refuted them one by one without haste. First, the food can only be obtained by me. Without my protection, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Second, you can't even fight. What qualifications do you have to discuss fighting on an empty stomach? Third, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I can open the car door for you. You can go wherever you want to fight, and I can also give you another backpack of food. Please. After saying that, Wang Shuang made a gesture of invitation and signaled to Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing's face turned pale instantly. She was originally a very smart girl, but unfortunately she was frightened by the end of the world. She could obviously escape and find a safe place, but she chose to do dangerous things. This behavior made Lin Xueqing, who was usually calm and rational, lose her judgment. Wang Xueqing didn't mean it, please don't chase him away. Zhang Yao suddenly stepped forward to plead for Lin Xueqing, her tone pleading. She had never expected that she and others would have fallen to the point where they had to obey the words of an ordinary boy and not dare to resist. Thinking of how many men had surrounded her and others in the past, she only needed to say a few words, and countless boys would rush to do it. Unfortunately, now, let alone revolving around me and others, I feel extremely satisfied that they are willing to accept me and others. Every time I think of this gap, Zhang Yao, a child who grew up in Sweetwater, feels extremely sad. Unfortunately, now they can only rely on Wang Shuang. Without him, it would be a pipe dream for them to survive. With this in mind, Zhang Yao advised Lin Xueqing, why don't you apologize to Wang Shuang? While speaking, she kept winking at him. Wang Shuang saw Zhang Yao's little move, but he didn't say anything to interrupt her. He just looked at Lin Xueqing coldly. He knew that although this girl looked very kind on the surface, she was an extremely proud person in her bones. It was very difficult to make her bow her head. I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Lin Xueqing's eyes suddenly turned red, she gritted her teeth, whispered, and ran to the back of the car to sit down, her shoulders shaking. Seeing this, Zhang Yao hurried over to comfort her in a low voice. Alas, Wang Shuang sighed inwardly, knowing that he was doomed to be the villain. However, there was nothing he could do. Only when the team became stronger would he have enough power to rescue his sister and her family in the city center. This was his initial belief, and no one could stop him. I understand you, Xiao Shuang. Li Xin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, his voice a little low. He understood his brother's psychology, and he didn't want to do this, but he had to do it. However, at least Wang Shuang would not harm them. Yeah. Wang Shuang nodded slightly and looked at other people. His eyes became cold again. Everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads. After a round, no one objected. Wang Shuang nodded with satisfaction and said to Lin Yuren, turn around and go to the library. Lin Yuren nodded obediently, turned the steering wheel, and drove directly to the library. The whole car was sitting quietly on the seats. Only the non-mainstream little girl named Xielingyu looked at Wang Shuang with fiery eyes, wishing she could eat Wang Shuang in one bite. Wang Shuang quietly rubbed the silver-white tang sword in his hand. A silver light flashed continuously, arousing the envy of Li Xin and Wang Hu. Xiao Shuang, how come your tang sword suddenly appeared? What was that silver light ball just now? Li Xin could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked. They were all extremely curious. The scene that appeared was too subversive to their cognition. They needed a reason. Hearing Li Xin's doubts, Wang Shuang smiled, clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and signaled that everyone could listen. Then he spoke slowly, I think everyone has discovered that the world has become apocalyptic in an instant. Everyone is struggling hard to survive, but God has not left a glimmer of hope. That is to kill zombies. There is a certain probability that something will appear if you kill zombies yourself. These things could be weapons, or they could be some kind of ability, like my fire ability, or they could be something else, but the probability is very low. That's how I got my Tang sword. Also, the changes in the world are not just these, there are many incredible things that need everyone to explore. I am not too sure. After Wang Shuang finished speaking, everyone's faces changed from expectation to extreme frustration. They didn't dare to fight the zombies at all. The only ones who dared to fight the zombies face to face were Wang Shuang, Li Xin, and Wang Hu. The other two were called Xiao Bai, who looked fair but was not brave enough. There was also a young man nicknamed Civet Cat, who wore a pair of big black earrings and dyed yellow hair, but his body was extremely flexible. Although the two of them had fought zombies before, at best they were just a few people beating up one zombie. If they really fought a large number of zombies, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go limp. As for the girls, there is no need to mention that none of them can fight. No wonder Wang Shuang has to go to the library to look for manpower. At this moment, a shocking scene was taking place in the library. Seeing Wang Shuang and the others leave, the number of zombies in the library increased. Some heard the sounds coming from inside and kept banging on the solid mahogany door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound continued to ring out, making them all look extremely terrified. They all hid in a corner and trembled, trying to comfort each other. Although there were many strong boys among them, and as long as they mustered up the courage to fight the zombies, perhaps escaping from the library would not be a difficult task, but they were all frightened by the zombies, especially when they saw people being eaten by zombies until only an empty shell was left with their stomachs hollowed out. They were so scared that they couldn't even walk. A group of people, more than a dozen in total, both men and women, were huddled in the corner, listening to the horrific screams of the zombies behind the door and the sound of banging on the wooden door, their faces turning pale. Wang Shuang, will he come to save us? Zhang Xin, who was squatting with Bai Lanqin, looked a little desperate. He asked Bai Lanqin softly, his eyes a little confused, as if he was asking himself as well. Oh, I don't know either. But I really don't want to die. If someone can keep me here, I will be his woman and he will do anything for me. Bai Lanqin was also a little desperate. She really didn't want to die. She still had many people she cared about and many things she had to do. Unfortunately, the world changed in an instant and she, a powerless woman, could not adapt to this world at all. Me too. If someone saves me, I'm willing to be his woman. Only after experiencing life and death can one understand the value of life, especially such a terrible way of dying as being eaten by zombies. Zhang Xin chose to survive by any means without hesitation. A group of people huddled in the corner. Some timid girls kept sobbing quietly, and some boys tightly grasped some chair legs in their hands, as if this would give them a little more sense of security. Just as the two girls were whispering, suddenly one of the burly boys stood up abruptly, his chest heaving constantly, with a violent expression on his face. He stood up, looked at Zhang Xin and Bai Lanqin who were whispering, and shouted loudly, I can't stand it anymore. We're all going to die anyway, so why not let me have some fun? As he spoke, he grabbed Bai Lanqin, who was suddenly stunned, and wanted to tear off her clothes. His eyes were red and his face was crazy, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Sizzle. Bai Lanqin's red coat was torn open, revealing her pink bra. As if awakened, she suddenly resisted violently, slapping the men in front of her and screaming, Zhang Meng, you are crazy, let me go. Help. Pull him away. When other people saw this, some wanted to step forward and pull Zhang Meng away, but seeing the other party's fierce face and burly figure, they couldn't help but look hesitant, as if considering the pros and cons. Some of them looked indifferent. Since they were all going to die, why bother with other people's business? Some people even saw Zhang Meng's behavior, and the darkness deep in their hearts seemed to be instantly aroused. Now it is the end of the world, no one can control them, and no matter what they do, it will not be against the law, so their courage instantly grew. It's the end of the world now, and everyone will die in the end. Why do we have to suppress our inner desires? These women are here, and you can play with them as you like. It's a great pleasure in life to have a good time before you die. I'm sure everyone is eager to sleep with them. Come on, stop hiding your inner desires, completely free yourself and be a real man. At this moment, a man suddenly stood up and spoke in an extremely seductive voice. Everyone looked at the pot-bellied man in shock. His originally righteous expression now became extremely terrifying, like a ferocious beast ready to eat anyone. They couldn't believe that such words actually came from their respected head teacher Wang Shuang. This head teacher who once taught them to be true to their conscience, to be upright and not ashamed of others, could actually say such cold and cruel words. Even Zhang Meng, who was trying to take off Bai Lanqin's clothes, couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He looked at him in great surprise. However, these words seemed to have touched many people. Many young boys looked at the girls beside them with a passionate look, and their eyes were filled with indescribable light. Some even pounced directly on the girls next to them, ignoring their anger, screams and struggles, and venting their inner despair and fear on them. Soon, with a terrified "no" voice, the entire small space was filled with the boys' rampant and crazy shouts, the sound of girls' clothes being torn, and their desperate roars. When Wang Shuang saw the looks of the crowd, he chuckled, picked up Zhang Xin, and started to take off her clothes with a lewd smile on his face. "No, let me go. Help. Wang Shuang, you beast." Zhang Xin struggled violently, trying to get rid of the beastly director in front of her, but unfortunately the girl's strength was limited and she couldn't get rid of him. This resistance seemed to arouse Wang Shuang's tyranny. He slapped the other person with a slap sound, and a bright red slap mark instantly appeared on Zhang Xin's pretty little face. "You bitch, you're still resisting. It's your blessing to be fucked by me. I don't know how many hands you've been through, you're just a piece of trash, and you still dare to pretend to be chaste. Hey, do you really think I don't know what happened to you in college? You were obsessed with hooking up with rich men, but unfortunately, they didn't like you at all and were with you just to have sex with you. You really think you're a princess, but you're just a bus." Wang Shuang kept spewing out extremely vicious words, each of which pierced Zhang Xin's heart, causing her face to turn pale instantly and tears to fall. She even stopped struggling and let the other party do whatever he wanted. But not everyone would do this. There were also two boys who did not do such crazy things. They were all dressed in student clothes, looking at the madness of the crowd with anger, and wanted to step forward to stop them, but the two knew that it was a pipe dream for the two of them to stop them. They were completely crazy. If the two of them dared to step forward to stop them, the two of them had no doubt that they could even kill them directly. They were also human beings, and they were also afraid of death. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to move forward at all. They just walked silently to the corner, clenched their teeth tightly, and closed their eyes in pain. Waste. Zhang Meng was disdainful when he saw the performance of the two. He turned to look at Bai Lanqin in front of him. Suddenly he was stunned to find that Bai Lanqin took advantage of his distraction and ran directly to the door. His face changed instantly and he became extremely terrified. "Son of a bitch! You stinky bitch!" With a curse, Zhang Meng took advantage of his status as the short-distance running champion of the school sports team. After just a few jumps, he was the first to come from behind, ran in front of Bai Lanqin and stopped her. "You stinky bitch, you want to kill all of us, right? Open the door, or you'll die." Zhang Mengning slapped Bai Lanqin to the ground with a pop. He took another step forward, grabbed her hair, and looked at her beautiful face that looked a little lifeless. He spat out a large mouthful of saliva with a paw. "Oh, I would rather be eaten by zombies than fall into the hands of you beasts." Bai Lanqin's face looked dejected. "Oh, if you want to die, you have to serve me well first, otherwise, it's just wishful thinking for you to die." Zhang Meng sneered and flicked Bai Lanqin's hair. "You think you are a good person, do you really think that no one knows about this trivial matter of you taking the initiative to climb into Professor Li's bed just for a few credits?" Seeing Bai Lanqin's face suddenly change color, Zhang Meng broke the news again. "Hey, I helped secretly shoot the video between you two. I have a lot of videos. I know exactly how many moles you have on your body. I don't know how many people like you I have seen. They are just shameless women. Why pretend to be pure?" Bai Lanqin's face turned pale and blue, as if someone had peeled off the last piece of fig leaf. Her eyes turned dead gray and she squatted on the ground blankly, as if there was no hope at all. "Hey hey." Zhang Meng saw this, laughed obscenely, and pounced on Bai Lanqin again. However, he did not notice that the zombies that were violently banging on the wooden door outside seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and became quiet, eerily chilling. Only the two boys in sportswear who were alone at the side noticed this situation. They looked outside nervously and subconsciously stepped back. Wang Shuang and others drove all the way to the entrance of the library. They could see 3 or 2 zombies in front of the entrance from a distance. Due to the noise they made, the zombies still wandering at the entrance of the library became extremely rare. Of course, some of them entered the library. Wang Hu and I will go rescue them in a while. Li Xin will stay downstairs to protect them and keep an eye on the car. Wang Shuang hurriedly gave the order. No one objected. Even Li Xin nodded silently. He knew that Wang Shuang was afraid that if he went up, they would abandon him and drive away without their own people. Although the probability of this happening was very small, Wang Shuang was unwilling to gamble, because once the bet was wrong, they would become very passive. After some previous events, Wang Shuang also began to change and gradually stopped trusting others. Wang Hu chuckled, "Brother Wang, there are only a few zombies, I can handle them by myself, why do I need you to help me?" He couldn't hide his admiration for Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said solemnly, "At this time, no matter who you are, you must not take it lightly. Otherwise, if you lose your life due to carelessness, no one will be sad for you. So, no matter what situation we face, we must prepare for the worst. This way, our chances of survival will be higher." Wang Shuang's explanation made everyone present realize that what Wang Shuang said was very correct. They had seen too many former friends and classmates being eaten by zombies. Therefore, they did not dare to be careless. As Wang Shuang said, if they were still careless in this situation, they would be courting death. "I understand, Brother Wang." Wang Hu had a solemn look on his face, as if he was meeting the young men in front of him for the first time. He originally thought that Wang Shuang was able to overwhelm everyone only by relying on his special powers. Now, he gradually realized that Wang Shuang's current power was due to his wisdom and caution. Squeak. The car stopped suddenly in front of the library. As the door opened, Wang Shuang clenched the tang sword in his hand tightly. Wang Hu's original steel pipe was replaced with Li Xin's machete, which was more in line with Wang Hu's tall and strong temperament. As for Wang Shuang's original tang sword, it had become Li Xin's weapon. "Hurry up, go!" Wang Shuang shouted, and rushed out like a cat, flexibly running towards the 3 zombies at the door, and, swish, 2 slashes directly killed 2 zombies. Similarly, Wang Shuang could feel a surge of energy flowing into his body, but it seemed that since he was already at level 1, this amount of energy was far from enough for him to break through again. The other zombie was dealt with very quickly by Wang Hu. This is also what Wang Shuang values about him. He is brave, dares to fight and kill, and is the best candidate to charge into battle. Wang Shuang and his companions rushed into the library quickly. The hall was completely silent, with only some bitten bodies on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 walked in the spacious hall, and they seemed to be able to clearly hear their own voices, which kept ringing. The 2 walked in carefully. Wang Shuang knew that those people were on the 3rd floor, and they had to climb 2 floors. Therefore, he walked directly to the stairs. Wang Hu followed closely behind him. Roar. Just as the 2 reached the stairs, suddenly, a strange roar was heard, and a figure pounced towards them. Chi. Wang's eyes and hands were quick, and he saw the figure rushing towards him clearly. His face was covered in blood, and half of his face had been gnawed to the bone. His body was covered in black blood. With a slash, in the blink of an eye, the zombie's head was directly cut in half. "Phew, you scared me." Wang Hu reacted at this moment, and spoke with some fear, his face full of palpitations. "Be careful, these zombies seem to be moving a little faster." Wang Shuang was a little confused. His current physical fitness is 3 times that of an ordinary person, so his senses are also much stronger than ordinary people. He seems to vaguely feel that the zombies' strength and speed are actually a little greater. Maybe I'm overthinking it. How is it possible? If that's the case, what way is left for human beings to survive? Wang Shuang shook his head and drove the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Afterwards, the 2 continued to walk up to the 2nd floor, which was also a hall, but it was much smaller than the hall on the 1st floor. On both sides of the hall were reading rooms, which were specially used for students to read and study. At this moment, several zombies staggered out from the reading rooms and rushed towards the 2 of them. Wang Shuang and Wang Hu looked at each other. They were at least 50 meters away from them. This distance was enough for the two of them to fight freely. Leave the 4 on the left to me, and the remaining 2 to you. Wang Shuang gave an order and rushed towards the 4 zombies on the left. In less than a few breaths, he completely eliminated them and gained some energy. Wang Hu looked at Wang Shuang's skills with some envy, and ran forward, not wanting to be outdone, and kicked a zombie down with 1 foot, and chopped it down with a knife, splitting it in half. At the same time, he swung his knife back with his backhand, and the machete was used like a tang sword, killing the other zombie. Hey, perfect. Wang Hu smiled complacently. Okay, let's go. Wang Shuang said unhappily, and then the two of them quickly rushed to the 3rd floor. At this moment, a large number of zombies gathered at the door of a reading room on the 3rd floor. They kept beating on the wooden door. It seemed that the joint between the wooden door and the wall had become loose, and lime chips kept falling. This door should not be able to hold up for too long. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Wang Shuang looked at the dozen zombies gathered at the door. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He stomped his feet heavily on the ground, attracting all the attention of the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Crazy roars came out of their mouths, and they rushed towards Wang Shuang without fear of life and death. Go. Wang Shuang snapped his 10 fingers, and fist-sized flames appeared in front of him. There were 10 of them, and they flew out in an instant like bullets, piercing through the heads of 10 zombies. These fireballs did not need to be aimed at all. As long as Wang Shuang wanted to hit someone, they would automatically attack the target. With a bang, 10 zombies fell one after another, and 4 or 5 zombies continued to rush towards Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang stepped forward and killed all 5 zombies with his sword. At the same time, a huge force instantly flowed into his body. Okay, you can go in now. Wang Shuang put away his tang sword, turned around and said with a smile. Wang Hu swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up in admiration. The door slowly opened, but the scene behind the door instantly made the two of them furious. Help! You beast, you beast! No, please. As soon as the two opened the door, what they saw was the sound of struggling, crying, and clothes being torn. A group of boys seemed to be crazy, with red eyes, and pounced on the girls one by one with extreme madness. Their clothes were constantly torn. As the boys laughed wildly, it seemed as if they had entered purgatory. Stop! Wang Shuang looked at the scene in front of him, his anger instantly rising and rushing directly to his head. With a loud roar, he shocked the crazy crowd and they all turned to look at Wang Shuang and the other men. You bunch of beasts! Damn you! Wang Shuang's eyes were filled with anger. Looking at the girls' clothes being torn into strips and their red eyes from crying, a murderous intent arose in his heart. It's you! Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Suddenly, Zhang Meng roared, threw Bai Lanqin down, picked up a table leg from the ground and ran towards Wang Shuang. He recognized that Wang Shuang was the one who abandoned them. If he came to save them, why would they do such a crazy thing with no way out? Therefore, he was filled with anger and smashed the table leg in his hand towards Wang Shuang. Judging from the trend, if he was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Kill him, kill him. A group of people watched such a bloody and violent scene and cheered loudly. Be careful. The two boys squatting quietly in the corner suddenly spoke up and nervously warned. They were relieved to see someone come in to stop these people's violence. But when they saw Zhang Meng hitting the other party, they were worried again. Zhang Meng was a member of the school sports team and could beat 3 people at ordinary times. They were really afraid that Wang Shuang could not bear it. Humph, you're looking for death. Wang Shuang saw a tall and strong boy rushing towards him, the table legs of his cell phone waving so loudly that he couldn't help but snorted coldly. At the same time, he burst out with a physical fitness 3 times that of an ordinary person. He dodged and didn't even use his tang sword. He just rushed forward with bare hands. If he killed Zhang Meng with a knife, it would be too easy for him. He wanted to let people like him know the real pain. He snatched the knife with his bare hands, grabbed the table leg, and punched him hard in the ribs. There was a crack sound, and Zhang Meng suddenly let out a scream, and his whole body bent like a shrimp. Beast! Wang used his hands and feet without stopping, and broke the opponent's leg with a whip kick. The opponent fell to the ground at once, and his ferocious eyes suddenly turned into fear. Click. Puff. The sounds of fists hitting the body could be heard, and everyone could hear the sound of bones breaking, which made their scalp tingle. Ah, poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out suddenly, and Zhang Meng was beaten like a pig's head. His body collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. It was obvious that he was breathing out more than breathing in. In this state, even if someone came, no one would be able to recognize who he was. Okay, solved. Wang Shuang clapped his hands, as if he had just relaxed his muscles, and turned to look at other people. Seeing Zhang Meng lying on the ground in such a miserable state like a dead dog, the other people who had gone crazy shuddered and looked at Wang Shuang as if they were looking at a devil. Let's go together. I don't believe that so many of us can't beat him alone. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes lit up, as if they thought this was a good idea. Everyone, come on. There was a loud shout, and one person took the lead and rushed forward. The table legs and benches became their weapons, and they waved them at Wang Shuang. You're a bunch of scum. There's no point keeping you. A cold light flashed across Wang Shuang's eyes. The murderous intent in his heart could not be concealed. He suddenly picked up the Tang Dao and his figure passed by like a flash of lightning, 3 times the speed. They could see it with their eyes, but they could not react at all. Puff. Puff. The sound of scratching necks was heard, and Wang Shuang was like a tiger entering a sheepfold. In just a minute or two, there was no one left standing in the room except him and Wang Hu. Tick, tick, streams of blood flowed down the tip of the knife, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. Wang Shuang's body was splashed with bright red blood, and his clothes were dyed red. He looked like a devil from hell. Wang Shuang felt the extremely powerful energy constantly rushing into his body. He squinted his eyes in intoxication and used the detection eye to look again. The Awakener. Level 1. Innate skill. Acquired skill, Fireball, Level 1, can emit 20 small fireballs. Eye of Detection, Level 1, can detect item information no higher than 2 levels of its own. Physical Fitness, 3.1. It seems that the power gained from killing people is much greater than that from killing zombies. However, there are only 7 people, but the energy is almost equivalent to that of 70 zombies. Wang Shuang murmured to himself. This. The 2 boys hiding in the corner were terrified. They had seen what the group of boys had done and thought they were the scariest people. Unexpectedly, before they succeeded, an even scarier person came. One person, with a knife, killed 7 or 8 of them. These were not chickens, ducks, fish or meat, but living people, and he consumed them all without even blinking an eye. They had never seen such a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Seeing Wang Shuang's eyes looking at them, the tip of the knife was about to rise again. They were frightened and shouted, "Don't kill us, we didn't do anything." Really, we didn't do anything. Huh. Wang Shuang was stunned and looked at the girls lying on the ground. They were all naked. If there weren't corpses all over the ground, it would have given a feeling of spring scenery that could not be contained. Suddenly, Wang Shuang's face changed. He saw Zhang Xin collapsed on the ground. She was only wearing the clothes that were tight against her body. All the other clothes were thrown aside. She was sobbing softly on the ground. Looking at Wang Shuang's face turning towards her, Zhang Xin looked at Wang Shuang with some fear and some joy. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Wang Shuang once confessed to her, but unfortunately, she humiliated him in public, which completely put an end to Wang Shuang's thoughts. Now, she felt that she didn't know how to face Wang Shuang, especially when he appeared like a god and saved all of them. Well done, well done. They deserve to die, these scumbags. Woo. Suddenly, a girl started to curse loudly, and then she burst into tears. This sound seemed to resonate with the others. They forgot the horror of the corpses all over the ground, and the horror of Wang Shuang killing everyone with one knife. They were all immersed in the joy of revenge. Who are they? Have they ever forced you? Wang Shuang said indifferently, pointing his finger at the 2 boys in the corner. Looking at the girls in front of him, his eyes only fluctuated slightly. He had experienced many things and was no longer as naive as he was at the beginning. In this cruel end of the world, if there is no powerful power, everything will be lost. Therefore, at present, he only pursues powerful power. Hearing Wang Shuang's question, the two boys looked at the other girls with pleading eyes, asking them to tell the truth. Wang Shuang, they didn't do anything and didn't force us. Although the girls had just experienced a horrible scene, they were not the kind of people who would call a horse a zebra. They all shook their heads to indicate that the two boys were innocent. Call. The two boys breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were really afraid that these girls would hate them because of what happened just now and throw them into the bottomless abyss. Wang Shuang, are you here to save us? Suddenly, a girl who was almost stripped naked held her clothes against her chest with both hands and spoke with hope. He was Bai Lanqin, who was almost raped by Zhang Meng. Fortunately, Wang Shuang arrived in time, and they were killed by Wang Shuang before they succeeded. Wang Shuang looked at the familiar girl in front of him. She was originally very arrogant and looked down on him, but now she has become a weak person who begs him. A strange sense of satisfaction rose faintly. Yes, I'm here to save you. There is a bus parked below with quite a few people on it. Hurry and put on your clothes. There are more and more zombies here. We must leave immediately. Wang Shuang briefly introduced the current situation and urged them to put on their clothes and follow him downstairs. After saying that, he, Wang Hu, and the two boys all walked out the door, closed it, and let them put on their clothes. While waiting at the door, two boys took the initiative to introduce themselves to Wang Shuang. Hello, Brother Wang, my name is Fang Fei, I'm 21 years old, and a sophomore in the School of Electronic Information Engineering. A boy who was slightly taller seemed to be more talkative and introduced himself to Wang Shuang. Brother Wang, my name is Su Jia, I'm from the Department of Chemistry, I'm 20 years old, and I'm also a sophomore. Another shorter boy also spoke cautiously. While speaking, he would secretly glance at Wang Shuang from time to time, as if he was still in shock from Wang Shuang's horror just now. Why don't you act like beasts like them? Wang Shuang had nothing to do, and they had killed almost all the zombies on the third floor, so he asked curiously. When he entered the room just now, he saw a scene where everyone was crazy, and only these two boys could keep the bottom line of morality. There were very few people who could stick to their original intentions in that atmosphere. So, he was really curious. We are human beings, not animals. We would not do such a thing even if it means death. We wanted to stop them, but they are numerous and powerful, and we are alone and powerless, so we dare not step forward to stop them. The two people spoke excitedly at the beginning, but at the end, their voices gradually became smaller, and they felt a little helpless. Okay, good. You are brave enough to come with us. However, you need to change your cowardly habit. If you don't dare to take action against zombies, then you can't blame anyone if you die. Wang Shuang praised them, not hiding his admiration for them. He needed people who had a bottom line, people who would not worry that they would stab him in the back at any time. But he had to overcome his cowardice. The two looked at each other and knew that this might be their chance. If they didn't seize it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they agreed without hesitation. Brother Wang, don't worry, we too will follow you from now on. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Wang Shuang smiled and patted the two men on the shoulders. Haha, don't act like gangsters. We are all just helping each other. There is no one who listens to anyone else. In this doomsday, only by uniting together can we survive. Wang Hu didn't say a word the whole time, just looking at Wang Shuang, who was much younger than him, with admiration. He didn't expect that this young man who looked like a student was growing at an astonishing speed. It only took a few words from the beginning of their meeting to winning over the two of them. He increasingly felt that following Wang Shuang might be the best decision he had ever made in his life. Bang! The door reopened, and a group of girls walked out one after another. Although their clothes were still a little messy, they looked much better than before. However, their eyes were extremely red and swollen, as if they had been crying again. Let's go. Wang Shuang sighed and said nothing more. He was not good at comforting others, so he left this matter to Lin Xueqing and other girls, who were also girls. They couldn't help much anyway. Going downstairs again, Wang Shuang was at the front. Any zombie that had escaped the net would be killed with one knife as soon as it showed its head. It was extremely quick and neat. This demeanor even made a group of girls open their eyes wide. Although they already knew that Wang Shuang was very powerful, they didn't expect that he would be so terrifying when killing zombies, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Until they got out, Li Xin and others were guarding the bus vigilantly. They were stunned when they saw Wang Shuang leading a large group of girls out, but they didn't ask any more questions and just opened the door. "Everyone get in the car, we have to leave here quickly." Wang Shuang gave an order, and everyone got into the car in an orderly manner. When everyone was in the car, Wang Shuang was about to let Lin Yuan drive, but suddenly, his eyes fixed and he looked into the distance. There, a muscular man with a burly figure in a short-sleeved shirt punched a zombie, and the zombie was instantly knocked away. Its head was directly blown up, and red and white splashed everywhere. Wang Shuang used the eye of detection to look, and a set of data appeared in his mind. Innate Evolver, Power Evolver. Level 1. Skill, Power Rage, can increase your strength by 20 for a short period of time. Power, 2.0. Evaluation, Survival of the Fittest, Natural Selection. Evolvers are people who have unlocked the genetic constraints in their bodies and gained the ability to continue evolving. And power-type evolvers are people who can continuously evolve their own strength, making their strength stronger and stronger. Evolver, this is really a very strange name. I am really curious about how powerful the evolver is. Wang Shuang murmured to himself, with a flash of heat in his eyes. He had that strange power, and he was curious whether other people had it too. However, he found so many people, but he didn't find anyone who had it. But when he was about to leave, he met one. Wang Shuang had to thank fate for his arrangement. Zhang Yi looked at the zombies in front of him, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He didn't expect that after he woke up from his coma, he felt that he had powerful strength and could kill a zombie with one punch. He was also a member of the campus sports team, but he was on the basketball team. After the golden light rain, he fainted in the gymnasium. When he woke up again, he saw a group of people surrounding a man and gnawing at him. The man's stomach was hollowed out and his face was drooping. It was just like a horror movie that had just been released not long ago, Resident Evil. He was so scared that he ran away quickly, but he still met a zombie. Driven by the desire to survive, he picked up a dumbbell in the venue and smashed it directly at the zombie. He himself did not expect that his strength had increased a lot. He threw a 10-pound dumbbell as if he was throwing a ball, and directly blew the zombie's head. At the same time, a strange energy appeared directly in his body, and Zhang Yi felt that his strength instantly became a little stronger. When he tried to kill another zombie, his strength really increased a little bit. At this time, he understood that killing zombies could make him stronger. However, he was a little confused because he saw many people, but no one had the same strength as him. He kept hunting zombies in order to increase his strength. However, once the zombies increased in number, he did not dare to confront them head-on. After all, he was not Superman. If he was bitten or scratched by a zombie, he would probably become a monster like his doorman. He kept hunting lone zombies, but luckily he didn't encounter a large number of zombies. He happened to see a few zombies wandering around the library, so he excitedly wanted to kill them. Unexpectedly, he saw a bus at the entrance of the library, and there were people guarding it. The white sword light told him that they were not easy to mess with. Therefore, he did not dare to make any plans, but just carefully fought his monster on the side. Who would have thought that he had just killed a zombie and had not had time to experience the pleasure of increased strength, when a bus suddenly rushed towards him. Squeak! The bus stopped beside us, and the door suddenly opened. A young man walked out holding a silver-white tang sword. He looked very powerful. Wang Shuang didn't say any more nonsense. He just stretched out his hand and two small fireballs flew out and landed on the heads of the two zombies, instantly burning a hole and emitting a burning smell. The two zombies fell down instantly. What, magic? Spells? Not only Zhang Yi, but even the girls in the bus who had just been rescued looked at Wang Shuang in shock. Although they knew that Wang Shuang was powerful, they never thought that he could actually emit the legendary magical fireball. However, unlike Bai Lanqin and others who were simply shocked, Zhang Yi's shock was mixed with a hint of surprise. He always thought that he was that special person, but he didn't expect that there was someone similar to him, but much more powerful than him. My name is Wang Shuang. Fight with me. You can leave no matter you win or lose. Wang Shuang said calmly. But he seemed to have thought of something, and then he said, don't worry, I won't use knives and fireballs to deal with you. After that, he put away the Tang sword. He really wanted to know how strong the so-called evolvers were, and what the difference was between them and himself, an awakener. Okay. I haven't met anyone like you yet. Although I know I can't beat you, I still want to try. Zhang Ye's face also showed a hint of excitement. My name is Zhang Yi, remember my name. With a light shout of "Ha!" Zhang Yi took a step forward. He played basketball and was very skilled in the three-step layup. Therefore, his figure flashed quickly, and in less than 3 breaths, he rushed in front of Wang Shuang and threw a punch directly. Faintly, the air seemed to make a slight sound. Yes, very powerful. Wang Shuang smiled slightly. Without resisting, he just dodged to the side. His physical fitness has reached more than 3 times that of ordinary people, not only in terms of strength, but also in all aspects. His speed, reaction, and physical strength have reached a level that ordinary people can't imagine. Therefore, Zhang Yi, who seems to be extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people, is actually slowed down in Wang Shuang's eyes. Faster. Wang Shuang commented casually while dodging. Punch a little further outward. When Zhang Yi heard Wang Shuang's extremely irritating words, even his good-tempered self began to become furious. Seeing that Wang Shuang left an open door behind him while dodging, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and punched Wang Shuang again. This time, the air whistled and his strength increased instantly. Power rage. Come on. A smile flashed across Wang Shuang's eyes. Without even looking back, he reached out with his backhand and grabbed Zhang Ye's fist, bending it slightly. 3 times the force burst out, and a crack sounded directly. Zhang Ye's face changed, and he felt a force more terrifying than his own coming from Wang Shuang's palm, and his bones seemed to be displaced and crackling. With a bang, Wang Shuang loosened his clenched hands and pushed lightly, as if practicing Tai Chi, and Zhang Yi fell backwards continuously. How can the gap be so huge? Zhang Yi found it a little unbelievable. His strength was twice that of an ordinary person, but he did not expect to be beaten by Wang Shuang. They were not even on the same order of magnitude. Wang Shuang is so powerful, that guy can blow up a zombie with 1 punch and he's no match for me. The girls in the car spoke up one after another. It would be great if I were his girlfriend, a girl said with a sigh. Although it was unintentional, many girls' eyes were filled with strange colors. If they could really become Wang Shuang's girlfriend, with such a strong boyfriend, what would they worry about in the future? Especially Zhang Xin, the regret in her eyes became more and more intense. Why did she reject Wang Shuang at the beginning? If she hadn't rejected him, perhaps now, she should be the second person with a high status in the car. But there is no place in the world that sells medicine for regret, so she can only regret it in secret. You are quite strong, but your speed is not enough, and your attack method is not flexible enough. If you can correct these shortcomings, you may be able to fight with me. Wang Shuang laughed softly and made a judgment on this fight. But he was relieved in his heart. He thought that the so-called evolvers were very strong, but he didn't expect that they were just like this. They were just a little harder to kill than ordinary people, but for him, it was about the same, it just took a little more effort. However, Wang Shuang did not underestimate them. Since there are power-type evolvers, there should be speed-type evolvers, and even more terrifying evolvers. All of this is uncertain. Although Wang Shuang's words sounded extremely arrogant, they did not sound out of place to other people, because Wang Shuang had enough strength to say such words. After finishing speaking, Wang Shuang looked at the other party and smiled slightly. Zhang Yi, you have great abilities. Are you interested in joining us and working together to survive? This was naked solicitation. However, what everyone did not expect was that the man named Zhang Yi did not seem to be defeated at all. On the contrary, he looked at Wang Shuang with excitement. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll join you. Zhang Yi agreed very readily, as if he had been waiting for Wang Shuang to speak. You agreed so readily. No requirements. Zhang Ye's ready agreement caught Wang Shuang off guard. He was just trying to see if he could win over such a capable helper. After all, most of his team members were girls, and there were too few people who could fight. He had already prepared for failure, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Haha, a request. Just one request, that is to stay alive. Zhang Yi showed a bitter smile on his face, as if he understood what Wang Shuang was worried about. Now is the end of the world. If I can't find a strong helper or team, maybe I will be the next to die. Only by uniting together can we survive the crisis. Therefore, I promise you that it is better to save myself than to rely on you. I believe that with an outstanding leader like you, at least the hope of survival will be much greater than that of others. If one day I find that this team is not what I want it to be, then I will naturally leave. Zhang Yi spoke slowly and expressed all his inner thoughts without hiding anything. As soon as he said this, many people in the car couldn't help but frown. However, Wang Shuang seemed to have let go of a big stone and laughed. Haha, Zhang Yi, welcome to join us. This simple sentence made Wang Shuang completely accept Zhang Yi, the first evolver he met. The vehicle sped out of the campus. In the car, a group of people gathered together, discussing where to go next. Wang Shuang looked at the map of Jiangnan City in his hand and felt a headache. He was a homebody and apart from school, he had no idea where to go or where there were any suitable places nearby. We now need to find a place to stay and settle down before we can proceed with the next plan. Wang Shuang thought for a while and put forward his own idea. Yes, there are zombies everywhere outside now, and most of us here are girls, so the situation is very dangerous. Therefore, we have to find a place with fewer zombies, big houses, and safety. Li Xin added. But where can I find such a place? Someone asked with a wry smile. After this, everyone fell silent. Yes, we are all students and we don't go out much. Who knows where such a place is? Wang Shuang turned his gaze to Wang Hu. He had been in society for many years and should be familiar with the situation nearby. Wang Hu looked at Wang Shuang's questioning eyes and smiled bitterly. Brother Wang, don't look at me as someone who has been in society for many years. However, our real estate is so hot now that there are more people rushing to buy houses than houses. How can there be such a place as you say? Everyone was speechless, knowing that Wang Hu was right. Real estate in China was making huge profits these days. The houses built by developers were sold out before they were even completed. It was really difficult to find a place with big houses and few people. That's right. Suddenly, Wang Hu seemed to remember something, and he slapped his thigh with excitement. Everyone was startled by him and gave him a cold look. But Wang Hu didn't care, and said with a shining look in his eyes, Brother Wang, I thought of a place that must fit the bill. Where? Tell me quickly. Wang Shuang and others were also excited and urged with some anticipation. Jianzheng Garden. Wang Hu spoke word by word. Wang Shuang and the others were stunned, and immediately began to search on the map. Soon, a place appeared before them. Wang Hu introduced the place to them. Jianzheng Garden was built by Jiangnan Jiatian Group. It is located in the suburbs of Jiangnan City. The environment is quiet and sparsely populated. At the same time, the defense measures are very strong. There are single-family villas, each worth tens of millions. The people living in them are all dignitaries in Jiangnan City. It's only about 10 to 20 miles away from us. As long as we can occupy it and eliminate the zombies inside, I think both food and safety will be greatly guaranteed. Wang Shuang listened to Wang Hu's analysis and nodded continuously. When he finished speaking, he made the decision, okay, that's it. Yuren, here is the map, read it carefully, and set off to Jianzheng Garden. No one spoke anymore, obviously agreeing with this decision. Lin Yuren simply took a quick look at the map and memorized the route. After all, she was an excellent student at Jiangnan University, so memorizing a route map was extremely easy for her. With a boom, the bus sped up and rushed into the distance. Fortunately, Jiangnan University was not in the city, and there were not many vehicles on the road. Although there were many traffic accidents, there was still a path for the bus. If there were vehicles that could not pass, Wang Shuang and others would get off the bus and push them away to make way for the bus. The journey was only about 10 to 20 miles. The farther away from Jiangnan City, the fewer vehicles and zombies there were. But even so, Wang Shuang and his companions got off the bus 4 or 5 times to clear the way for the bus. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. The bus lights were turned on, illuminating the darkness ahead. Everyone was silent, looking at the darkness outside the window and listening to the inexplicable roars coming from time to time. They all felt extremely depressed and some girls even sobbed secretly. Wang Shuang felt a little annoyed when he saw everyone's depressed mood. No one had expected that the end of the world would come so suddenly without giving anyone the slightest preparation. "Do you want to smoke?" Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him, holding a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang looked up and saw it was Wang Hu. He took the cigarette, a flame appeared in his hand, lit the cigarette, and took a deep puff. Wang Hu took out a lighter and was about to light it, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, and had to light it for Li Xian who was approaching. Wang Shuang slowly exhaled a smoke ring and glanced at Wang Hu. "I don't smoke, cough cough," Wang Shuang said self-deprecatingly. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to be choked and coughed twice. "Who isn't? Didn't I not smoke before?" Li Xian smiled bitterly, took a deep puff, and also blew out a smoke ring. Cough cough. Many girls in the car couldn't help coughing. They couldn't stand the smell of smoke, but because of Wang Shuang, they didn't dare to speak, let alone express their dissatisfaction. "That's enough. Finish it. Don't you see there are girls in the car?" Wang Shuang put out the cigarette butt and threw it out the window. The other two did the same. This scene immediately changed the impression of the girls on Wang Shuang. They originally thought that Wang Shuang was a domineering and dictatorial person, but they didn't expect that he had such a delicate side. Especially Zhang Xian, looking at Wang Shuang's face that seemed to have become whiter, a hint of intoxication flashed in her eyes, and she regretted deeply why she had rejected his confession. It seems that he is not the kind of person who is hard-hearted and only cares about his own interests. Lin Xueqing, Zhang Yao, Wang Dan and other women couldn't help but think. Their eyes looking at Wang Shuang also became much softer. TSK, it seems that Boss Wang understands girls very well. He has captured the hearts of so many girls in an instant. Zhang Yi watched all this from the side, laughing in his heart. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, and when a voice sounded, everyone woke up. "We're at Jinseng Garden." Everyone looked out the window. Not far away, a group of villas stood quietly in front of them. There was no light, but with the help of the moonlight, everyone could vaguely see the outline. It was like a dark mouth that was about to swallow everything. Not far away, there were some mountains and forests with lush trees. A small river meandered behind the villa. The entire villa complex seemed silent, but everyone could faintly smell a pungent smell of blood, and they couldn't help but get closer together. Somewhat hesitant. "This is Jinseng Garden. Why does it feel like a haunted house?" Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with a solemn look, and he muttered in a low voice. However, this did not cause any objection from the crowd. In their opinion, this was almost like a haunted house. There's no other way. Even if it's a haunted house, we have to break in. Otherwise, there will be no place for us to rest. Wang Shuang took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone stay in the car, turn off the lights, and don't make any noise. Zhang Yi and I will go out to investigate. After we have dealt with the zombies inside, you can come down." After Wang Shuang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi shrugged indifferently, took a baseball, and jumped out of the car first. "Xiao Shuang, be careful." Li Xian knew that Wang Shuang wanted them to stay and protect these people, so he didn't say much and just reminded Wang Shuang. "Don't worry, these zombies can't do anything to me." Wang Shuang waved his hand and showed a victory gesture. He ran towards the darkness not far away without looking back. "Boss, don't you find it troublesome to take these women with you? Or are you interested in them?" The two quietly walked into the villa. On the way, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask Wang Shuang out of curiosity. This was the question in his mind. These women were all powerless and were completely a burden. He didn't understand why Wang Shuang wanted to save them. "I'm not that cold-blooded. I don't mind doing some good things within my power," Wang Shuang said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed, and he looked forward. When Zhang Yi saw Wang Shuang's actions, he immediately stopped and looked forward. With the help of moonlight, he could see a group of zombies in black suits constantly wandering around the gate. There were also quite a few zombies inside, including some wearing expensive clothes. It seemed that the residents here suddenly turned into zombies. The entire villa complex has about a dozen villas, surrounded by an iron fence. Each villa also has a separate fence, but it is made of wood and is as high as an adult man. "I'll go deal with the zombies at the door, you go open the door," Wang Shuang whispered. "Okay." Zhang Yi nodded and quietly moved forward. Wang Shuang was like a ghost floating forward. The silver-white long sword in his hand was faintly shining with a hint of coldness under the moonlight. With a "chi" sound, Zhang Yi only saw a flash of white light, and the three zombies that had been hanging around the door were instantly separated from their bodies, and streams of black blood continued to spurt out from their necks like a fountain. Bang! 3 bodies fell heavily, attracting the attention of the zombies not far away. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to step forward, took out a bunch of keys from a figure, and quickly opened the iron door. With a bang, the door opened, and Wang Shuang and his companions rushed in and immediately closed the door. He wanted to kill all the zombies here. Kill. Looking at the figures running towards here after hearing the noise, Wang Shuang's face revealed a hint of murderous intent and fanaticism. The same was true for Zhang Yi. They were evolvers, and as long as they could kill the zombies, they could continue to upgrade. Therefore, they were all extremely excited. Roar! The tall and strong zombie bodyguards ran towards here at a speed similar to that of ordinary people. Even with the help of moonlight, you could see that their mouths were full of blood. The 2 men, one holding a knife and the other holding a stick, rushed towards the zombies at the same time. Wang Shuang's tang sword flashed like a stream of light and directly cut a zombie running in front into 2 halves. Zhang Yi was not to be outdone. He swung out with the strength of 2 adult men in his body and directly smashed the head of a zombie. Red and white splashed everywhere. The zombies had no idea what fear was, nor did they know pain. Even though their companions were killed so easily by Wang Shuang and his men, they still moved forward without fear of life or death. Chichichi! Wang Shuang exerted the power of the tang sword to the extreme. He used the extremely basic techniques such as chopping, splitting, stabbing and picking skillfully, as if he had practiced it countless times, and in fact he had practiced it countless times. 2 zombies roared and tried to pounce on Wang Shuang from behind. Wang Shuang dealt with the 3 zombies in front of him, turned around and chopped them off in half. Energy that could not be seen by the naked eye continued to flow into his body. Zhang Yi himself was also extremely powerful. Most of the zombies were dealt with by Wang Shuang, and he only had to face a few zombies. Therefore, Zhang Yi fully demonstrated his strength as a power-type evolver, and he blasted all the zombies into pieces with one blow. Perhaps there were not many security guards in the community, so after the 2 men killed more than a dozen zombies, there were no more zombies left. "Brother Wang, are all the zombies in the villa?" Zhang Yi, covered in blood, came to Wang Shuang and asked with some confusion. "Maybe, but we can't worry about that. It's getting dark now. We need to clear out a villa for us to rest. We can talk about the rest tomorrow." Wang Shuang shook his head and said in a deep voice. Although they are evolvers, they are also human beings. They feel very tired after continuous fighting. Zhang Yi nodded, agreeing with Wang Shuang's words. The 2 of them took a casual look and set their eyes on a villa closest to the entrance. Wang Shuang and the other men simply jumped over the fence and walked into the house. The house was pitch black, without a sound. Both men were very careful. Although they were not afraid of zombies, they would be finished if they were caught or bitten by one. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. It seemed that no one was there, as if the owner had forgotten to lock the door. 2 people tiptoed in, and with a click, the light in the house was turned on, and the whole villa became bright in an instant. Hiss! Both of them couldn't help but gasp, not because of the zombies, but because of the luxury here. The hall, which was several hundred square meters, was magnificent, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging on the ceiling, a huge spiral staircase leading directly to the 3rd floor, and a layer of white carpet on the ground. The brands of the sofa, coffee table, and TV were all unfamiliar to them, and even the kitchen was bigger than their living room. The walls were covered with portraits of celebrities, works by world-class painters such as Van Gogh and Picasso. The 2 began searching every room, even the toilet, and turned the entire villa upside down. What they didn't expect was that there was a huge swimming pool on the third floor, which made them stunned. They really didn't understand the world of the rich. Okay, we can bring them in. You wait here, I'll pick them up. Wang Shuang said to Zhang Yi, who was slumped on the sofa and unwilling to get up. Yeah, Zhang Yi replied lazily, half-closed his eyes on the sofa, and seemed to be enjoying it. Wang Shuang rolled his eyes at him unhappily and left. On the other side, after Wang Shuang left, everyone in the car stayed in the car uneasily, praying that Wang Shuang could come back safely and take them away. Brother Li, are you Brother Wang's classmate? Wang, who looked at the darkness outside the window, came to Li Xin and asked curiously. Li Xin turned around, looked at Wang Hu, and smiled faintly. We are brothers, the kind that can go through life and death together. Then he turned his head away. Wang Hu's face flashed with envy, knowing that the relationship between Li Xin and Wang Shuang was probably unmatched by anyone present. Hey, the light is on over there. Li Xin suddenly exclaimed, waking up the people in the car who were worried and anxious. They leaned over the windows to look. As expected, they saw that the light in the villa complex closest to the gate was on, illuminating the surrounding environment. It's really lit up. Could it be that they have dealt with the zombies? Great, we can go in right away. Everyone was instantly excited, and were looking forward to Wang Shuang coming back to take them into rest. Only Wang Hu and Li Xin still did not dare to let their guard down, and were somewhat worried about their safety. Someone. Suddenly, Li Xin shouted softly, his eyes looking straight in one direction. The muscles all over his body were tense and he looked extremely nervous. Everyone was startled and they couldn't help but look in the direction Li Xin was looking. A black shadow came running from a distance at an extremely fast speed. Everyone's face changed instantly and they were all a little frightened, but the next moment they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They all recognized that the figure was Wang Shuang. Xiao Shuang is back. Open the door quickly. Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Shuang and spoke quickly. The car door opened and Wang Shuang appeared in the car. Looking at the tired looks of the people, he smiled and said, I have found a place to rest. Everyone follow me. The car drove to the door of the villa and stopped. Everyone was really tired and didn't want to move anything anymore, so they just found a room in groups of 3 or 4 and started to rest. There are many rooms in the villa, and each room has enough space. Therefore, after everyone has rested, only Wang Shuang, Li Xin, Zhang Yi, and Wang Hu are left in the living room. They sit on the sofa, staring at each other. What are you doing here? Why don't you go and take a rest? Wang Shuang looked at the 3 of them and said unhappily. Hey, Brother Wang, you go and rest first. I'll be on guard. You've been fighting all day today, and I'm sure you're exhausted. Wang Hu smiled naively. Li Xin and Zhang Yi both nodded. They knew that Wang Shuang had been through too many battles throughout the day and was probably exhausted. Therefore, they wanted him to rest. After all, Wang Shuang's ability was related to everyone's safety. Okay, don't all of you be on alert. Leave one person on alert and the others can take turns to rest. Wang Shuang did not object when he heard their words. He was indeed exhausted after the day's constant fighting. Although his supernatural powers had been enhanced a lot, his physical fatigue could not be concealed. After saying that, he casually found a room to rest, locked the door, lay down on the soft big bed, and soon fell into a dream. Wang Shuang slept very deeply. When he woke up, the dazzling sunlight shone on his face. Ah, it seems I have slept for a long time. Wang Shuang smiled bitterly, opened his sleepy eyes, and without even bothering to brush his teeth or wash his face, he just turned over, walked out of the room and came to the living room. Xiao Shuang, you're awake. Come and have some breakfast. Li Xin greeted her when he saw Wang Shuang coming out. Wang Shuang looked at the bread, ate treasure porridge, ham and other foods on the table in front of him with some astonishment, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. A large group of people gathered together to receive the food. Each person received a bowl of porridge, a piece of bread, and a piece of ham. Li Xin looked at Wang Shuang, handed him a bottle, and took several pieces of bread and a pack of sausages, and stuffed them directly into Wang Shuang's hands. This made the other people's eyes flash with envy, because they could only eat a little, but Wang Shuang could eat as much as he wanted. Wang Shuang noticed the envious looks in everyone's eyes, but he didn't say anything. After having a delicious breakfast, Wang Shuang gathered everyone together. Now, we need to go out and clear out the zombies in other villas. Therefore, 6 of us, Li Xian, Zhang Yi, Wang Hu, Su Jie, and Fang Fei, will go out. The rest of you will stay at home and move all the supplies in the car into the house. Wang Shuang began to assign tasks. He had to thoroughly clear the surrounding environment to prevent potential dangers. Wang Shuang, I want to fight too. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded. Wang Shuang was startled. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Xueqing. At this moment, she was looking at him with bright eyes and a firm face. Everyone else looked at Lin Xueqing in surprise, not understanding why she would make such a choice, especially Zhang Yao, who kept pulling at her clothes from behind. But Lin Xueqing seemed not to see it. You want to fight? Wang Shuang frowned. It's not that he looked down on these girls, but they were so scared of zombies that they couldn't move. Fighting was no different from committing suicide. That's right, I don't want to be a burden, I want to fight. Lin Xueqing stared straight at Wang Shuang, her eyes were extremely clear. She was a smart woman, she knew that the only reliable thing in the end times was her own strength, only with her own strength, she could be considered a valuable person, and only valuable people had the capital to survive in the end times. Wang Shuang looked at her deeply, as if he knew her for the first time, nodded, and said in a deep voice, Okay, I promise you, but you must obey orders outside, otherwise, don't go out. Yes, sir. Lin Xueqing smiled, and it seemed as if all the flowers were blooming in an instant, which made Wang Shuang lose his mind for a moment. Boss, let's go too. After the first one, there was a second one. Seeing that a girl had the courage to go out and fight, Xiaobai and Zhang Ming, who were hiding in the back, the 2 little guys who had followed Wang Hu, couldn't help but get excited and stood up and spoke loudly. You 2 stay at home. If anything unexpected happens, call for help in time. Wang Shuang rejected the 2 people's request. Except Xiaobai and Zhang Ming, whoever is willing to go can join us. I will try my best to ensure your safety. Wang Shuang did not say anything else. The more people who wanted to fight, the better. At least it meant that they were not the kind of people who would just sit back and wait to die. Moreover, Wang Shuang believed that there would not be many zombies in this environment. This could be an opportunity to hone everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more girls came out. Wang Shuang looked over and saw that it was Xie Lingyu, who had boldly expressed her love to him before, an extremely open-minded girl. The other 2 were Zhang Xian and Bai Lanqin. They all came out for different reasons, but this was the first step for them to be recognized by Wang Shuang. Okay, let's go. I, Li Xian, Xueqing, Zhang Xian, Bai Lanqin, and Xie Lingyu are in one group, Zhang Yi, Wang Hu, Su Jie, and Fang Fei are in another group. Everyone separate. We go from left to right, and you go from right to left. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately. Wang Shuang said calmly. He put all the girls in his group because he didn't want to put too much pressure on Zhang Yi and the other 2. He also feared that if they encountered danger, they would not be able to rescue them in time, and the 2 girls would die in vain. Seeing that they were assigned to Wang Shuang, the girls couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After yesterday, they had developed an inexplicable trust in Wang Shuang, believing that with Wang Shuang around, there was nothing he couldn't solve. Everyone was divided into groups and began to clear the surrounding villas. Wang Shuang led a group of girls and ran to the villa closest to his residence. Each villa was nearly 100 meters apart, leaving enough privacy, which also made Wang Shuang and others sigh that he was a rich man. The door of the first villa was tightly closed. Wang Shuang walked in front and knocked on the door hard, but there was no sound. Wang Shuang kicked it directly. The terrifying force kicked the door away, revealing the scene inside. It was extremely spacious inside, like a small football field, and was decorated luxuriously. There was a plate of fresh fruit and water stains on the table in the living room. Wang Shuang went in first, followed closely by 4 girls, with Li Xian at the end. It seems that there is someone in this room. Wang Shuang said to himself. After that, he turned and looked at the others. Everyone, pay attention. There must have been someone in this room before, and they may be hiding somewhere. Hearing Wang Shuang's words, everyone's faces changed, they all turned pale with fright, and surrounded Wang Shuang tightly, as if only in this way could they have a little safety. Shaking his head, Wang Shuang looked around the villa carefully, opening the rooms one by one. Many of the rooms were empty. He came to the second floor and found a room facing the stairs. The door was locked from the inside. Wang Shuang's face darkened and he slowly clenched the tang sword in his hand. Call. A ball of fire suddenly appeared in Wang Shuang's hand and fell on the door handle, burning a big hole directly. With a pop, the door slowly opened. When everyone looked, a woman with loose hair was squatting on the ground with her back to them, and she seemed to be sobbing. Level 0 zombies, low-level creatures that move based on instinct. Their only weapons of attack are their teeth and claws. They will turn ordinary people who are hurt into zombies like them. Their only weakness is their brains. Skill, bite infection. Danger level, low. Wang Shuang did not rush forward, but used the detection eye directly, and information appeared in his mind. The information that appeared this time was slightly different from the first time he checked, and it was also more specific. This is a zombie, be careful. Wang Shuang explained in a low voice to the people behind him. They were not stupid. After all, such a strange guy was obviously not a normal human being. Roar. The woman seemed to have heard a sound behind her. She turned around, revealing a face covered in blood and a mouth full of minced meat. Only then could everyone see that in front of her was a corpse that had been torn to pieces, with its stomach almost emptied and intestines all over the floor. Ugh! When the girls saw this scene, their faces turned pale, and they bent down, almost vomiting. But the zombies didn't give them time. Seeing so many people appear, her desire for fresh meat made her pounce on Wang Shuang and others. Xiao Shuang, leave it to me. At this time, Li Xian stepped forward quickly, said casually, and aimed the tang knife at the female zombie who was rushing towards him. With a swish, the knife fell and a large stream of black blood spurted out from the neck of the female corpse. The headless corpse fell down instantly. Solved. Li Xian turned around and gave a victorious smile to several people, but no one cared about him. They all looked behind him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Wang Shuang was looking behind him in surprise. Li Xian thought there were zombies behind him, so he quickly turned his head. His eyes widened instantly, and he looked in great surprise at a white ball of light standing quietly above the female zombie, like a small sun, with something that looked like a book page floating inside it. Is this the kind of thing that Xiao Shuang got? Li Xian swallowed and spoke with some difficulty, his eyes revealing undisguised ecstasy. Congratulations, Xiao Xian. Take it quickly, let me see what it is. Wang Shuang looked at Li Xian's appearance and congratulated him with a bit of amusement. But he was really surprised, because the probability of getting something when killing zombies was too small. He killed so many zombies but only got 2. Therefore, seeing his best brother have such luck, he was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. The other girls looked at Li Xian with envy. Killing a zombie would give them something to drop. They really wished they had killed the zombie themselves. When Li Xian heard what Wang Shuang said, he couldn't help but step forward and pick up the ball of light. With a thought, he silently chanted, "Fusion." The ball of light broke, and the things inside it instantly merged into his body. After only a few breaths, Li Xian opened his eyes again and looked at Wang Shuang with excitement. Wang Shuang did not use the eye of detection, but he also wanted to know what Li Xian had obtained. Xiao Shuang, I have also become an evolver, haha. Li Xian spoke to Wang Shuang excitedly. Evolver, what are your abilities? Wang Shuang was not too surprised. He had guessed the situation when he saw the page. The only thing he was curious about was what his abilities were. Lin Xueqing and other girls also looked at Li Xian with curiosity. Look at my skill, extreme speed. Li Xian smiled mysteriously, and his figure flashed quickly, like a half-shadow, constantly running in the room. Wow, what a fast speed! Xieling Yu exclaimed, somewhat unable to believe that the originally ordinary Li Xian could suddenly possess a speed more than twice that of an ordinary person. Wang Shuang's pupils contracted as he looked at Li Xin's figure. His brain automatically slowed down the pace, and it felt like he was only slightly faster than an ordinary person. He could grab and control him in an instant. Wang Shuang then turned on his detection eye, and data appeared in his mind. Acquired Evolver, Speed Evolver. Level 1. Skill, Extreme Speed, can increase your speed by twice for a short period of time. Speed, 1.5. Evaluation, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Speed-type evolvers are a type of evolver that is opposite to strength-type evolvers. When they evolve to the extreme, they can have true extreme speed. Seeing the information in his mind, Wang Shuang was a little enlightened. He knew that there were actually distinctions between innate and acquired evolvers. Li Xin was not only an acquired evolver, but also a relatively rare speed-type evolver. It seems that those who evolved in the golden reign of light at that time were innate evolvers, and those who evolved afterwards, whether through genetic mutations or through skill books, were acquired evolvers. Wang Shuang murmured to himself. Haha, isn't that awesome? Xiao Shuang, I won't be afraid of zombies anymore. Li Xin stopped running beside Wang Shuang and looked at Wang Shuang with a proud look on his face. Look how proud you are. Do you think there is no danger for evolvers? Even if there are too many zombies, they can still kill you. You can't run away even if you want to. Wang Shuang poured a basin of cold water on him angrily. Hee hee. Li Xin seemed not to hear it and just kept grinning foolishly. After Li Xin became an evolver, Wang Shuang was relieved to let him search alone. The six of them quickly cleaned up the entire house and found another zombie, which was neatly dealt with by Wang Shuang. Then everyone left and ran to other places. Wang Shuang and his team were responsible for less than 5 villas. Soon, the first few villas were also cleaned up, and all the zombies in them were dealt with by Wang Shuang and his team. At the same time, in order to train them, Wang Shuang broke the limbs of some zombies, hoping that they would deal with the zombies by themselves and overcome their fear of zombies. However, facing the scary-looking zombies, only a little girl like Xie Yu could be ruthless enough to kill them. Lin Xueqing, Zhang Xin, and Bai Lanqin were all hesitant, and all the courage they had when they first came out was gone with fear. You guys, if you still can't overcome the fear of zombies, then don't come out next time. You don't even dare to face them, and you still want to fight. Wang Shuang said indifferently while leading the way. He was not a good person. If they were hopeless, then he could only give up on training them. The girls couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when they heard this, but there was a hint of pride in Xie Yu's eyes, as if she was proud of her courage being stronger than theirs. The last villa is 500 meters away from where Wang Shuang and others live. It is extremely secluded and quiet. Green pines stand in the garden, swaying in the wind. Wang Shuang frowned. He suddenly felt a faint sense of danger. This came from his intuition, and his intuition had never let him down. What's wrong, Xiao Shuang? Seeing the expression on Wang Shuang's face, Li Xin asked with some confusion. Wang Shuang felt the danger ahead again, and the sense of danger became stronger and stronger. He could not help but said in a deep voice, "Be careful, there is danger. Xiao Xin, you protect them." Before the girls could react, they heard Wang Shuang's hurried words, and they couldn't help but feel confused. But before these doubts could be answered, a gray figure rushed over here like lightning, faster than Li Xin's skill. Ah! With a scream, the women retreated back in fear. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Shuang's eyes, without a trace of fear. With the Tang sword in his hand, he slashed in the direction where the figure was running. Chi sparks appeared, and the figure running towards him at a high speed clashed with Wang Shuang's Tang sword. He jumped aside in a flash, and a pair of gray eyes looked at him lifelessly. At this time, everyone saw the true face of the other party. He was 1.56 meters tall, extremely thin, extremely pale, with a mouth full of sharp teeth covered with blood-red flesh, and a pair of 5-centimeter-long nails on his palms. It was his nails that came into direct contact with Wang Shuang's Tang Dao. At this moment, a clear crack appeared on his left-hand nail. After all, no matter how sharp the nails were, they could not compare to the sword made of steel. What kind of monster is this? Li Xin stood in front of the girls and looked at the monster in front of him, feeling curious. Wang Shuang took advantage of the monster's retreat and looked directly at it with his detection eye. Level 1 speed zombie, 3 times faster than a normal zombie, with the strength of an adult. Its weakness is that its defense is not strong enough. Skills, none. Threat level, medium. Speed type zombie. Wang Shuang was shocked. Li Xin had just acquired the skill of extreme speed, and they actually encountered a speed type zombie. Wang Shuang felt as if God was playing a joke on them. Be careful, this is a speed type zombie, 3 times faster than an ordinary person. Don't get hurt by him. Wang Shuang said in a deep voice without turning his head. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words, and they cautiously took several steps back. The zombie looked at Wang Shuang, and his low IQ made him pounce on him without any hesitation. Whoosh! This zombie was extremely fast, and the sound of it tearing through the air continued to ring out. Even with Wang Shuang's current physical fitness, he could only vaguely see his figure. However, Wang Shuang was not too worried. After all, his speed was 3 times that of an ordinary person. A cold light flashed in Wang's eyes, and the Tang sword drew an arc, colliding with the opponent's nails and emitting sparks. Roar! A flash of anger flashed in the zombie's eyes, and several of his nails broke. In an instant, his speed increased again, and even Wang Shuang couldn't see clearly. He pounced on Wang Shuang from the side, and his sharp claws seemed to be able to cut everything. Go to hell! Wang Shuang dodged the attack by leaning sideways, and turned around and chopped back with his Tang Dao, but the opponent dodged it easily. Damn, these fast-moving zombies are hard to kill. Wang Shuang thought in frustration. The zombie saw that Wang Shuang's speed and reaction were no slower than his, and he couldn't help but get angry. He looked at Li Xin, Lin Xueqing, and other girls with his gray-white pupils, roared, turned into a residual shadow, and ran directly towards them. Not good. Wang Shuang's face changed, and he wanted to step forward, but it was too late. Several girls screamed in fear. Li Xin was not afraid at all, but only solemn and excited. Although he became an evolver, he had never really fought against that special zombie, so he was eager to try. However, he did not lose his mind and knew to protect the girls behind him. Kill! With a loud shout, Li Xin activated his ability, Extreme Speed. His speed also increased dramatically, and the 3-foot-long black Tang sword drew a line of defense in front of him. With a chi sound, as if he did not expect Li Xin's speed to suddenly become so fast, a deep wound was directly cut on his body. He was stopped for a moment, and black blood flowed out. However, zombies have no sense of pain, and they will not feel pain even if they are chopped into pieces. Roar seemed to become extremely angry. The zombie only stopped for a moment and rushed towards Lin Xueqing and the girls again. Ah, help! Lin Xueqing and other girls were frightened and screamed, and some were so timid that they closed their eyes. Destroy! Just as the women were horrified, a voice appeared, and a huge fireball appeared directly behind the zombie, fell on his head, and directly blew up his head. The girls turned around and saw that Wang Shuang was stretching out his fingers, with sparks appearing on his hands from time to time. Everyone okay? Wang Shuang asked with a bright smile. He didn't want to use fire energy, but the zombie was too fast, so he had to use it to prevent the girls from getting into danger. However, in order to prevent one fireball from not being able to deal with the opponent, he sent out 5 or 6 fireballs in a row, which merged into a big fireball and dealt with the opponent in one go, which made Wang Shuang vaguely have some ideas about his own abilities. Wang Shuang, thank you for saving us again. Lin Xueqing and the other girls calmed down and thanked Wang Shuang, who came forward. Especially Zhang Xin and Bai Lanqin, who used to look down on Wang Shuang, did not expect that they would be saved by Wang Shuang again and again. Thinking of what they said before, that they would do anything for whoever could save them, they couldn't help but blush. Wang Shuang ignored them, just looked at the dead zombie in front of him, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that nothing was revealed." Although he said so, there was no great regret in his eyes, because after killing this zombie, the energy in his body surged again. Now he detected his situation again, and it changed a lot. The Awakener. Level 1. Innate Skill. Acquired Skills, 1. Fireball, Level 1, can send out 25 small fireballs. 2. Eye of detection, level 1, can detect item information no higher than 2 levels of its own. Physical fitness, 3.5. Now Wang Shuang has a vague estimate of his own strength, and perhaps it won't be long before he will advance again. Wang Shuang was thinking about his own things and ignored the others, which made the girls speechless. They were not as attractive as a zombie. It was already afternoon when Wang Shuang and his friends returned to their residence. They spent most of the day cleaning up this wealthy community, but fortunately, they were safe. When they returned to their residence, they found that Zhang Yi, Wang Hu, and the other 4 had returned. "You guys came back pretty early, is there anything unexpected?" They didn't seem to be in any trouble, but just in case, Wang Shuang still asked out of habit. "Hee, boss, what kind of accidents could happen in such a remote place? There are just a few zombies trapped in the room. It's easy to catch them." Before Zhang Yi could speak, Wang Hu answered as if he was offering a treasure. After Wang Hu finished speaking, Wang Shuang also briefly described the situation he and others encountered, and everyone kept exclaiming, especially Zhang Yi, who looked regretful. He wanted to see the power of special zombies. At the same time, everyone congratulated Li Xin for becoming an evolver, and they couldn't help but envy him. "It's time to eat." At this time, a voice came. Wang Shuang turned his head and saw bowls of fragrant beef noodles neatly placed on a tray. Some bowls contained canned meat, ham, eggs and other mixed vegetables, while some had only a bowl of egg noodles. "Wait, what kind of water did you boil?" Wang Shuang's face changed and he asked anxiously. He had watched the Resident Evil movie many times before and knew that it was easy to get infected if you drank raw water casually. Although this was not a plot in the movie, he had to be on guard. "Don't worry, we are using bottled purified water that has not been opened yet. The gas stove here is still usable, so I cooked some noodles for everyone." Zhang Yao stepped forward, wiped the sweat from her forehead due to cooking, and explained to everyone. Wang Shuang looked at the dinner in front of him with some confusion, and looked at Zhang Yao in confusion, but before Zhang Yao could speak, Li Xin took the initiative to step forward to explain. "Xiao Shuang, our food supply is simply not enough for so many people. Therefore, if we want to continue to survive, we must implement a food distribution system. I thought about it and decided to temporarily divide us into combatants and non-combatants. The combatants can get 2 bottles of porridge, 3 loaves of bread, 3 pieces of ham, a box of canned food, and 2 bowls of noodles per person per day. The other non-combatants can only get 3 pieces of bread, a bottle of porridge, and a piece of ham per day. As for water, combatants get 3 bottles of water a day, and non-combatants only get 1 bottle of water." Li Xin said as he looked at Wang Shuang's expression. He thought he would be angry and blame himself for being cold-blooded and self-willed. Unexpectedly, Wang Shuang just frowned, his eyes kept changing, as if he was thinking about whether this approach was a good idea. Li Xin seemed to have thought of something, and said to Wang Shuang, "Xiao Shuang, as for you, you can eat whatever you want. After all, you are the strongest among us, and you are related to the life and death of everyone, so you don't have to follow this rule." Wang Shuang was shocked. Although he knew that if such a statement was made before the end of the world, he would definitely be criticized by countless people, but in this end of the world, not only can he say it, but he can also do it openly. Although others are somewhat dissatisfied, no one dares to say it out loud. Wang Shuang couldn't help but feel that ambition was gradually taking root in his heart. "Wang Shuang, isn't this a bit too unfair? After all, we are all classmates." Before Wang Shuang could speak, Lin Xueqing questioned with an ugly face. These words instantly awakened Wang Shuang. His eyes became indifferent. Looking at that extremely delicate face, he made a decision in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Fairness, who rescued you from the zombies, who led you here, and who fed you and kept you away from the threat of zombies?" "It was me." "You were all scared half to death by the zombies. Has anyone among you killed a zombie yourself?" "No, now that everyone has just settled down, you are talking about fairness. Okay, let's talk about fairness. You can choose not to accept this system, then find someone who can give you fairness." He turned to look at the others and continued, "This sentence also applies to you. If you don't accept it, you can just leave. I will never stop you." At the end, Wang Shuang picked up a bowl of egg noodles filled with canned meat and ham and started eating. Li Xin, Zhang Yi, Wang Hu and others looked at Lin Xueqing, shook their heads, picked up their own dinner, and started eating. Everyone who was frightened by Wang Shuang's words looked at each other, pretending not to see anything and quietly ate their own dinner. They were not stupid, following Wang Shuang had food and drink, and the dangers were solved by Wang Shuang and others. Moreover, they were classmates, and with this friendship, Wang Shuang would never treat them too badly. Therefore, they all chose to pretend not to hear Wang Shuang's words. Lin Xueqing looked at everyone with a miserable face. She was speaking for them, but no one came to support her. This was a deep blow to her, who had always been a favored girl. Xueqing, accept your fate. Now we all rely on Wang Shuang to survive. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Be patient. I hope my father is okay. Maybe he will send someone to save us. Zhang Yao walked to Lin Xueqing with a bowl of noodles and handed it to her, saying helplessly, Yao Yao, am I wrong? Lin Xueqing took over and asked dazedly. You are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong. After dinner, Wang Shuang gathered everyone together to discuss future plans. Xiao Shuang, I think we now have 3 evolvers, which is enough for self-protection, but I feel that we need to continue fighting zombies to evolve our abilities. Li Xin was the first to speak and put forward his opinion. Why? Can't we wait here for the government's rescue? There are no zombies here, and we have food and water. I believe that if we hold on for a while, we can wait for the army's rescue. Someone objected. Wang Hu sneered when he heard this, rescue. The apocalypse broke out suddenly. Even if the army still exists, it must have been in chaos. Come to rescue you. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Yi simply said, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Wang Shuang did not say anything. He looked at the expressions of the crowd and knew what they were thinking. He said calmly, you know, I found a very serious problem. As soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. Seeing everyone's gaze, Wang Shuang continued, I found that ordinary zombies seem to be constantly evolving, but because the time is too short, the extent of evolution is not too large. It was as if a huge rock was thrown into the river, causing huge waves. Everyone's face changed color. They had all seen the horror of zombies. They couldn't deal with ordinary zombies. If the zombies evolved further, they really didn't dare to imagine the future. Wang Shuang, are you telling the truth? Zhang Yao asked with some difficulty. Although she knew that Wang Shuang would not lie to them, she still hoped that this was a joke Wang Shuang played on them. If we just sit there and wait for death, then sooner or later we will be wiped out. Only by constantly killing zombies before they evolve to become stronger can we raise our own level and evolve to become stronger than the zombies, so that we can protect ourselves. Wang Shuang looked around at everyone and said, how could this happen? The women all shook their heads in confusion, muttering to themselves, as if they couldn't believe they would get such news. On the contrary, the men were all excited when they heard the news, especially Li Xin and Zhang Yi. As evolvers, they would evolve as long as they could hunt zombies. Therefore, for them, this place was heaven. So, give up those unrealistic ideas. Only by relying on yourself and fighting continuously can you survive in this apocalypse. Wang Shuang looked around at everyone, paused, and then slowly spoke, now we are going to start assigning tasks. With this community as the core, the personnel are divided into combatants and non-combatants. Combatants are responsible for fighting zombies outside, and non-combatants stay at home. However, they are not idle. Those who stay at home are responsible for searching for supplies. There are many villas around, and there must be a lot of things that can be used in them. They are responsible for moving them. Now, I give you a chance to choose, do you want to fight or stay at home? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zinzhangai and others stepped directly to Wang Shuang's side. None of the boys chose to stay here, they all hoped to fight, which made Wang Shuang feel relieved that he did not save the wrong person. However, what surprised Wang Shuang was that Lin Yuren and Xie Lingyu also stood up. At the same time, Lin Xueqing actually retreated and no longer had the courage to fight with him at the beginning. Oh, forget it, maybe I overestimated her. Wang Shuang couldn't help but sigh, a hint of disappointment flashed through his heart. But everyone has their own aspirations, so he couldn't say anything. Maybe he was too harsh on her just now, but he didn't regret it. Okay, then let's start arranging personnel and assigning tasks. Wang Shuang saw that no one else had made a choice, so he started assigning tasks directly. Next, they continued to propose various plans, including where to fight the zombies, location, time period, how to allocate manpower, how to call for help when encountering danger, and other specific issues were taken into consideration. After all, this time it was no longer as simple as cleaning up here. The zombies outside were mostly in groups, and there were no shortage of special zombies. Therefore, no matter how careful you were, it was never too careful. The next day, Wang Shuang and his companions drove along the road they had come from, heading towards Jiangnan City according to the plan they had made yesterday. They had already told the people who stayed here not to open the door no matter what happened. Jiangnan City was famous for its large population. Even if it was not in the city center, zombies could be seen appearing from time to time. Wang Shuang and others were sitting in the car. When they saw the zombies appearing one after another, they couldn't help but frown and spoke to Lin Yuren, who was driving in front. Yuren, stop the car. While there are not many zombies left, exercise your courage first. The bus stopped instantly, and Wang Shuang got off first. Although Lin Yuren was scared, he still mustered up his courage, picked up a sharpened stick, and got off the bus tremblingly with Xie Yu, who was also a little nervous. Roar. There were 10 zombies attracted by the sound of the vehicle. Each of them was bitten to pieces and covered in blood as they ran towards the crowd. Don't kill them, cripple all their limbs and give them a chance to practice. Wang Shuang said to Li Xian, Zhang Yi, and others without taking action. After that, he looked at Xiao Bai, Fang Fei, Su Jie, and Zhang Ming and thought for a while before saying, as for you, each of you will have a zombie and practice your fighting skills. Remember, don't try to be brave. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian, Zhang Yi, and Wang Hu rushed out. Li Xian's figure seemed to turn into a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters. The black tang sword was like a flash of lightning, directly cutting off the limbs of the 2 zombies and turning them into 2 human sticks. Zhang Yi was not so fast, but his strength was surprisingly great. With one swing of his stick, he directly broke the limbs of a zombie. In just a few breaths, the 2 zombies also fell directly to the ground, unable to move. Although Wang Hu is not an evolver, he has fought with Wang Shuang many times and has rich experience. He does not engage in direct contact with zombies, but adopts roundabout tactics, fighting only one zombie at a time. Therefore, he soon cut off the limbs of the 2 zombies. The other 4 people each held a sharpened wooden stick and picked up a zombie. Although they were not very used to fighting zombies, there was not much trouble and they all killed each other without any danger. Wang Shuang looked at the performance of the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that these people would be his good helpers in the future, so he took the trouble to train them. Okay, you 2, go kill those 6 zombies now. Wang Shuang turned around and glanced at Lin Yuren and Xie Yu, looking forward to their performance. The 2 girls looked at each other, clenched the sharp wooden sticks in their hands, and walked forward step by step. Looking at the zombies that were still struggling with broken limbs, fear flashed in their eyes. Ah! With a scream, Xie Yu raised the wooden stick in her hand, closed her eyes, and stabbed it hard on the head of the zombie below. After all, she had this kind of experience before, so she was not as hesitant as Lin Yuren. Puff! A red and white substance splashed all over the ground as the wooden stick was pulled out. The pungent smell of blood made the 2 girls feel nauseous at the same time. Since it had already begun, Xie Yu no longer hesitated and attacked again, killing the remaining 2 zombies one by one. This behavior made Wang's eyes show a hint of admiration, and he had a higher opinion of her in his heart. As if inspired by Xie Yu's actions, Lin Yuren, the once good girl in school, hardened her heart and kept telling herself that they were no longer human beings. If she didn't kill them, she would die. She closed her eyes, raised the wooden stick and stabbed them. With a puff sound, the wooden stick pierced directly into the zombie's shoulder. Opening his eyes and seeing his masterpiece, Lin Yuren's face turned red. He stabbed again and finally killed the zombie successfully. After all the zombies here were dealt with, Wang Shuang looked at the faint figure in front of him and said lightly, "Let's go, kill as many as we can, maybe it won't be so easy in the future." 1 day passed. Wang Shuang and others killed their way from the vicinity of Jinseng Garden Community to the vicinity of Jiangnan University. They killed hundreds of zombies, but half of them were killed by Wang Shuang himself. Wang Shuang found that he only needed a few more to advance, so he was extremely crazy when facing the zombies. After hundreds of zombies were killed, a large amount of energy rushed into his body crazily, and was absorbed by the black hole in his body, and then poured out again, allowing Wang Shuang to be promoted to level 2 smoothly. At this moment, Wang Shuang looked at his data again. The Awakener. Level 2. Innate skill. Acquired skill, Fireball, level 2, can emit 40 small fireballs. Eye of Detection, level 2, can detect information on items no higher than 2 levels of its own. Power, 4.5. Speed, 4.0. Spiritual power, 4.8. Wang Shuang was stunned for a moment as he watched his data become more specific, and then he realized that his detection eye had been upgraded to level 2, so it showed his data more specifically. However, Wang Shuang did not expect that his strength data was actually higher than his speed data, and what he did not expect was that his mental power was actually the strongest. He could not help but think of his usual intuition, perhaps because of his mental power. Wang Shuang clenched his fist casually, and felt a stronger force flowing through his body, comparable to the strength of nearly 5 adults, enough to lift a 200-kilogram stone. Wang Shuang couldn't imagine what would happen if this force fell on a person. But he believed that no one would be willing to try. In addition to this, his weapon, the silver blade, was also upgraded to a level 2 weapon. Now Wang Shuang is confident that this weapon can cut off a piece of steel plate in an instant. Even a level 2 power zombie will be instantly cut in half if hit by his knife. Haha, I advanced. At this moment, Wang Shuang heard a loud laugh. He turned around and saw Zhang Yi blasting the last zombie's head directly. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he let out a loud laugh, and his aura instantly increased. Wang Shuang looked at it curiously with his detecting eyes. Innate Evolver, Power Evolver. Level 2. Skill, Power Rage, can increase your strength by 30 in a short period of time. Power, 3.0. Speed, 1.5. Spiritual Power, 1.0. Evaluation, take a small step on the road to strength. You must know that when strength reaches its limit, your fist can split mountains, collapse seas, and shatter the world. Wang Shuang was a little surprised that Zhang Ye's evolution was not as great as his own. Was it his own problem or Zhang Ye's own problem? Confused, Wang Shuang turned to look at Li Xian again, and a set of data appeared again. Acquired Evolver, Speed Evolver. Level 1. Skill, Extreme Speed, can increase your speed by twice for a short period of time. Power, 1.2. Speed, 1.5. Spiritual Power, 1.3. Evaluation, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Speed-type evolvers are a type of evolver that is opposite to strength-type evolvers. When they evolve to the extreme, they can have true extreme speed. Apart from the more specific data, Wang Shuang did not notice any changes in Li Xian. However, it was no wonder. After all, Li Xian was promoted to an evolver just yesterday. How could he be promoted again so quickly? Maybe it's because I'm an awakened person. Wang Shuang murmured to himself. Everyone else looked at Zhang Yi, who had just been promoted, with a hint of envy on their faces, even Li Xian. Haha, don't worry, everyone. I will protect you well in the future. Zhang Yi's confidence seemed to have increased a lot because of the sudden increase in his strength, and there was a faint sense of self-centeredness. Li Xian's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to say something, but suddenly, Wang Shuang's voice came. Haha, Zhang Yi, congratulations on your promotion. Everyone turned to look. Wang Shuang's blue casual clothes were covered with black bloodstains, but his eyes were extremely bright, like dazzling gems, shining brightly. An invisible aura came from Wang Shuang, and everyone felt as if they were carrying a stone on their backs, and their breathing was not smooth. Especially Zhang Yi, he felt a heavy pressure, and couldn't help but be a little shocked by Wang Shuang's strength. Could it be that he has also advanced? Zhang Yi wondered in his heart. Thinking of the nearly half of the zombies that Wang Shuang had killed before, Zhang Yi felt a chill in his heart, and his mind instantly cleared up. He couldn't help but regret his previous recklessness. However, Wang Shuang didn't seem to care about these things and walked over with a smile on his face. Li Xin looked at the indifference on Wang Shuang's face and felt relieved. He also smiled and congratulated Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, congratulations. Others were very excited to see such a harmonious scene and came forward to congratulate them. Seeing everyone's performance, Zhang Yi looked at Wang Shuang awkwardly, his eyes turned, and he smiled slightly. In fact, everyone should congratulate Wang Shuang. He killed so many zombies, I'm afraid he is the fastest among us to advance. This one sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yuren and Xie Yu's eyes lit up at the same time, and they looked at Wang Shuang with some admiration as he stood beside them with a calm expression. Haha, they are just trivial matters. It's getting dark, so let's go back. They must be getting anxious waiting for us. Wang Shuang laughed, dealt with the issue and changed the subject. Yes, we have been out for almost a day, and it is not safe for a group of girls to stay home alone. Wang Hu just watched everything in front of him silently without saying anything. He just congratulated Zhang Yi for formality. Now he heard Wang Shuang's words and was the first to stand up and agree. I agree too. After a day of fighting today, Yu Ran and Ling Yu have made great progress. They can even fight a zombie. Zhang Yi quickly expressed his opinion to make up for Meng Lang's words just now, and did not forget to mention the two girls. The two of them couldn't help but blush when they heard this. After all, compared to others, they were just a burden that wasn't a burden. If it weren't for Wang Shuang and the others taking care of them, they would have been eaten by the zombies long ago. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Lin Yuren drove the car skillfully and led everyone towards Jinseng Garden. At the same time, a large pile of supplies were placed in the car, which were found by everyone in other vehicles. Some cars were abandoned on the roadside. There were some useful things among them, which were all taken away by Wang Shuang and others. Soon, everyone returned to this temporary safe haven and saw that Zhang Yao, Lin Xueqing, and other women had already prepared rice cooked with mineral water and served with a delicate side dish. Wang Shuang was a little surprised that these young ladies could actually cook and cook deliciously. Wang Shuang did not treat them badly, and everyone had rice and vegetables, which made them very happy. Wang Shuang, all the supplies in the surrounding villas have been collected into the storage room at home. There are so many that the storage room can't hold them all. We have vacated a room to store those supplies. You can come and take a look. After dinner, Zhang Yao seemed to remember something and spoke to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang nodded curiously and followed them to the storage room. As expected, he saw that the room was filled with all kinds of things, including chocolate, biscuits, bread, sausage, mineral water, canned food, and instant noodles in boxes. There was also some beef, pork, and vegetables placed in another place, as if it was a small supermarket. By the way, we also found some supplies outside today. You guys go and carry them down. Wang Shuang saw the supplies in front of him, remembered what he and others had gained, and gave instructions to Zhang Yao. Okay. We'll move right away. Zhang Yao and the others nodded obediently. They were no longer disgusted with this kind of life. After all, in the end times, they could eat and dress warmly, and there were people to protect them. All they had to do was some physical labor, so there was really nothing to complain about. The next day, Wang Shuang and his companions continued to fight and continuously upgraded their levels. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. With a chi sound, Wang Shuang killed the 5 zombies in front of him with one knife. A strange energy once again poured into his body, but it was still not enough to upgrade again. After all, it was not only the flame power that had to be absorbed by his body, but also the body and the black hole, so his promotion was several times more difficult than others. Wang Shuang, do we still need to move forward? We have reached the school in the past 2 days. There are thousands of zombies in the school. Once the large army is alerted, we won't be able to handle it. At this time, Xie Yu, who had killed a zombie cleanly, came over with a frown on his smooth forehead. These 2 days have truly been a transformation for Xie Yu and Lin Yuren. From an innocent girl, they have transformed into someone who now kills zombies as if she were stepping on an ant, without any hesitation and with quick and decisive movements. She seems like a completely different person compared to before. Wang Shuang looked at the nearly 100 zombies around him. Li Xin, Wang Hu and others were constantly fighting with the zombies. Although there were two evolvers, Li Xin and Zhang Yi, they were still stretched to the limit facing so many zombies, and felt a little overwhelmed. With a bang sound, Wang Shuang pointed his hand casually, and 20 fireballs appeared, densely arranged in front of his eyes, flying directly around, accurately hitting the heads of the surrounding zombies, burning a hole. Everyone felt the pressure relieved instantly, and the feeling of exhaustion disappeared instantly, especially Lin Yuren, the only son. Facing several zombies, his already shaky figure instantly straightened up, and he once again waved the sharp wooden stick in his hand to kill the zombies. Get rid of these guys and go back. You can't go to school, Wang Shuang said in a deep voice. After that, he rushed towards the zombies in front again, waving the silver tang sword tightly. Zombies kept falling at Wang Shuang's feet. Boom. As a strange sound was heard, a white ball of light appeared, and everyone instantly turned their eyes to it, even though they were fighting the zombies. This. Lin Yuren looked at a loss. She had just killed a zombie when this thing appeared. It reminded her of what Wang Shuang had told them about killing monsters and getting things to explode. This light ball should be the thing that exploded. Lin Yuren was surprised when a zombie suddenly pounced towards him. Wang Shuang's face changed and he took a step forward. Like a stream of light, he appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye and killed the zombie with one knife. Yuren, why are you still standing there? Accept it quickly. Wang Shuang turned around and said unhappily. Oh. Lin Yuren seemed to wake up suddenly, and picked up the light ball directly. The light shield broke, revealing the item inside, a thumb-sized thing that looked like candy. Wang Shuang looked at it with some surprise. Magic candy. After eating it, a person can go without food for a month. It can also provide a lot of energy, beautify the skin, lose weight, and improve spirits. When Wang Shuang saw this information, his eyes widened instantly and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that Lin Yuren would get such a thing. Although he was speechless, Wang Shuang still told Lin Yuren about it as quickly as possible. Beauty. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuren was not discouraged when she heard it. Instead, she looked at the candy in her hand with shining eyes, as if it was the most beautiful thing in the world. Xie Lingyu also looked at it with envy. Wang Shuang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this scene. He forgot that for girls, nothing is more important than appearance. When other people heard about the effect of this candy, they were somewhat dismissive. This kind of useless thing was useful only for allowing people to go without food for a short period of time, but everything else was garbage in their eyes. Be careful. Wang Shuang's voice rang out. Lin Yuren put the candy directly into his pocket, turned around and stabbed a zombie that was running towards him directly through. Soon, dozens of zombies were eliminated, and Li Xin successfully advanced to level 2, making the team stronger again. Now, Wang Shuang saw that Li Xin's data had changed again. Acquired Evolver, Speed Evolver. Level 2. Skill, Extreme Speed, can increase your speed by twice for a short period of time. Power, 1.5. Speed, 2.5. Spiritual Power, 1.5. Evaluation, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Speed-type evolvers are a type of evolver that is opposite to strength-type evolvers. When they evolve to the extreme, they can have true extreme speed. Now, Li Xin's speed exploded, even faster than Wang Shuang's. Wang Shuang couldn't help but sigh that being fast is good, as he can hit anyone he wants and others can't catch up with him. When everyone returned home again, Zhang Xin excitedly told himself and others a big news. Good news, Huaxin City has now established a base and is gathering survivors from the surrounding area. What? Really? Huaxin City has established a base so quickly? Xie Lingyu, Li Xin, and others were shocked at the same time, somewhat unable to believe it. It had only been 3 days since the end of the world, and Huaxin City had managed to establish a base for everyone to survive. This was too incredible. It's true, the news was reported on the radio. Bai Lanqin found an old radio from somewhere and spoke to everyone excitedly. That's great, we don't have to survive in secret like we do now, someone said excitedly. Wang Shuang, let's go to Huaxin City. Suddenly, Zhang Yao spoke to Wang Shuang eagerly. In an instant, everyone quieted down and looked at her expectantly. Wang Shuang fell silent and did not answer her. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The excitement on everyone's faces gradually froze, and they looked at Wang Shuang in a daze. Li Xian looked at this scene and sighed in his heart, knowing that Wang Shuang wanted to rescue her sister in Jiangnan City. After all, he had also seen Wang Shuang's sister, an intellectual beauty who often brought them some delicious food when she visited Wang Shuang. Therefore, he understood Wang Shuang's thoughts a little. The reason why Wang Shuang saved them was, on the one hand, out of kindness, and on the other hand, he wanted to strengthen his power and unite everyone's strength to help him realize his idea. Wang Shuang, what are you hesitating about? A base has been established in Huaxin City. Once we get there, we won't have to worry every day. We will be safe with the protection of the army. Zhang Yao's face changed when he saw Wang Shuang was silent, and he spoke anxiously. Although they didn't know why Wang Shuang hesitated, they knew that if Wang Shuang did not agree and did not go with them, it would be difficult for a group of girls like them to safely reach Huaxin City, 100 kilometers away, and this was assuming there were other evolvers around. Yes, Wang Shuang, this is a very good thing for everyone. What are you still hesitating about? Lin Xueqing also spoke with some doubt. Zhang Yi, Wang Hu and others looked at Wang Shuang with some confusion, not understanding what Wang Shuang was thinking, but none of them said anything. Wang Shuang looked at everyone and suddenly smiled faintly. Since everyone has reached a consensus, I wish you all a safe journey. I have my own things to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. After saying that, he opened the door and turned around to walk out. Wang Shuang. Everyone's faces changed when they heard this, and when they saw Wang Shuang turn around and walk out, they shouted loudly. Zhang Yao, Lin Xueqing, and other girls even wanted to go up and stop Wang Shuang. Forget it, you don't have to chase us. Suddenly, Li Xian stepped in front of everyone and spoke helplessly. Li Xian, what's going on? Why is Wang Shuang unwilling to go to Huaxin City? Do you know the reason? Zhang Yao looked at Li Xian with some confusion and asked. It's normal. Xiaoshuang's sister is still in Jiangnan City, and he has to go back. Li Xian explained lightly, then glanced at everyone and said again, Xiaoshuang's sister is my sister, I will stay with Xiaoshuang and save my sister together. You're crazy. There are so many zombies in the suburbs of Jiangnan City. The city has probably become a hell. You two want to save people alone. Zhang Yao looked at Wang Shuang with an expression of looking at a fool, and said in disbelief. Besides, the probability of his sister dying in such a situation is as high as 99. Why take such a risk? Bang. A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked at Wang Shuang, who suddenly appeared in shock, and then looked at the slap mark that appeared on Zhang Yao's face. All of them were a little horrified. Wang Shuang slowly withdrew his palm and looked at Zhang Yao indifferently. If you say something else, I won't be so gentle. I will rescue my sister Wang Shuang myself. You don't need to worry about it, let alone take risks. Similarly, I have no interest in intervening in your affairs. From today on, let's separate. I welcome those who are willing to join me, and I won't stop those who want to leave. As soon as Wang Shuang finished speaking indifferently, Li Xian walked directly to Wang Shuang's side and looked at him helplessly. Wang Shuang smiled and nodded at Li Xian. Haha, I stayed here because of Brother Wang, so I'll go wherever Brother Wang goes. Zhang Yi, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and stood beside Wang Shuang. This action shocked everyone and their faces turned pale. The only three evolvers immediately stopped walking with them. It became impossible for them to walk to Huaxin City on their own. Brother Wang Shuang, I'll follow you. The little girl Xie Lingyu stood directly beside Wang Shuang and smiled sweetly at him. Wang Hu didn't say anything, he just walked straight to Wang Shuang and spoke everything with his actions. With a loud clatter, Xiao Bai, Lin Yuren, Wang Dan, and others all stood beside Wang Shuang. In the end, even Zhang Yao and Lin Xueqing reluctantly joined in. Since everyone has chosen to go with me, I will not take you to die. I will take some people to the city to rescue people, and the others can wait here. After I rescue my sister, I will naturally take everyone away from here. Wang Shuang watched everyone make their choice and spoke slowly. Who wants to go with me? As soon as he finished speaking, several people stood up. They were Li Xin, Zhang Yi, Wang Hu and others, as well as the two little girls Xie Yu and Lin Yuran. Xiao Shuang, although we have 3 evolvers now, it may still be dangerous to rush into the city rashly, so I suggest we make more preparations. Li Xin said. Well, what does it mean? Wang Shuang was a little confused. Prepare some hot weapons, such as guns. Li Xin spoke slowly, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Gun. Not only Wang Shuang, but everyone else was also shocked. In China, guns are strictly controlled. Ordinary people don't have guns at all. Most of them are in the army or police station. Yes, it's a gun. Although we are all evolvers, our superpowers will eventually run out. So, we should not use our superpowers unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, having a gun in hand at this time is still very useful. Li Xin analyzed slowly. Wang Shuang and others nodded in agreement after listening to Li Xin's words, but then raised a question. That being said, how do we get guns? I've thought about this a long time ago. Li Xin smiled confidently, took out a map and pointed to a place on it. This is the Jianan Road Police Station in Xiqiao District, near Jiangnan University. There should be usable guns there. It should be in chaos now. I think maybe we can go get some. The more Wang Shuang listened, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he laughed out loud. He patted Li Xin's shoulder and laughed at him. Xiao Xin, you are amazing. You are so thoughtful. Li Xin rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. I've been following you for so long, and I still don't know how capable you are of getting into trouble. If I hadn't been prepared early, I would have been finished at any time. Wang Shuang smiled and said nothing. There was no need for any words of thanks between them. Okay, in that case, let's go tomorrow. Wang Shuang looked at everyone and made a decision. The next day, just after dawn, Wang Shuang and his group rushed to the Jianan Road police station. An hour later, they arrived near the police station. There were quite a few zombies here, nearly 100 in total. The vehicle stopped in front of the gate of the police station. The zombies who heard the sound rushed directly here. Wang Shuang and others rushed down without waiting for the vehicle to stabilize and killed the zombies around them. Roar. One after another, tattered zombies staggered towards here. Some of them were still wearing police uniforms and were obviously police officers. However, they had all become mindless zombies now. Kill. Wang Shuang shouted coldly, and the Tang sword in his hand turned into a phantom and instantly slashed at the zombies around him. Puff sounds continued to ring out, and in less than a few breaths, 5 or 6 zombies died under Wang Shuang's sword. The others were not to be outdone. Zhang Yi wielded an iron baseball that he had just replaced, and with one hit he could smash a zombie's head into a pulp. Li Xin was extremely fast, his knife was like a reaper, his figure kept changing, and the zombies that died in his hands were only slightly worse than those of Wang Shuang. Wang Hu, Xie Yu, Lin Yuran and others also fought with the zombies with weapons. Soon, almost all the zombies at the door of the police station were killed. Be careful. Suddenly, everyone heard Wang Shuang's loud shout. They were startled and turned around to see a black figure rushing towards them. But in the blink of an eye, everyone saw that this was a special zombie, wearing a black suit, and no more than about 30 years old. However, his face had become expressionless and his eyes were extremely empty, with only a desire for flesh and blood. The nails on both hands were 5 centimeters long, which looked extremely terrifying. Level 2 speed zombie, 5 times faster than normal zombies, with the strength of 2 adults. Its weakness is that its defense is not strong enough. Skills, none. Threat level, medium. Be careful, this is a level 2 speed type zombie, 5 times faster than an ordinary person. Wang Shuang shouted anxiously, exerting his maximum speed, like a shadow, directly crossing the distance of several meters in the middle and blocking everyone. Kong. With a crisp sound, Wang Shuang's Tang Dao collided with the opponent's nails, and a crisp sound burst out. This special zombie was directly knocked 10 meters away by Wang Shuang's strength comparable to that of 5 adults, and his footsteps kept stomping on the ground before he stopped. Roar. With a howl that was not like that of a human, this zombie had no idea what fear was and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. So fast. Wang Shuang's pupils suddenly shrank. Even with his physical fitness, he only saw a flash of afterimage. The zombie directly crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters and came to his side. Wang Shuang did not use his supernatural powers, but wanted to kill it with his fighting skills. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure running towards him. He gently turned his feet to the right and moved less than 5 centimeters away. Swish, the next moment, the zombie's body passed right next to Wang Shuang's figure, missing him. This is a new fighting technique that Wang Shuang discovered in countless battles over the past few days. He found that in fact, there is no need to make big movements in battle. As long as the calculation is strong enough and the reaction is faster, a slight movement can dodge many attacks. This behavior of making the most effective movement within a limited distance is called micro-movement by Wang Shuang. Although it sounds powerful, it is like walking on a tightrope. If you get hurt, there will be no chance to regret it. Only Wang Shuang, who has the fire ability, dares to do this. After dodging the attack, Wang Shuang was like a hunting tiger. He kicked back and turned into a sharp sword, which shot out in an instant. The silver-white long sword drew a silver-white lightning. With a "chi" sound, the head of the zombie in the suit was instantly separated from its body, streams of black blood gushed out, and its body instantly fell to the ground. In a room on the second floor of the police station, a woman and a man quietly poked their heads out and were a little surprised to see the amazing performance of the people below. Especially when they saw Wang Shuang kill the monster that almost killed everyone in their police station so easily, it was even more unbelievable. How can there be such a powerful person in the world, with such amazing speed and strength? Has the world really changed? The woman murmured to herself. This woman was only about 25 or 26 years old, with a righteous face, delicate features, and a beautiful face. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly curved, which gave her a unique charm. The police uniform she wore made her figure even more graceful. "Bebe, we are saved. The most terrifying zombie has been killed. We can go out." The young man next to her was wearing expensive casual clothes and a gold Rolex watch. He didn't look like a policeman at all, but more like a young man. He looked at the woman excitedly. At the same time, his eyes vaguely glanced over her slim figure and a hint of heat flashed across them. "Don't act rashly. Let's see the situation clearly first. What if the other party is a criminal and we jump out on our own initiative? We will be asking for trouble." The woman analyzed calmly. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Shuang with some curiosity. Her eyes kept moving, as if she was thinking about something. The man looked a little unhappy, as if he was very dissatisfied with the woman's rebuttal. However, due to her majesty, he still shut his mouth obediently. But there was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Wang Shuang killed the zombie, and a huge force surged into his body. Wang Shuang had a feeling that his next promotion was not far away. All the zombies at the door were killed, and Wang Shuang and others rushed inside. There were also some scattered zombies inside, which were quickly killed by them, and Wang Shuang did not take any action. The guns in the police station are usually kept in the gun storage room, and the gun storage room is a confidential place. It must be strictly guarded. People can only get guns when they are on duty. The sudden change happened, so they probably don't have time to get guns. "Let's go to the gun storage room," Li Xin said loudly. "Found it, it's here." Wang Hu's voice came, pointing to the passage on the right that was blocked by a security door, with 8 words written on it: "Confidential area, no entry for unauthorized persons." Everyone ran over excitedly, but looking at the aluminum alloy security door at the entrance, they looked at Wang Shuang helplessly. "Let me try." Zhang Yi looked eager to try, and he directly took the iron rod and hammered towards the door. With a loud bang, the security door was hit directly inward, leaving a big dent, but unfortunately it still did not break. "This door is so strong." Zhang Yi was surprised. His current strength was comparable to that of 3 adults, and after the explosion of his superpowers, it was enough to be comparable to the strength of 4 people. However, he still couldn't break a door. "Forget it, this door is made of aluminum alloy. It contains either secret files or guns. It is the most important place in the police station. How could it be opened so easily?" Li Xin explained. "Let me try." Wang Shuang didn't want to waste time, so he took a step forward and chopped the door with a knife. The sharp blade cut a big hole in the door like a knife cutting tofu. Go in. Everyone smiled and went in. Oh no, they want to get guns. The man and woman upstairs heard the noise downstairs, their faces changed instantly. The woman was startled suddenly, as if she thought of something, she screamed, and suddenly ran out the door. Don't go out, there is a scary monster outside. The man's face changed and he shouted directly at the woman. Unfortunately, the woman didn't care and ran out directly. The man's face changed, his eyes kept flickering, and finally he gritted his teeth and chased after her. Wang Shuang and others started searching from the first floor, each in a room, but unfortunately there was no gun storage room. It was not until the second floor that they saw a house number with the word, gun storage room, written on it. Found it. It's there. Everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed forward suddenly. Unfortunately, when they got to the front, they found that they were blocked by a thick iron door. No way, another door. Wang Hu gave a bitter smile and turned to look at Wang Shuang helplessly. Among the crowd, only Wang Shuang had the ability to open this door. Wang Shuang did not speak, raised his tang sword, and wanted to break the door again. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help was heard, and two figures ran towards here, calling for help as they ran. Behind them closely followed an extremely sturdy zombie, 2 meters tall, with flesh and blood exposed, like the roots of an old tree. Wang Shuang and the others' faces changed. Looking at the figure running towards them, Wang Shuang used his detection eyes to look at it. Level 2 power zombie, slightly faster than an average person, with the strength of 5 adults, strong defense, but the weakness is that it's not fast enough. Skills, none. Threat level, medium. Wang Shuang was shocked. He had just encountered a level 2 speed-type zombie, and now he encountered a strength-type zombie again. Help! The two people were delighted when they saw Wang Shuang and the others. Unfortunately, at this moment, the zombie jumped and rushed directly towards the two people. The two people's faces changed and they dodged to the side. With a loud bang, a huge crack appeared on the floor, and the steel bars were faintly exposed. What a powerful force! Everyone was a little surprised. Especially Wang Shuang, who was even more solemn because he knew this zombie well. But he was not afraid. In terms of strength, he was only slightly weaker than the opponent. Therefore, he did not use fire. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the two people. Looking at the figure running towards him, he slashed with a knife as fast as thunder. As if sensing the danger, the zombie wanted to dodge, but failed to avoid the blow. With a swish, one of the zombie's arms was neatly cut off. The strange thing was that no blood flowed out, and only the nerves and muscles inside that had turned almost gray could be seen. Roar! This zombie had one arm chopped off, but he didn't care and rushed towards Wang Shuang. He punched out with his other fist, and the air made a hissing sound of tearing. Wang Shuang's face changed, as if he had not expected this zombie to be so crazy. He had no time to swing his knife again and could only punch it again. With a bang, Wang Shuang felt a powerful force surging from the opponent's fist, and his whole body was knocked back several steps by this force. Xiao Shuang, Wang Shuang, are you okay? Everyone was shocked and hurried forward to stop Wang Shuang from retreating, asking with some concern. Wang Shuang stopped retreating and shook his numb fist, somewhat surprised at the strength of this zombie. But before he could come to his senses, the zombie attacked Wang Shuang again, with its mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Go to hell. Wang Shuang's face turned cold, and he no longer continued to fight with it with cold weapons. He simply raised his hand, and a huge fireball appeared. It was several times larger than the original small fireball and as big as a head. It released bright yellow light and blasted directly towards the opponent. Boom! The fireball fell directly on the opponent, burning him into a huge fireman. In just a few breaths, he was burned into charcoal. Another huge energy appeared in Wang Shuang's body, directly bringing Wang Shuang one step closer to level 3. What is this, magic or a spell? The two people next to him were stunned, their eyes wide open. Before the end of the world, such a horrifying scene would have been used as a guinea pig and sent to a secret base for research. But now that the end of the world has come, this kind of power has become the foundation for survival. Could it be that with the arrival of the end of the world, the changes are so great that even this kind of non-human power has appeared? The woman murmured to herself, her eyes a little confused. Okay. We can open the door. Wang Shuang turned his head and smiled. The fireball technique just now was a sudden inspiration of his. Now, the small fireballs were no longer so useful in destroying some special zombies of the opponent. He thought that maybe he could merge many small fireballs into a large fireball. In this way, the destructive power would increase rapidly. Unexpectedly, he really succeeded. You want guns? No, it's illegal, you can't take them. Just as everyone was about to open the door, the rescued woman suddenly blocked their way, pointing a pitch-black pistol in her hand straight at everyone. The black hole-like muzzle instantly froze the people present. In China, it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with guns. Therefore, guns are very mysterious to ordinary people, and at the same time, they are extremely deterrent. Facing the gun, except for Wang Shuang and Li Xin, no one dared to move, and they all looked at each other with ugly expressions. You bitch, I shouldn't have saved them, you wicked thing. Wang Hu's face turned pale, and he looked at the woman viciously. The same was true for Zhang Yi. Although he was strong, he couldn't be faster than a bullet. Just one bullet could end his life. Bad woman. Xie Lingyu and Lin Yuren stared at each other angrily, their faces flushed with anger. Why are you stopping us? You know, I saved you just now. Wang Shuang was not afraid, but just frowned and looked at the other person, a little confused. To be honest, he didn't pay attention to the appearance of this woman just now, but now he looked at her carefully and felt amazed. Although she was a woman, she looked righteous in the police uniform. She had a standard oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a slim figure. Compared with the green apples of Lin Yuren and Xie Lingyu, she had a more mature taste. This feeling of maturity and justice mixed together, perhaps only Lin Xueqing could compare with it. The man on the other side was also surprised when he saw the woman's actions, but when he saw the pistol in the woman's hand, he became more confident. He walked up to the woman and spoke to Wang Shuang and others with a look of disdain. Humph, we are the police, and the guns belong to the police station. If you want to take them, you are committing a crime. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because the world has changed dramatically. I believe the country will react soon and eliminate all these abominable zombies. After the men finished speaking, he looked at Wang Shuang arrogantly, pointed at the silver long knife in his hand, and said greedily, You, throw the knife in your hand over here, I want to confiscate it. To be honest, when he saw how sharp the knife was, killing zombies was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. If he had such a sword in his hand, he would not be afraid of zombies. Therefore, he became greedy. Although they had seen Wang Shuang's firepower just now, neither of them believed that they would dare to attack the police. You know, attacking the police was a serious crime before the end of the world. Once confirmed, the crime would result in at least 3 years in prison. Therefore, neither of them knew what kind of person they were facing, nor how stupid their behavior was. Alas, what I hate most in my life are ungrateful and greedy people. Unfortunately, you are all of them. Wang Shuang sighed. The man and woman on the other side were puzzled. Suddenly, the woman's face changed and she shouted no, and was about to shoot when her body suddenly became stiff. The same happened to the man next to her. 2 tang swords of different colors fell on their necks almost at the same time. The slightest movement could cut their aorta and kill them instantly. Therefore, neither of them dared to move. Wang Shuang took the other's raised pistol in his hand, played with it for a while, and then put it down. Looking at the two, he asked coldly, I don't know how stupid you are to use a gun on a speed evolver. Now, tell me who you are and why are you here? A bloody breath came out, leaving no doubt that if the answer was not good, the knife in Wang Shuang's hand would definitely fall without hesitation, and he would not have any scruples because of their identities. The woman was relatively tough and snorted, You dare to attack the police? Don't you know that this is against the law? Attacking a police officer? Wang Shuang couldn't help but smile. The tang sword in his hand moved slightly, and a streak of blood appeared on the woman's smooth jade neck. I attacked a police officer, what can you do? You are still so naive in this doomsday, you idiot. Wang Shuang looked at the woman coldly, feeling very disdainful. Seeing Wang Shuang's unscrupulous look, the men couldn't help but shout loudly, "Don't kill me, I'm Sun Tianxiao, my father is Sun Jingyi, the director of the Tianxiao District Police Station. Don't kill me, save me, and I will give you a lot of money. 1 million, 10 million, whatever you say." "Where is she?" Wang Shuang pointed at the woman. "She is Huang Beibei, the youngest and most promising police officer in this police station. Her father is the chairman of Huazheng Group." The men poured out the backgrounds of the two people like pouring beans. However, after her narration, Wang Shuang and others also figured out the backgrounds of the two people. They knew that Huang Beibei took the initiative to join the police system after graduating from university and came to such a small police station to start from the bottom. And this man named Sun Tianxiao was a second-generation official who wanted to pursue the policewoman named Huang Beibei. Unfortunately, the end of the world came suddenly, and no one expected such a thing to happen. The police station instantly became a hell and was occupied by zombies. They were also lucky to find a hidden place to hide, and they were able to survive these few days with the limited supplies in the room. If it weren't for the arrival of Wang Shuang and others, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold out for much longer. Previously, there were two special zombies here, forcing them not to run around, even if they wanted to get some high-powered guns. Now that Wang Shuang has killed the zombies, they began to think that they could run rampant against humans with pistols, and wanted to snatch Wang Shuang's weapons. Huang Beibei let Sun Tianxiao speak without any intention to explain. It seemed that she hated Wang Shuang's illegal act of robbing state property. Of course, in Wang Shuang's view, this kind of person was just a spoiled rich lady who had no idea of the difficulties of ordinary people's survival. In this end times, survival is the most important thing, and law and justice must be based on survival. After learning their information, Wang Shuang did not give the two men a chance to speak, and tied them up with ropes. He used his supernatural power again to burn a huge hole in the iron door, revealing the scene inside. The Jianan Road police station was in a mess at this time, with corpses lying on the ground, a big hole in the door, and patches of black blood on the wall from time to time. Tables, chairs, and computers were thrown on the ground and broken into pieces, and no one cared. The second floor was the opposite of the first floor. Nearly 10 people gathered at a door, all looking at the hole inside that was burned by Wang Shuang's fireball in shock. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene inside. The room was only about 50 square meters, and was filled with shelves on all sides. Polished and shiny guns were neatly placed on the shelves. Bulletproof vests, combat uniforms, leather boots, batons, blast shields, and steel forks were all placed aside in sets. In addition, there were boxes of bullets stored in the corner. Wang Shuang and his companions did not know much about guns, but they had often seen this kind of equipment in TV dramas. They could not help but get excited and rushed in, admiring and playing with this kind of equipment that they might never have been able to touch in their lives. 7 Type 64 pistols and 8 Type 79 submachine guns. Haha, we're rich. Wang, who had finally spent a few years in society and knew a little more than them. Seeing a room full of weapons, he couldn't help but howl with excitement. Guns are as tempting to men as cosmetics are to women, because they represent power, and only with power can one survive in the apocalypse. Wang Shuang, Li Xin, and others picked up brand new guns casually and played with them excitedly. Although they didn't know how to use them, the feeling really made them intoxicated. It is said that guns are a symbol of masculinity, and it seems that this statement is not groundless. Damn it, if I got this, would I still be afraid of these bumpkins? This should have been mine, it's mine. Sun Tianxiao, who was tied up at the side, had a flash of deep resentment in his eyes. Looking at the room full of weapons, he felt annoyed. If he had gotten the weapons, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Wang Shuang, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of this little girl. He could have been lawless a long time ago, so he was very angry. He not only hated Wang Shuang, but also Huang Beibei. If she hadn't threatened them with a gun, he wouldn't have been tied up and his life was in danger. He forgot his face just now. Huang Beibei said nothing, but looked at Wang Shuang and others with angry eyes as they recklessly took the guns. As a police officer, she had been taught about law and justice, and it was hard to change her to enforce the law. Seeing Wang Shuang, who had been shot dead as a terrorist before the end of the world, recklessly taking the police's guns in the police station, she could not help but feel powerless. Brother Wang, come and take a look. Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard, startling Wang Shuang and others. They ran to the place where the voice came from and saw Lin Yuren and Xieling Yu standing in a small open box with shocked looks on their faces. 5 grenades were lying there quietly, like sleeping black skeletons. Grenade. Wang Shuang and others cried out in unison, extremely shocked. There were grenades in a small street police station. You know, grenades and guns are not the same concept. The country can allow the dispatch of all guns, but it is almost impossible to give them grenades. Huang Beibei's face suddenly changed, remembering that these were the weapons they had confiscated after solving a major case some time ago. A major disaster occurred before they had time to hand them in, and now they were obtained by Wang Shuang and others. Although the pistol is easy to use, it is far inferior to the grenade in terms of power. With one grenade, everything within a 5-meter radius can be blown into ashes. It can be said to be the sharpest weapon among all weapons. In the future, when you encounter a group of zombies, just throw a few grenades at them to ensure that no one will be left alive. It is even more ferocious than Wang Shuang's fireball. Haha, it seems that God really blesses us. With these things, we finally have some confidence to enter the city this time. Wang Shuang said excitedly. Even with his calmness, he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw such a weapon that could be called a killer. Although he was confident that he could guarantee his safety in Jiangnan City, there were many special zombies before he actually entered it. He really couldn't imagine what it would be like inside. Therefore, having these grenades can be regarded as a hidden trump card. After all, even if they are revolvers, there will be a time when their supernatural powers are exhausted. At this time, they have to rely on these hot weapons. After carefully putting away all the grenades and looking at the 2 people who were still tied up, Wang Shuang thought for a moment and said to them, "You two, according to my previous practice, if you dare to threaten us, I should throw you out to feed the zombies, but since you are still useful, I will give you a chance now. It depends on whether you can seize it." "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Tell me, is there anything I can do?" "As long as I can do it, just tell me." Sun Tian smiled with surprise and replied quickly. A dog can't spit out ivory." Wang Beibei looked at Sun Tianxiao with disdain, but her desire to survive overcame her reason. After all, the other party didn't seem to show mercy to her just because she was a woman. So, if the other party's request was reasonable, she could still reluctantly agree to it. After all, they got such a large number of firearms, and she was worried that they would go out and do evil. Wang Shuang smiled slightly, pointed at the guns in front of him, and said lightly, "Teach us how to use guns." "What, impossible." Before the man even opened his mouth, Wang Beibei suddenly screamed. Her face looked extremely ugly. She didn't expect Wang Shuang to ask them to do this. If it was something else, it would be fine, but asking her to teach them how to use guns, what if they learned it and used it to kill people? Isn't this forcing her to do something illegal in disguise? Unfortunately, she didn't know that Wang Shuang had killed nearly 10 people in just a few days. Before, he would have been sentenced to death. If she knew, she wouldn't think so. "Oh, really? It seems you didn't cherish this chance to survive. What a pity." Wang Shuang was not angry at all when he heard this. He just shook his head with some regret, and was about to move the Tang sword in his hand. "No, no, don't. That's her meaning. It doesn't represent me. I can also use a gun. I will teach you. I will teach you. Please don't kill me." At this time, Sun Tianxiao suddenly howled, scaring everyone. "Sun Tianxiao, are you still a man? It's just a death. Look at what they are doing, robbing the police station, attacking police officers, everything is illegal. Do you want to help the evil?" Wang Beibei looked at the other party with an extremely gloomy face, and reprimanded him with some disappointment. "Shut up, you bitch. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I haven't lived enough. I still want to live. I still have a bright future. I can't die here. Attacking police officers, robbing a police station, it's the end of the world now. Who cares about the law? What's wrong with robbing a police station?" Sun Tianxiao roared angrily and scolded the goddess he once liked. You are shameless." Huang Beibei looked at Sun Tianxiao as if she was seeing him for the first time. Her towering chest kept rising and falling, as if she couldn't believe that the men who had once pursued her madly would now show such an expression. Haha, good, he who knows the times is a hero, Sun Tianxiao, you made a wise choice. Wang Shuang looked at the other party with admiration, but there was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. He knew that such people were traitors and the most unreliable. Therefore, he had already thought of killing the other party after using him. Hey, brother, my father is the chief of the police station, so he often took me to the shooting range to practice shooting. Although I am not an expert, I am barely proficient. Sun Tianxiao turned around and explained to Wang Shuang with a flattering face. Although it was an explanation, it also contained a hint of warning, to show everyone his identity and enhance his weight in everyone's hearts. It seems that this guy is not stupid. Wang Shuang thought to himself, and his previous contempt for him was slightly reduced. If that's the case, then she's useless. Wang Shuang looked at Wang Beibei, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. For this woman who repeatedly ruined his plans, no matter how beautiful she was, it was useless. He raised the tang sword in his hand again and was about to chop it off. Several girls on the side closed their eyes at the same time, some of them couldn't bear to watch this woman die in front of them. Brother, stop first. Don't kill her. Just as Wang Beibei closed her eyes and waited for death, Sun Tianxiao suddenly spoke again to stop Wang Shuang's actions. His arm stopped, the blade was horizontal in the air, and he looked at the other party with some confusion. Sun Tianxiao took a difficult look at the tang sword in Wang Shuang's hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of hidden desire. Brother, she is the daughter of Huang Tianheng, chairman of Huazheng Group. You should know that Huazheng Group is one of the top entrepreneurs in Jiangnan City, with assets of tens of billions. If the other party is still alive, you killed his only daughter, I'm afraid he will go crazy. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but several bodyguard companies in Jiangnan City are owned by him. If he survives this disaster, with his influence, he will quickly form a huge force. Under the current situation, it is really not appropriate to provoke such an enemy. Of course, I'm just saying it in case. It's possible that the other party has died in this disaster. If that's the case, just pretend I never said that. Wang Shuang looked at this second-generation rich kid in his eyes with surprise, constantly refreshing his understanding of him. He was really surprised that the other party could say such rational and insightful words. But at the same time, the better Sun Tianxiao performed, the more murderous intent Wang Shuang had in his heart. A smart man, who also had a background, almost died in his hands. If he escaped, there would probably be endless trouble. Others didn't think too much about it. They were just a little surprised that Wang Beibei's background was so amazing. If it was before the end of the world, people might have envied her, or even unconsciously looked down on her, but now, no one thought much of her. Sun Tianxiao, you really have the potential to be a lackey. You couldn't wait to show your loyalty right after you pledged allegiance. It's really difficult for a young master like you. Wang Beibei said sarcastically. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Sun Tianxiao responded lightly with an unnatural smile on his face. After that, he turned to look at Wang Shuang and asked for his opinion. He saw Wang Shuang's status among the crowd and knew that only Wang Shuang had the right to make decisions. Wang Shuang thought about it and knew that although his words were definitely somewhat selfish, they were also the truth. After all, Wang Tianheng of the Huazheng Group was a well-known name in Jiangnan City, and his reputation for protecting his own people was well known throughout the entire Jiangnan City. There was once a tragic case of a whole family being murdered in Jiangnan City. The entire family of a company's president was killed, and the company went bankrupt overnight. It was said that it was because the president's son used some improper means to attack Huang Tianheng's daughter, but he secretly sent people to murder the whole family. Afterwards, some people took the initiative to confess their crimes, and the police could only hastily close the case. This shows how cruel the other party was. Therefore, after much consideration, Wang Shuang decided to spare her life for the time being, as she might be of use someday. Thinking about things, Wang Shuang looked at Wang Beibei. You have a good father who saved your life, otherwise, I would never show mercy. As he spoke, he ordered the others, everything in this room, move it all out. Xiao Shuang, our car can't seem to hold so many things. Li Xin suddenly asked a question. At this time, Wang Shuang remembered that his car could only hold 1/3 of the stuff at most, and it couldn't hold more. He was so excited that he forgot about it. He couldn't help but slap his head and smiled bitterly. There's a police car parked down there in the backyard, maybe we can use it. Shua shua, everyone's eyes instantly turned to Zhang Yi who had spoken. Following his gaze, they saw 3 police cars parked quietly in the backyard outside the window, like 3 loyal guards. The red and blue lights were placed on the roofs of the cars, and anti-collision steel frames were installed in front of the cars, which could protect them even in a car accident, giving people a sense of security. A corpse was outside the police car, and it seemed that it wanted to drive away, but before it could get in the car, it was gnawed by zombies and only a skeleton was left. A bunch of keys flashed silver in the sun. An hour later, all the guns, bullets, batons, bulletproof vests, explosion-proof shields and other things were loaded into the car. Wang Hu, Li Xin, and Zhang Yi each drove a police car. Wang Shuang and the others sat in the bus in front, leading the way. Huang Beibei and Sun Tianxiao were also with him. "Brother Wang, where are we going now?" Sun Tianxiao looked at Wang Shuang cautiously and asked softly. The ropes on their bodies had not been untied yet, so they felt extremely uncomfortable sitting in their seats. However, they had no choice but to endure it and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Wang Shuang glanced at him, then took his tang sword and wiped it gently, as if to wipe off the stains on it. He did not answer and just quietly did his own thing. The others were busy discussing what they had just gotten, imagining themselves using guns to blow up zombies' heads. Sun Tianxiao was not upset at all that Wang Shuang did not treat him well. Seeing that everyone was chatting animatedly, he joined in directly. With his eloquence, he quickly became one with everyone. Wang Shuang didn't care. In his eyes, a dead person was not worth his concern. He was interested in Huang Beibei. Since he was captured, he rarely spoke, as if he was an outsider. He didn't care about life or death. Wang Shuang checked the 2 of them just in case. They were both ordinary people. There was nothing special about Huang Beibei, except that Huang Beibei's physical fitness was better than ordinary people because he was a policeman. "Wang Shuang, what do you want to do with the gun?" Suddenly, a voice that was extremely soft yet firm came to Wang Shuang's ears, like a resounding rose. Looking up, Huang Beibei was looking at him with a pair of bright eyes with a hint of firmness. Wang Shuang fell silent. He didn't know why, but looking at those eyes, he suddenly wanted to pour out his heart, as if he wanted to tell all his troubles. A trace of memory flashed in his eyes. He thought of his sister, who was thicker than blood, and who might be suffering from such a horrific scene in Jiangnan City. He wanted to rush directly to the city to rescue her. And his little niece, who had just turned 1 year old and could only say her own name, would call him uncle affectionately every time she saw him. "I'm going to the city to save people," Wang Shuang muttered unconsciously. Their movements were very small and they were at a distance from other people, so no one noticed them. "If you go to the city, who are you going to save? Do you know how dangerous the city is? It is 10 or 100 times more dangerous than the suburbs. Even if you have a gun, it will be difficult to rescue people safely. You may also get yourself killed. Do you know all this?" Huang Beibei's voice became more gentle, no longer as hard as it was at the beginning. "No, I will do it no matter how much it costs, because she is my biological sister, the one I grew up with. I can't just watch her get into danger and not save her." Huang Beibei was stunned when she heard this. The coldness in her eyes gradually melted away. Looking at Wang Shuang's slightly immature face, she seemed to have never expected that this young man had such a loyal side in his heart. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was about to ask again, but she didn't have the chance. "What did you do to me just now?" Suddenly, Wang Shuang woke up, looked at Huang Beibei, and asked coldly with an extremely ugly expression, with a flash of naked murderous intent in his eyes. Just now, he didn't know why he suddenly became extremely trusting of her, and he didn't seem to want to hide anything in his heart from her. He didn't know why, but he hated this feeling of being out of control. Everyone was also startled by Wang Shuang's movements, and turned to look at Wang Shuang, looking at the 2 of them in surprise. "What's wrong, Brother Wang?" Sun Tianxiao asked in confusion. He had just left for a while, so why did something unexpected happen? "Tell me, what did you do to me just now?" Wang Shuang did not answer, but looked straight at Huang Beibei. Nothing, just chatting. Chat, do you take me for a fool? Would I suddenly trust you so much and chat with you without reservation? Wang Shuang was very angry, because he was an extremely rational person, and he really didn't believe that someone who was hostile to him would suddenly trust him so much. Chatting, could it be that? Sun Tianxiao heard the conversation between the two people and thought of something in an instant. He said directly, Brother Wang, don't worry, I think I know what happened just now. What, you know, tell me. Wang Shuang's face changed when he heard this. Sun Tianxiao glanced at Wang Beibei and said, Wang Beibei graduated from the police academy. She is very good at interrogating people. It seems that she has a special hypnosis technique that can hypnotize people unconsciously and make them confess all their crimes. That's why she became the deputy director of that police station in just a few years. I guess he used this to hypnotize you just now. What, hypnotizing Brother Wang is looking for death? The others instantly understood what had just happened and could not help but get furious. They looked at Wang Beibei and became indignant. We were going to spare your life, but we didn't expect you to plot against us. Brother Wang, we can't keep such a woman. Xiaobai advised Wang Shuang angrily. Wang Beibei knew that her behavior was very dangerous. If she was not careful, she would be trapped in her own web. Now she was caught in the act, but she did not regret it. What surprised her was that Wang Shuang's mental power was so strong that he could break free from her hypnosis in just a few seconds. You know, when she interrogated the prisoners before, she could make them hypnotize for as long as she wanted, and they would confess all the secrets without leaving out anything. But when facing Wang Shuang, it only took a few seconds. But little did Wang Shuang know that he was even more shocked. An ordinary person could almost hypnotize himself using hypnosis. What a terrifying ability. If it were Li Xin or Zhang Yi and others, they would probably tell everything out. Hypnosis. Wang Shuang frowned. He felt really embarrassed with such a dangerous woman around. If he killed her, it would probably cause trouble for him. Moreover, he had a vague idea that Wang Beibei, who possessed this ability, would be a great help if he could use it for his own benefit. So Wang Shuang was reluctant to kill her. But if he didn't kill him, it would be too dangerous. He might hypnotize others and run away at any time. Therefore, Wang Shuang felt caught in a dilemma. As if aware of Wang Shuang's embarrassment, Sun Tianxiao walked up to Wang Shuang and whispered in his ear. Wang Shuang's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Wang Beibei with a smile on his face, and walked up to her in the look of surprise. What are you going to do? Wang Beibei looked at Wang Shuang's sinister smile with some caution. Nothing, just letting you sleep for a while. Wang Shuang chuckled, and stretched out his right hand like lightning and hit her on the back of the head. Wang Beibei fainted before she could say anything. Haha, that's right, Sun Tianxiao, I promise you, as long as you teach us how to use guns, I will let you leave safely. Wang Shuang turned and looked at Sun Tianxiao, looking at him with admiration. It's my honor to share Brother Wang's worries. The other party spoke humbly with a vague look in his eyes. Seeing that the problem was solved perfectly, everyone fell into a heated discussion again, but it didn't take long before everyone returned to Jinseng Garden. After returning home, Wang Beibei, who had fainted, was awakened by Wang Shuang. Zhang Yao, Lin Xueqing, and others came out and were shocked to see the huge number of guns Wang Shuang and others had. Wang Shuang simply told them about his experience and the origins of the two strange faces. The others were dazzled and terrified. However, they became a little reserved towards Sun Tianxiao and Wang Beibei, probably because they were in awe of their identities. Wang Beibei and Sun Tianxiao were shocked to see that there were still so many people here. Wang Beibei couldn't help feeling a little regretful. He regretted that he should not have refused to teach Wang Shuang how to use a gun. After all, he didn't do anything bad. On the contrary, he was protecting ordinary people. When Sun Tianxiao saw so many beauties, he couldn't help but have an evil thought in his heart, wait, my father will save me, and when that time comes, I will make you live a life worse than death. These women are all mine. Wang Shuang moved all the guns down and cleared out a room to store these weapons. As soon as Wang Shuang and others finished their meal, they directly asked Sun Tianxiao to teach them, the fighters, some basic uses and common sense of firearms. Although Sun Tianxiao's character was not very good, his marksmanship was really good. He could easily break a wine bottle within 10 meters, which made others, including Wang Shuang, envious. Guns, remember to turn on the safety before shooting. While Sun Tianxiao explained the structure and usage of the gun to them, he disassembled the gun for them to experiment. Of course, he used an empty gun, but he wouldn't dare to do anything even if there were bullets. After all, he had already seen the horror of Wang Shuang and others, and he really didn't want to commit suicide again. He was like a teacher, explaining some things to pay attention to everyone. Everyone was like primary school students eager for knowledge. If anyone didn't understand something, they would interrupt Sun Tianxiao's explanation and ask him to explain it again in detail. Sun Tianxiao was holding back a rage in his heart. When had he ever been treated so humbly like a grandson? He even had to become the teacher of a group of young boys, teaching them firearms lessons. Sometimes he really wanted to shoot them to death, but it was just a thought in his mind and he couldn't even show any dissatisfaction on the surface. After explaining the theory to them, he also gave Wang Shuang and others practice, teaching them step by step how to open the safety, how to shoot, and how to aim at the target. After a night passed, the sun showed a hint of dawn in the sky, and Wang Shuang and others walked into the living room excitedly. In order to practice shooting, they turned on the lights in the yard outside and practiced continuously. Fortunately, Wang Shuang found several silencers in a box and installed them directly on the pistols they were practicing. Therefore, in one night, they used up a box of nearly 1,000 rounds of bullets. Even though they didn't sleep, they didn't feel sleepy at all. They were all immersed in the excitement of just learning how to use a gun. Even the two girls tried not to hold back their sleepiness and practiced with everyone. Sun Tianxiao had a big dark circle under his eyes, and he hated everyone in his heart again. Huang Beibei slept quietly all night. When he woke up in the morning, he saw the dark circles on Sun Tianxiao's face, and knew that they must have not slept all night. He said sarcastically, "Young Master Sun, you are a good teacher. You are so dedicated and hard-working, you can be rated as a model worker. If you had such determination and perseverance before, you would have become an excellent police officer long ago." Just as Sun Tianxiao was looking at Huang Beibei and was about to get angry, Wang Shuang and the others followed and saw Huang Beibei, and seemed to have thought of something. "Okay, stop arguing, practice again for a day today, pack up your things, and go into the city early tomorrow morning." At this time, other people also came out one after another. After hearing what Wang Shuang said, they all kept silent and did their own things. A day passed, and Wang Shuang and others practiced again for a whole morning. Slowly, the two girls gradually adapted to the recoil of the pistol, but they only stayed at the level of being able to shoot. It was considered good enough for them to be able to hit a watermelon 2 meters away. In the afternoon, Wang Shuang packed all the things he needed to take with him. Guns, ammunition, food, water, and other items filled the trunks of 3 police cars. He only left 5 guns and 200 rounds of bullets for those who were still staying at home. He believed that these were enough for them to protect themselves, at least, before they came back. If they didn't come back, then he didn't need to worry about their lives anymore. At the same time, in addition to Li Xin and others, there were 2 more people following Wang Shuang into the city, Huang Beibei and Sun Tianxiao. On the road, dilapidated vehicles were randomly placed on both sides. From time to time, you can see smelly corpses lying on the ground, or in the car, unknown birds are flying around a corpse and constantly gnawing at the rotten corpse. In the distance, you can see black smoke columns rising into the sky in Jiangnan City, obviously caused by explosions and combustions in some buildings. 3 extremely conspicuous police cars roared across the road and rushed towards the city ahead. The car's stereo was playing a song that was very popular before the end of the world. Wang Shuang sat in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and quietly listened to this song that he liked very much. "Xiao Shuang, where is my sister's home? Is there a nearby road? I estimate that the city is now 10 times more terrifying than the outside world. We can only get out safely if we rescue my sister and her family as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if we are all evolvers, we may not be able to get out safely." Li Xin was driving and spoke to Wang Shuang, who seemed to be taking a nap. Sun Tianxiao and Huang Beibei were both sitting in the back. There were no ropes to tie them up this time, but even so, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they all knew that Wang Shuang's attitude towards them was not friendly. Once they angered Wang Shuang, he could burn them to ashes with a random fireball. You wait for me. When we get to the city, I will go find my father. As the chief of the Tianqiao District Police Department, I believe everything will be fine. Then, I will see how I deal with you. Sun Tianqiao sat in the back seat, secretly swearing in his heart. Huang Beibei looked at the scene outside the window with a worried look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Take Nanzhou Second Road. There is a small path there that leads directly to where our sister lives. We can go there. Wang Shuang answered casually without opening his eyes, but an amazing image appeared in his mind. The map of the entire Jiangnan city seemed like a miniature version, which was directly projected into his brain, forming a clear map in his mind. This was an application that Wang Shuang researched after discovering his mental power. His mental power was the most powerful of the three attributes, but unfortunately he didn't know how to use it. Until he wrote down a map and then recalled it, he found that the map had turned into a three-dimensional one. The entire city's appearance was in his mind, and every road and street became extremely clear. Therefore, although Wang Shuang seemed to be taking a nap, he was just studying his mental power. He also paid some attention to the two people in the back row. After all, these were two bombs. If one of them was not good, it would cause great trouble to himself and others. Roar. As the distance to Jiangnan City got closer, more zombies kept appearing. From time to time, several zombies would block the way of the vehicle. However, Wang Shuang and others ignored them and just ran over them, leaving pools of black blood on the car. As he got closer, Li Xian discovered that a huge truck had appeared on the road 100 meters ahead, blocking the road. There were high slopes on both sides, making it impossible to pass. There were also several vans and motorcycles on the side. A dozen burly men with tattoos were standing casually on both sides, looking at the oncoming vehicles with a playful look on their faces, holding machetes and baseball bats in their hands, shaking their weapons from time to time. Some of them were also carrying an assault rifle each. Unfortunately, there was a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of Wang Shuang, which was blocked in front of the truck. It seemed to be a family of three, a couple and a little girl who was no more than 6 or 7 years old. The man in his 30s was wearing a black suit and looked like a successful person, but at this moment he was sweating profusely and saying something to a man with a fat face who was leading the group in front of him. In the end, he even knelt down in front of them, but was kicked to the ground and spit out blood. The woman and the child were watching the scene in front of them with some fear in the back. However, it seemed that they saw the police car coming from behind, and the three people's eyes lit up at the same time, revealing a glimmer of hope. Haha, police car. Brothers, this is a police car, stop them. A man with a scar on his face laughed wildly. Scar, you. The man called Meng Gu sat aside, smoking, listening to Scar's words, shaking his head helplessly, but did not stop him. Even if they were real police, there was nothing to be afraid of with more than a dozen of them and so many guns. Yes, Scar brother, leave it to me. Hee, I don't know if the person inside is a real policeman or a fake one. If it is real, it will be a good opportunity for me to feel the feeling of pointing a gun at a policeman's head. A subordinate who looked a little wretched immediately agreed loudly. After saying that, he winked and led a few people to run towards the car of Wang Shuang and others. Xiao Shuang, there seems to be something happening ahead. Li Xian immediately pressed the horn. Beep, beep sounded several times in a row to alert the vehicles behind. At the same time, he kept reducing the speed, and finally stopped the car 10 meters away from them. It seems that we have encountered the legendary thugs. We didn't want to cause any more trouble, but it's not our fault if someone insists on seeking death. Wang Shuang slowly opened his eyes, as calm as a deep pool, looking ahead indifferently. This time when he entered the city, he could only succeed and not fail. Anyone who dared to stop him would become his enemy. As for the enemy, Wang Shuang now had only one way, which was to kill. Sun Tianqiao and Huang Beibei sighed at the same time, and looked at the thugs who were walking towards here with some sympathy. Only by truly seeing Wang Shuang's strength can one feel the terrifying power in this young body. Compared with the thugs, Wang Shuang was like a man-eating tiger. Let's go, get out of the car. Wang Shuang was the first to get out of the car. They were all wearing bulletproof vests and holding pistols in their arms, but they were not really scared. Seeing the childish appearance of Wang Shuang and the others, the family in front showed a trace of despair on their faces. The few people who came over laughed and looked extremely relaxed. However, when they saw Huang Beibei in a police uniform, the thugs who came over had bright eyes and revealed a hint of lewdness. What a beautiful girl, and a police officer. It's just right to give her to the boss. After the boss is done playing, maybe we can get some sex. As he spoke, his throat kept rolling, as if he was thinking of something wonderful. Others also looked at Huang Beibei with shining eyes, like hungry wolves. One person wanted to touch Huang Beibei's face, but was stopped by Wang Shuang, who looked at him indifferently. Who are you and why are you blocking the road? The man was furious when he saw Wang Shuang interrupting his good deeds. He put the assault rifle in his hand directly on Wang Shuang's brow and said, "You bastard, we are from the Tiger Gang. This road is ours now. If you want to pass through, you can. Hand over all your supplies as tolls. Otherwise, don't pass." The atmosphere froze for a moment. Li Xian and others were about to take action, but Wang Shuang shook his head slightly, which made them stop. "By the way, this woman should also stay and warm the bed for our boss." The men continued to speak without knowing the consequences. "All the supplies, this is too much. What's the difference between this and robbery?" Wang Shuang frowned, without a trace of fear. "Haha, we are just robbing, so what? Will the police come to arrest us? Now is the end of the world, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. This guy seems to have lost his mind. He is still living in the previous world. Doesn't he know what time it is now? It's ridiculous. Even if this guy is still alive, it's a waste of food. He will be eaten by zombies sooner or later." A group of thugs sneered. However, they did not notice the hint of sarcasm on Wang Shuang's face. "Boss Meng, we really don't have any supplies. We only have a few bank cards with millions of dollars in them. If you want them, I'll give them to you. Please, let us go." In front, the men in a suit pleaded with the leading men with a gloomy face. "In this world, what's the use of money? What I want is food and weapons. You have nothing and you still want to get through. Dream on." Menga snorted coldly, looking at the girl cowering behind the men. Suddenly his eyes lit up, an evil thought came to his mind, and he turned to the men and said gently, "Haha, brother, although you don't have supplies, you have other things that can be used as a substitute." Seeing the confused expression on the men in the suit, Menga pointed directly at the little girl behind him, his eyes flashing with passion. The little girl looked at Meng Ji's expression, and nervously grasped her mother's clothes again, looking at him timidly. "No, absolutely not, please, brother Meng, let her go, she is still a child, come to me if you have anything to do, don't hurt her." The man in the suit has been in the mall for many years and has seen all kinds of people. As soon as he saw his eyes, he knew what he was up to, but his daughter was his only one, and he would never hand her over. However, he knew that his resistance was extremely weak in front of these thugs, and even their lives might end today. He regretted coming back to Jiangnan City very much. If he hadn't come, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a thing. He couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of Wang Shuang and others. When Wang Shuang and others' vehicle appeared, he had hoped that they were real policemen, but it turned out to be just a few young boys. His hope turned into despair in an instant. However, when he shifted his gaze over there, he was stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen something incredible. No. Meng Ji's face changed and became extremely cold. He looked at the men with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Just as he was about to order him to be killed, he suddenly saw the man's expression. He looked at him with some confusion, and his eyes widened in an instant, with an incredible look on his face. A group of thugs were mocking Wang Shuang wantonly. They were only paying attention to Huang Beibei and didn't notice that no one came out of the two cars behind. Suddenly one of them thought that they had 3 cars, but only someone got out of the first car while the others didn't. So he and another person walked towards the 2 cars behind. The muzzle of a gun pointed from deep inside the car window at the foreheads of the 2 men, instantly causing their bodies to stiffen and drops of cold sweat to drip from their foreheads. "You two, what are you doing? Get all of them down and see if there's anything good." The leading man was blocked by Wang Shuang, so he could only see 2 people parked next to the police car, motionless. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom. With a loud bang, the doors of the 2 cars opened instantly, and people got out of the cars one after another. Each of them was carrying a pistol, an assault rifle hanging on his chest, a bulletproof vest on his body, and combat boots on his feet. He was armed to the teeth. Nearly 10 Type 79 submachine guns were pointed directly at the group of thugs in front of them. With just one order from Wang Shuang, the fierce firepower could turn them into sieves. This. The group of thugs were stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the scene that appeared in front of them. Li Xin also took action at the same time, and his moves were as fast as lightning. Before they could react, he snatched the gun aimed at Wang Shuang, then took out a pistol and pointed the gun at the somewhat wretched men. Faced with such a reversal of the situation, not only were they stunned, even Meng Guo, Scar, the men in the suit and others who were looking here could not help but be stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief, especially Meng Guo, who originally thought they were two little lambs, but turned out to be a group of jackals, the kind that could swallow him and others. Now, do you still need to pay toll? Wang Shuang looked at the minion in front of him with indifferent eyes, as if he didn't see it. Gulp, the wretched man swallowed hard, looking at the gun pointed at his head with some horror. He had never thought that everything was under their control, but in the blink of an eye, the result would be like this. Therefore, the man with a confused brain nodded vigorously when he heard Wang Shuang's words, and then shook his head violently. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Waste. Wang Shuang's eyes turned cold. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, a hole instantly appeared on the man's head. It was transparent from front to back, and you could even see the red and white things inside. The man's eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter any more. His body fell directly to the ground and gradually cooled down. Stop. At this time, a shocked and angry voice came from a distance. The men called Brother Meng came to his senses and looked at Wang Shuang and others with an extremely ugly expression. However, he was worthy of being the boss for a long time. He quickly calmed down and spoke to Wang Shuang and others under the cover of a group of subordinates behind him. Brother, we were wrong this time. I apologize to you here. There may be some misunderstandings between us, but you have killed one of my people. You can let them go now. You go your way and I go mine. How about we keep our distance from each other? The man called Meng Guo was indeed smart. He did not fight to the death with Wang Shuang and others just because one of his men was killed. Instead, he wanted to end the fight peacefully. After all, he had seen the firepower of the enemy, with nearly 10 assault rifles. If a fight broke out, not to mention how likely he would win, even if he really won, he would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, Meng Guo decided to settle the matter peacefully. In his opinion, the other party should be satisfied with his lowering of attitude. When the man in the suit saw the situation, his eyes suddenly changed, his desire to survive burst out, and he shouted at Wang Shuang and others. Brother, help, save my daughter and wife. Police, help us. They are trying to kill us. The thugs' faces suddenly changed color. One of them kicked the man to the ground and punched him hard, causing him to spit out blood again. You bastard, I told you not to talk nonsense, the thug cursed angrily. Dad. The little girl saw her father being beaten. Although she was scared, she couldn't help but break free from her mother's arms and rush towards the men. Xiaoya, don't come over here. Although the man was beaten, he was still tough and didn't say a word. But when he saw the girl running over, his face changed and he shouted anxiously. Hey, little girl, you'd better go back here obediently. Another thug walked out, picked up the little girl like a chicken, and threw her back to her original place. Daddy, Daddy, whoa! The little girl couldn't help but fell to the ground and cried. Her knees were rubbed raw and tears kept dripping. Her delicate and cute big eyes instantly became red and swollen. Xiaoya. The man screamed in pain, looking at the sneering hungry wolves around him with great hatred. Meng Guo didn't pay attention to this scene. He just stared at Wang Shuang, waiting for an answer. Wang Shuang, Huang Beibei, as a policeman, could not help but speak when she saw such a scene. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wang Shuang waving his hand. Heh, what if I say no? Wang Shuang's somewhat indifferent voice came out, making everyone present stiffen and the atmosphere instantly solidified. What if I say I don't agree? Wang Shuang's indifferent voice sounded, making the thug leader's face freeze instantly, and then he was furious, wishing he could just shoot and fight the other party to the death. Wang Shuang was not satisfied with the face he had given him, but his reason still suppressed his anger. He knew that once the war started, he would suffer anyway, so he was still trying his best to avoid the war. My dear brother, I admit that you are very strong, but you should know that if we really fight, both sides will suffer losses. Even if you win, I believe there won't be many people left. Do you think it's worth it? It must be said that this thug leader is quite eloquent. His words are reasonable and logical, and there is nothing wrong with them. He seems to be thinking about Wang Shuang in every way. If it were someone else, they would probably have a good impression of him. Brother Wang, this Meng Gu used to be the boss of a small gang in Jiangnan City. He usually makes money by collecting protection fees and watching over the place. He is not a man of his word. He is two-faced and fickle. You can't believe his lies. At this time, Wang Hu suddenly stepped forward and whispered in Wang Shuang's ear. He was barely considered a gangster before, but not a boss, so he also knew this man called Meng Gu. You are Wang Hu. Meng Gu looked at Wang Hu with some surprise, his face looking a little ugly, knowing that Wang Hu must know everything about him and would not say anything good to him. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but he heard a sentence, shoot. Pa pa pa. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from Wang Shuang and others were like a flood bursting from a dam, spewing tongues of fire towards the numerous thugs. Get down, spread out, fight back. Meng Gu yelled, and dived to the ground, rolling towards the car beside him. At the same time, he yelled, with hatred and shock in his heart. He didn't know how many of his men would be killed or injured this time. He was also shocked by the ruthlessness of the other party. Although he said it nicely on the surface, he really had no intention of letting them go. After all, they were many in number and had such powerful firepower. He didn't believe that he was not tempted. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Wang Shuang to be more ruthless than himself and directly ordered to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. Many thugs hid directly behind the bunkers and kept fighting back. This space instantly became a death zone. Anyone in it would be shot to pieces. However, the ones who suffered the most were Meng Ji's side. 5 or 6 people died in the next moment due to unpreparedness. Only about 10 people were left fighting back. However, they did not have many guns to begin with. They were found on the bodies of some policemen when the end of the world happened. There were only 6 people with guns, and 2 of them were shot to death. So only 4 people still had guns. Ah. I was shot. Help me. Save me, I don't want to die. Voices appeared one after another, all of them were from the rioters. They were hit from time to time and fell to the ground wailing. They did not have bulletproof vests like Wang Shuang and others, so they were not afraid of life-threatening danger even if they were hit by stray bullets. However, the only bad thing is that Wang Shuang and others' shooting skills are too bad. If it were Huang Beibei, they would probably be able to wipe out all the opponents with only 1/3 of the bullets. The man in the suit and his family were standing aside, but they were ignored. Wang Shuang and others subconsciously avoided them, and Meng Ji's people would not even think of them. Therefore, they became the safest people on the scene. The family finally had some brains and knew to leave quickly. The men struggled to get up and wanted to leave, but was seen by the angry Meng Gu. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Stop it, you guys. If you don't stop, I will kill all 3 of you." As he said that, he jumped directly to the man's side, pointed his gun at him, hid behind him, and signaled his men with his eyes. The 2 men understood and ran directly behind the little girl and the woman, and pointed their guns at the back of their heads. Cease fire. Wang Shuang frowned when he saw the scene not far away. He gave the order helplessly, but his eyes became even colder. Hearing this, everyone stopped. The barrels of their guns became a little hot. The bullet holes on the car and the ground were covered with orange bullet shells, showing how fierce the battle was. When the other side saw Wang Shuang and others stop, they stopped firing and dared not to fire back. After all, they had suffered heavy casualties in such a crazy battle just now, and they were all fine. This was too terrible and directly destroyed their confidence. Now seeing that they stopped on their own initiative, they were too happy. Brother Wang, we can't stop. Once we stop, we will give the other side a chance. We are almost winning now. If we keep fighting, we can wipe out the other side. Sun Tianxiao shouted anxiously. He was not worried about the safety of Wang Shuang and others, but he was afraid that their weaknesses would be exploited and killed. He could still survive in Wang Shuang's hands, but there would be no way for him to survive if he fell into the hands of these thugs. That family is dead, and the most important thing now is to save Brother Wang's relatives. Sun Tianxiao brought out the weak spot in Wang Shuang's heart. Shut up, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Wang Shuang glanced at the other party coldly, and immediately made Sun Tianxiao shut his mouth. He turned his head to look at Meng Gu, who was walking out step by step. His eyes were a little dark, and he looked at Li Xin, and they both understood what the other meant. Brother, I admit that I failed this time, but we should always leave a way out for others and not do things to the extreme. Giving others a way out is also giving yourself a way out. After all, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Let us go. I will stay away from you next time I see you. Meng Gu hid behind the men in the suit, pointed his gun at the back of his head, and yelled hysterically. The brief exchange of fire just now really scared him. The bullets from the other side seemed to be free, pouring down like a flood, hitting him and others almost without any chance to fight back. Fortunately, the other side seemed to be novices and their shooting skills were not accurate, otherwise, it would be unknown how many of them could survive. So, now he only wanted to escape with his life. After all, if you are still alive, you will never worry about having no firewood. If it doesn't work here, you can go somewhere else, but the premise is that you have to survive. Wang Shuang looked at the other party coldly, his eyes were not moved at all. But when he saw the little girl's family, his eyes changed a little. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. You guys, let the guy go, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, you won't have the good luck this time. Brother, I'm just going to let them go. What if you regret it? How about this? You retreat 100 meters and we'll get in the car first. Then, everyone can rest assured. How about that? Meng Gu made a suggestion. He was not stupid. He knew to leave a way out for himself. He didn't believe Wang Shuang's words at all. After all, he was the same kind of person. A breeze blew by, which seemed to bring a hint of coolness, but the two parties in the middle of the road didn't feel the slightest bit of cooling. The atmosphere was extremely hot. You have no choice. Either you choose to believe me, or continue the war. Kill them if you want to. Wang Shuang responded extremely coldly, not giving the other party a chance to choose. You are forcing me. If we really fight to the death, no one will have an easy life. Hearing this, Meng Ji's face turned ashen and he roared. Threat? I'm not negotiating with you, I'm telling you a fact. Wang Shuang showed a hint of sarcasm, his body was like a residual shadow, passing a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye, without giving people a chance to react. Li Xin also activated his own skills, 5 times the speed of ordinary people, even faster than Wang Shuang. The Tang sword in his hand reflected a black arc of light, like a scythe of the god of death, constantly reaping the lives of these thugs. You have no right to negotiate with me. At this time, Wang Shuang's last words slowly appeared in Meng Ji's ears. The silver knife flashed, and all the guns in their hands were cut in half, and the broken ends were extremely smooth. Others did not make a scream before Li Xin's Tang Dao slashed across their necks, ending their lives directly. Evolver. You are an evolver. At this time, Meng Gu suddenly reacted. He didn't care about the losses of his men. He looked at Wang Shuang and the others with horror. He was even more surprised than when he saw the firepower of Wang Shuang and the others before. No wonder I lost so badly, it turns out you are evolvers. Haha, it's not unfair for me, Wang Meng, to lose to an evolver. Brother Meng said with a wry smile, then closed his eyes as if he had given up and waited for his own ending. The suitman and his family of 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time, hugged each other with a look of relief, and looked at Zhang Yi and others who followed. Evolver, how do you know the evolver? Wang Shuang originally wanted to deal with this fierce guy, but when he heard his words, he suddenly stopped and asked with some confusion. The others also looked at him with some confusion. They all knew the name of evolver because of Wang Shuang, but they were all extremely curious as to whether this guy in front of them had seen other evolvers. Because I've seen more than one. Their abilities are all kinds of weird. Some can control ice, some can use fireballs, and some have incredible power. I've even seen someone controlling plants. Although their abilities are all kinds of weird, they all have one thing in common: they are powerful. They are simply not comparable to ordinary people. They can deal with ordinary zombies as easily as cutting straw. I once met a man who could send out wind blades. He killed 10 zombies with one wind blade. The title of Evolver was spread by them themselves. Brother Meng seemed to know that he was going to die, and he had nothing to hide, so he started explaining directly. With so many Evolvers, the situation in the city shouldn't be too bad now. Wang Shuang's eyes lit up, and he looked at Meng Ge with some anticipation. Not too bad. Meng Ge showed a hint of self-mockery at the corner of his mouth, looking up at everyone. Then do you know what happened to those Evolvers now? They are now almost eager to flee Jiangnan City. Those who can run have already run away, and those who can't run are almost all dead. How could this happen? Everyone exclaimed. Haha, although the Evolvers are powerful, the zombies have evolved to be even more powerful. Those special zombies appear and disappear at will, and their abilities are extremely strange. The speed of their evolution is extremely amazing. There are also terrifying mutant beasts that are even more terrifying than zombies. It can be said that the city has become a slaughterhouse. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a hell on earth. Even the Evolvers find it difficult to survive in it. After listening to Meng Ge's story, everyone fell silent and did not have much confidence in this line of work. So what's the situation at Jingyuan Garden? Wang Shuang asked anxiously. Hearing that Jiangnan City was so horrible, Wang Shuang could no longer hide his anxiety. His sister's life or death was uncertain, and he was most afraid of hearing bad news. Jingyuan Garden, I don't know about that. After all, it's a bit far from me. I just ran out not long ago, so I don't know what's going on inside now. Wang Shuang took a deep breath, knowing that he could not get any more answers from him. He moved his arm slightly, the knife flashed, and the last thug was taken care of. He turned to look at the others and said calmly, "If you don't want to go, I won't force you. You can go back now." I, Wang Shuang, have never been a person who likes to force others. Now that they have heard that Jiangnan City has become so terrifying, Wang Shuang can understand that some people are hesitating and will give them a chance to withdraw. There is still a chance to withdraw now. Once they really enter and then withdraw, Wang Shuang will never allow it, because that is the time when everyone works together. Once someone wavers, it will greatly shake the confidence of others, and in serious cases it may even cause his team to fall apart. So Wang Shuang will now give everyone a choice. Li Xin didn't say anything, just smiled and stood firmly beside him. He was the only person who would stand by Wang Shuang's side no matter when and where, and the only person Wang Shuang could trust without reservation at present. Zhang Yi, Wang Hu and others struggled a little and then walked directly to Wang Shuang. Xie Lingyu and Lin Yuran did the same, expressing their attitudes with actions. Su Jie and Fang Fei also walked to Wang Shuang after struggling for a while. "Brother Wang, I want to quit." Suddenly, a voice appeared. Wang Shuang was stunned. It was Zhang Ming, a former subordinate of Wang Hu. As soon as this sentence came out, Wang Hu's face changed immediately. He shouted, "Zhang Ming, what are you talking about? Are you going to be an ungrateful person?" "Okay, Huzi, since Zhang Ming has made his choice, I respect his choice. Zhang Ming, you can go back. There are some cars here. You can drive any one back. It will also be a good opportunity to protect the girls who are left there. They are all girls, and I am not very reassured." Wang Shuang interrupted Wang Hu and turned to speak to Zhang Ming. There was no trace of dissatisfaction in his expression, but he gradually distanced himself from him in his heart. This kind of person was not worth cultivating. "Thank you, Brother Wang. I'm really sorry to everyone." Zhang Ming lowered his head in shame. "It's okay. Is there anyone else who wants to quit? Once we reach the city, no one will be able to retreat. This is the last chance." Wang Shuang looked around at everyone and found that no one was quitting. He nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to nod and say a few words, a weak voice came from the side. "My dear little brother, are you going into the city? Can you take me with you?" The men in the suit looked at Wang Shuang and others hopefully and spoke with some eagerness. Wang Shuang was a little confused. Why do you want to go to the city? Didn't you hear what that guy said just now? You're just going to die. The man in the suit smiled bitterly. I know, but I have a reason to go. I have a child at his grandmother's house. He's too young, only 1 year old, and it's inconvenient to take him with us when we go traveling, so I temporarily left him with his grandmother. Now that something like this has happened, we have to go back and take a look. Wang Shuang suddenly realized why the man in the suit was so determined to go back, and he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. Although he thought it was useless and he was just seeking death, he admired him very much. At least this man was responsible. Anyway, it was on the way, so it wouldn't hurt to give him a ride. Okay, I'll give you a ride. Where are you going? Wang Shuang asked. Jingyuan Garden, the man spoke quickly, looking a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Wang Shuang to agree so readily. Jingyuan Garden. Wang Shuang looked at the man with a strange look in his eyes. The man felt a little scared and looked at Wang Shuang cautiously. Yeah, what's the problem? Wang Shuang retracted his gaze. No problem, since you have the same destination as me, come with us, but you must listen to me on the way, otherwise, I will not be responsible for your safety. Okay, I'll listen to you. Thank you so much. The man finally understood the look on Wang Shuang's face and thanked him over and over again. In the police car, Wang Shuang sat in the passenger seat, and the man in a suit sat in the back seat. The man's family and Huang Beibei got into a car at the back. After the conversation, Wang Shuang learned the names of the family of 3. The man was called Jin Chang, the little girl was called Jin Xiaoxiao, and she was very cute. The woman was called Hu Hong, his wife, a jewelry store manager. She was only in her 30s, but she was well-maintained and well-educated. Her calmness in the face of the crisis just now made Wang Shuang look sideways. Jin Chang looked at Wang Shuang with a bit of restraint. Although Wang Shuang was not very arrogant, he had gradually developed a temperament in the past few days, which made him, who had been in the workplace for more than 10 years, feel a bit depressed. It was as if he was meeting the president of his former company, and there was even an extra taste of iron-blooded murder. Big brother, what are you doing in the city? Finally, it was his own daughter who broke the silence. She turned her big eyes and looked at Wang Shuang. Her crisp voice made Wang Shuang turn around and look at the little girl in front of him who was only 6 or 7 years old. Haha, Xiao, brother is going to find someone who is very important to me. Wang Shuang showed a long-lost smile, looked at Xiao, and asked gently, how old are you this year, Xiao, and what grade are you in? Big brother will definitely find that person. I believe in you. Xiao waved his fist to encourage Wang Shuang, and then said proudly, Xiao just celebrated his 7th birthday and is now in the 2nd grade. Haha, Xiao is really awesome. Wang Shuang praised in surprise. He was really surprised. After all, the other party was only 7 years old, but she was already in the 2nd grade. He thought that he was in the 1st grade at the age of 10. The comparison showed that the little girl in front of him was indeed smart. Big brother, you were so awesome when you defeated those bad guys just now. If only I could be as awesome as you, I could protect mom and dad and wouldn't let them get bullied. Xiao said with red and swollen eyes, as if she was thinking of the scene where she and others were bullied by thugs before. Xiao, don't worry, I will protect you from now on, and I won't let you get bullied by bad guys anymore. Wang Shuang looked at the little girl who was about to cry and couldn't help but blurt out. As soon as he said it, he felt a little regretful. He hadn't solved his own problems and troubles yet, but he was looking for something to do again. He couldn't help but blame himself for being too quick-witted. Big brother is so nice, thank you big brother. The little girl's face changed like the weather in June, and she immediately became smiling, which made Wang Shuang roll his eyes. Watching Wang Shuang and his daughter talking happily, Jin Chang felt a little amused. He was actually not as useful as a little girl. He was usually not so eloquent when negotiating with others. He was already a veteran in the workplace, but when facing Wang Shuang, he just couldn't find a topic to talk about. He turned to look at his wife and found that she was also looking at him helplessly. The vehicle gradually entered Jiangnan City. Wang Shuang saw people running away in a panic in front of him from time to time. Some were alone, and some were a group of people. But they had one thing in common, they were all in tattered clothes, skinny and hungry, and covered in blood. It was unclear whether it was his or someone else's. Some were driving cars that were almost 70 damaged, but the people in the cars were running away with an ecstatic expression, as if there was a devil chasing them. When they saw that there were still people running towards Jiangnan City, they looked at them as if they were fools. Some people, perhaps out of kindness, stopped their cars and told them they could not enter, but Wang Shuang politely declined and gave them some bread as a thank you. Seeing that Wang Shuang and others actually had a lot of food, many people could not hide their greed. They were all people who were trapped in the city and were starving. They had finally escaped, and when they saw such life-saving things, how could they resist and wanted to snatch them? However, after Wang Shuang and the others exposed their guns and killed some completely crazy people, they were completely shocked and their speed of advancement was guaranteed. The further they went, the more zombies there were. The police car kept on driving, killing many zombies along the way, and the front bumper was deformed. In the end, Wang Shuang, Li Xin, and Zhang Yi had to take action themselves to kill some of the zombies ahead. Chi. The silver-white blade flashed, and like lightning, the head of a level 2 power zombie was directly split in half. A powerful energy rushed into his body and was absorbed by him. Why are there so many zombies? Special zombies can be seen everywhere. It's simply not letting people survive. Wang Shuang took a deep breath and cursed with some hatred. He had witnessed the horror of Jiangnan City. There were zombies everywhere, and there were so many special zombies that it was terrifying. They were only less than a kilometer into the city, and they encountered nearly 10 special zombies. Although most of them were level 1, there were also some level 2. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and Li Xin helped him share some of the burden, otherwise, he would not be able to take care of them. Xiao Shuang, we can't go on. There are piles of zombies here now. Ordinary zombies are okay, but there are too many special zombies. We almost can't hold on. Li Xin then split a zombie in half, frowned, and looked a little ugly. Zhang Yi wielded an ironwood stick and smashed a level 1 power zombie into a pulp, but he was also a little out of breath. The others formed a small circle and fought the zombies back to back. Jin Chang also took off his suit and fought with everyone. Hu Hong and Jin Xiaoxiao were in the circle and were protected by everyone. At this time, even Huang Beibei and Sun Tianxiao, who were half captives, had to join the battle. They no longer dared to use the guns they had. They used them once at the beginning, but were surrounded by nearly 1,000 zombies who rushed over after hearing the noise. They were almost blocked there. Fortunately, Wang Shuang fought desperately and blew a path with grenades, otherwise, they would have been in danger of being wiped out. Therefore, ordinary people could only use the iron bars and pointed wooden sticks they had used before to fight the zombies. Now there were only 3 guns that could be used with silencers, one for Wang Shuang, one for Li Xin, and the last one was given to Lin Yuran by Wang Shuang. Their car was parked aside and used as a defensive position. There were hundreds of zombies nearby. Wang Shuang and others could only rely on their strong physical fitness to fight the zombies. If they didn't kill all the zombies, they would have no time to move. Roar. A group of zombies pounced towards the crowd, and the 2 special zombies at the head pounced towards the crowd even more ferociously. One turned into a shadow, and the other had an extremely strong body, and you could almost feel the ground shaking with every step it took. Faced with this situation, everyone's defense became shaky almost instantly. Not good. Wang Shuang, who had just killed a special zombie, changed his expression. He didn't care to catch his breath or hold back. He just thought about it and fired 10 fireballs at the zombies that were rushing towards the crowd. At the same time, he dodged and ran towards the leading speed zombie, while Li Xin and Zhang Yi went to deal with the strength zombie. Go to hell. Wang Shuang's face was a little ferocious. He had underestimated the horror of Jiangnan City. He didn't expect that in just a few days, there would be such a horrible change. Therefore, he felt a little uneasy about his actions this time. However, no matter how great the difficulties were, they could not stop him, nor could they make him lose confidence. Wang Shuang's speed seemed to have turned into an afterimage, and he directly blocked the special zombie in front of him, and the silver-white tang sword formed a sword curtain in front of him. Clang! The nails touched Wang Shuang's tang sword, creating a spark. Although Wang Shuang's tang sword was now a 9th level weapon, Wang Shuang was unable to unleash the true power of this 9th level weapon. It seemed that only as his strength improved could this weapon be improved. Therefore, facing the sharp claws of the second-level speed-type zombie, Wang Shuang's Tang sword was only slightly sharper, and it cut into the opponent's nails, and the powerful force directly knocked the opponent away. However, Wang Shuang had already known that this would be the result. His expression remained unchanged. With a thought, a fireball appeared out of nowhere and landed directly on the zombies who were unable to dodge, instantly catching fire. If it were a power-type zombie, Wang Shuang's small fireball might not be useful. However, for a speed-type zombie with weak defense, a small fireball is enough to burn the opponent to ashes. Wang Shuang dealt with the zombie here, and he felt something was wrong. He had killed so many zombies, but he hadn't advanced yet. Even if he needed energy in 3 aspects, it shouldn't be so difficult to advance. Wang Shuang felt that the energy that just poured into his body was completely swallowed up by the black hole in his body, and then 2 more energies poured out and entered his body and the acupoints that emitted the flames. However, Wang Shuang felt that this energy was obviously much less than when it first entered. Wang Shuang did not have time to think about it. Although Wang Hu's pressure was relieved a little with the help of his fireball, the situation was still not optimistic. He could only cheer himself up and quickly go to help share the pressure. At the same time, Li Xin and Zhang Yi joined forces and quickly dealt with the zombie. Afterwards, a light burst out in Zhang Yi's eyes, and his body seemed to become a little stronger. He blasted out with the stick again, and the air was shaken. Several zombies around him all flew up in an instant like straw, and their bodies broke into 2 halves. Zhang Yi, you have made a breakthrough. Li Xin looked at Zhang Yi in shock. Haha, I was lucky. I just had a little bit of energy left, and this zombie happened to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Yi smiled, and he seemed to have lost all his previous fatigue. He became full of energy. Wang Shuang took a casual glance and all the data about Zhang Yi appeared in his mind. Innate Evolver, Power Evolver. Level 3. Skill, Power Rage, can increase your strength by 30 in a short period of time. Power, 5.5. Speed, 2.0. Spiritual Power, 1.5. Evaluation, take a small step on the road to strength. You must know that when strength reaches its limit, your fist can split mountains, collapse seas, and shatter the world. Wang Shuang's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhang Yi's promotion order. Now Zhang Yi's strength is stronger than his own. If he uses his supernatural powers, he can even reach the strength of nearly 7 people. This is a terrifying data. However, Wang Shuang does not take it to heart. If he wants to kill Zhang Yi, he can kill him with speed alone. After all, his evolution is all-round, unlike them, who can only evolve in one aspect. Zhang Yi's breakthrough greatly boosted morale, and everyone worked together to eliminate all the remaining zombies. With Wang Shuang's help, everyone did not suffer any losses, they were just a little tired and exhausted, especially the 2 girls, who could hardly hold their weapons in the end. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and the zombies that were heading here again, Wang Shuang and others did not dare to stop. They got into the car directly, started the car, and drove forward madly along the route in their minds. Boom boom. The roar of the engine continued to sound, and Wang Shuang and others continued along the route. Wang Shuang said, deliberately choosing some secluded alleys along the way. There were fewer zombies in such places. Unfortunately, they had to stop the car after only moving forward less than 500 meters, and got out of the car carefully one by one, because a huge group of zombies appeared in front of them. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of zombies, so densely packed that there was no end in sight. They were like a black river, completely blocking the way forward. Look for other directions immediately. Don't alarm them. Wang Shuang's face changed and he felt extremely horrified. Everyone took down their weapons and some food, put them on their backs, parked the car in a hidden corner, and covered it with some canvas. Wang Shuang wanted Jin Chang's family to wait for them in a safe place, but they refused to agree, so Wang Shuang had to continue to lead everyone forward. They continued to move forward by trying various routes based on the memories in their minds. When they passed an alley, they faintly heard the sound of fighting, and it seemed that not far away, they could also hear the unique roar of zombies. Could it be that the survivors have been discovered? A thought flashed through Wang Shuang's mind, but he and others were too busy to care about others. They continued to move forward, but the further they moved forward, the clearer the sound became. Wang Shuang and others' faces became a little ugly. They were trying their best to avoid trouble, but they didn't expect that trouble would come to them. To go to Jingyuan Garden, they had to take this alley. Other places were occupied by zombies, and they couldn't pass at all. Now they could only bite the bullet and go on. Wow. Gradually, as everyone came out of the alley, the view in front of them suddenly widened. On the road ahead, groups of zombies surrounded a group of people in suits and ties. Dozens of bodyguards in black and people wearing what looked like SWAT uniforms continued to fight the zombies with machetes, baseballs, fire axes, and other weapons in their hands. What shocked Wang Shuang the most was that most of those well-protected people in suits and ties were people he often saw on TV. Puff. Ah. The sound of axes piercing bodies could be heard one after another, and tragic screams were heard from a group of black-clad bodyguards. From time to time, a special police officer would be directly scratched by some special zombies, or have a piece of flesh bitten off. However, they were all trying their best to stop this group of horrible zombies and had no time to take care of their own wounds. Isn't this Secretary Chow, and Mayor Guo, Director Wang, Chairman of Vank Group, and Chairman of Attain Group? Everyone only took a quick look and discovered a group of figures that they often saw on TV. So many high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City are here. Oh my god, they are also trapped here. This is crazy. Jin Chang, who was following behind, had a changed face and was in disbelief. Oh no. They seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. If so many high-ranking officials were to perish collectively, the consequences would be too serious. We can't even protect ourselves, how can we care about others? Wang Shuang glanced at Jin Chang, feeling somewhat helpless. Most of the people in front of him were high-level officials in Jiangnan City, in charge of the politics and economy of the entire Jiangnan City. He also knew that the man in front of him was the city party secretary Chao Jun, a good official who could do practical things for the people, but they were in some difficulties now, so how could they save them? And looking at the densely packed zombies in front of them, there was no telling how many special zombies there were, and he didn't know how to save them. Wang Shuang knew very well that once he took action, it was still unknown how many of them he and others could survive. Jiangnan City had become a purgatory on Earth, with countless people becoming zombies and only a few surviving. Everyone seemed to have become a drowning person, longing for a life-saving straw. Powerful evolvers have a chance to escape, but ordinary people can only wait for death, struggling to survive and hoping for a miracle to happen. However, there are some special people who can make powerful evolvers willingly serve as bodyguards. They are all people who hold great power. Before the end of the world, their every move can affect the economic lifeline of a city. Chao Jun is such a person. As the secretary of the Jiangnan Municipal Party Committee and the top leader of Jiangnan City, it can be said that he is the most important person in Jiangnan City. After the apocalypse broke out, he acted decisively and took various measures to prevent it from happening. He even led the way and did not leave Jiangnan City, determined to live and die with Jiangnan City. However, the apocalypse happened too suddenly, and even law enforcement agencies and armed forces fell one after another. He barely held on for a few days, but was ultimately powerless to save the situation. Under the persuasion of everyone, he had no choice but to leave the city. Unfortunately, after a few days, the zombies evolved faster than he could imagine and became more and more terrifying. Fortunately, many evolvers who suddenly possessed special powers appeared around him and were able to fight against those terrifying zombies and mutant beasts, allowing him to command the overall situation with peace of mind. Now they were trapped on the road with a group of Jiangnan City's controllers. The way out of the city was clearly ahead, but unfortunately, they were blocked by countless zombies. Their guns and ammunition were all used up, and too many people were killed and injured. The armed police, special police, bodyguards of those giant groups and others tried their best to fight a way out for them, but seeing more and more zombies, they were almost in despair. Alas, Lao Wang, it seems that we are really going to live and die together with Jiangnan City this time. Chao Jun looked at the man next to him with a wry smile. The man was in his 40s. His suit was a little worn, but his weather-beaten face seemed as if carved by a sharp knife, and he looked extremely indifferent. He is Wang Li, the mayor of Jiangnan City, the second in command of Jiangnan City. He is resolute and decisive in his work, and is privately called lightning by others to describe his attitude and method of doing things. He is intolerant of any sand in his eyes, and hates corrupt officials very much. Once they are found, they will show no mercy. He and Chao Jun are the two most outstanding people in Jiangnan City. One is strong and the other is gentle. They have made Jiangnan City prosperous in both economy and people's livelihood. Hearing Chao Jun's words, the man's expression remained unchanged. If this is the fate that we will end up like this, then I have no complaints. It's just hard for these ordinary people and those who are still struggling in the city. As he spoke, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes, as if he felt sad for those ordinary people. The disaster came so suddenly, no one expected it. There's nothing we can do about it. I just hate that I don't have the ability to rescue them. I feel ashamed of being their leader. Chao Jun showed a complicated expression on his face. Looking at the fewer and fewer guards around him, he couldn't help but look in other directions. Chairman, we can't hold on any longer. We have to find another way to break out, otherwise, no one can escape. On the other side, a group of middle-aged men in suits and some women and children formed a circle, with bodyguards protecting the periphery. A bodyguard rushed in covered in blood and shouted at the people in the middle. After that, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood and fell to the ground with a twitch. Boss you, what should we do? There are more and more zombies now. We can't stand it any longer. If we don't find a solution, everyone will die here. A fat man with a big belly shouted anxiously to Boss Yu among the crowd. Mr. Yu Zhiqiu, is the chairman of Jiangnan City's Attain Group. He controls the entire steel industry in Jiangnan City and has assets of nearly 100 billion. He is the undisputed richest man in Jiangnan City and a well-known figure throughout China. Now that he was trapped here, although the situation was critical, there was no panic on his face, because he knew that the more critical the situation was, the more he could not panic. Only by staying calm could he find a chance of survival. He couldn't help but look up at an old man beside him. Mr. Kong, what do you think? The old man looked to be in his 60s, but he was indeed in good spirits. He was wearing a tang suit and holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. Although he looked a little tired, he had an aura of majesty just by standing there. He was obviously a prominent figure. The old man's name is Kong Ping. He is the chairman of Wang Group. Wang Group controls the entire Jiangnan City's catering and hotel industry, and even has branches in hotels all over China. Although he is no longer in charge, in Jiangnan City, even the municipal party secretary has to give him some face. After hearing Yu Zhiqiu's words, Mr. Kong opened his eyes, stopped turning the Buddhist beads in his hands, and looked at the #1 businessman in Jiangnan City. Now we can only hope for a miracle. If we really fail, we can only let those evolvers take our offspring away, hoping to save their lives. Kong Lao sighed, somewhat helpless. Many of them brought their families and children with them, and their cries could be heard from time to time. Despite this, they still did not give up on them and wanted to take them away with them. Many of their bodyguards have also become evolvers, otherwise they would not have been able to persist until now. The 3 most powerful evolvers are Song Guangming, the captain of the Special Police Brigade, and Yu Zhiqiu's personal bodyguard Tang Long, who was once a retired Special Forces soldier and is extremely skilled, and his own bodyguard, Sui Cheng, who was once a powerful mercenary and was hired by him as a bodyguard at a large price. Oh, I didn't expect such a disaster to happen. Is God going to exterminate mankind? Someone sighed. It would be great if someone could come and rescue us at this time, a middle-aged man murmured to himself. Forget about it. How can we still count on anyone? The others were about to speak when they suddenly saw a group of people appear in the alley in front of them. Each of them was holding a Type 79 submachine gun and staring at them blankly. There's someone here, we're saved. Secretary, there are people ahead, we are saved. A group of people's expressions brightened, and they looked at Wang Shuang and others who suddenly appeared with some surprise. A bald man next to Chao Jun spoke to the leader of Chao Jun with an ecstatic look on his face. Chao Jun, Wang Li, Kong Ping, and Yu Zhiqiu all looked at them expectantly. They had already reached the end of their rope, but they didn't expect to meet Wang Shuang and others. They all couldn't help but feel a desire to live. If they could survive, no one would choose to die. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Wang Shuang was completely powerless to save them. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Shuang's first thought was to escape. He was about to turn around and tell everyone to run, but things often don't go as planned. The zombies in front had already discovered them, and instantly split into a group and rushed towards Wang Shuang and others. The speed-type zombies were in the front, and they turned into shadows and rushed towards Wang Shuang and others. We can't escape. Jin Chang, you guys step back. Everyone else, use your guns and shoot hard. Don't let them rush over, otherwise, you will all die. Wang Shuang roared, raised the submachine gun on his body, and fired fiercely at the zombies in front of him. Da-da-da. Dense gunshots instantly resounded throughout the space, and the sound could be heard several miles away. They no longer cared about much else. Once approached by these zombies, it would be extremely rare for them, except for Wang Shuang and the other two, to survive. Therefore, the bullets rushed towards the zombies as if they were free. In just a few seconds, the bullets in a magazine were completely used up. They all quickly removed the magazines and replaced them with new ones. The whole action took no more than 10 seconds. This was because they had been specially trained before. Wang Shuang and others led a wave of zombies away, and the pressure on Secretary Chow was instantly relieved. The defense line was no longer as shaky as before. Kill. We have helpers. Cut a path for the Secretary and his men. We must ensure the safety of the Secretary and others. As a group of SWAT police and bodyguards felt the pressure relieved, the men in SWAT uniform who was leading them continued to boost morale among the zombies. He had a sturdy build and a very grim face. He held a dagger in his hand and threw it out. It flashed like lightning and landed on a speed-type zombie, piercing the opponent's head directly. Then the dagger turned around and returned to the man's hand again. Captain Song, and our chairman, you can't just focus on Secretary Chow and others. A sturdy man next to him, who was as tall as an iron tower and nearly 2 meters tall, spoke in a muffled voice. His body seemed to be made of steel, shining with a layer of black light. The sharp claws and fangs of the zombies fell on him, but not even a trace could appear. The sturdy man threw a punch casually, the air rumbled, and a terrifying force was transmitted, and a power zombie was directly broken into 2 halves. Hey, Tang Long, we are all grasshoppers on the same line, no one can escape. On the other side, a white bone spur appeared out of thin air in the hand of a skinny man, who used it as a spear and stabbed a special zombie through. He was Sui Cheng, a mercenary who was once famous in the world. Because he was tired of war, he was willing to be a bodyguard under Kong Ping. Now his ability is extremely strange. He can arbitrarily control the bones in his body to form bone spurs, which appear from anywhere and are extremely sharp. I don't know who the other party is. They suddenly appear with guns. This relieves some of the pressure for us. Song Guangming's eyes condensed as he watched Wang Shuang and others suddenly appear and fight with the zombies. Hey, never mind. They'll all die in the end anyway. There's no need to worry about it. Let's first think about how to get rid of so many big guys. Sui Cheng looked at Wang Shuang and others with some disdain. In his eyes, only the evolvers could be taken seriously, and he even felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Although he had retired from the underworld and made enough money, he thought he would live an ordinary life, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, gradually became active, and the feeling of life and death on the battlefield came back again. Therefore, looking at the situation of Wang Shuang and others, he did not have a trace of sympathy. He was just thinking about how to maximize his benefits and wanted to find a way to send these big guys away. By then, his status would definitely be greatly improved, and becoming a top human being would no longer be a luxury. They saved us and shared some of the pressure for us. Isn't it a bit too much for us to just ignore them? Tang Long hesitated, as if he couldn't bear to see the end of Wang Shuang and others. Is it still possible to save them? We can hardly protect ourselves now. You should think more about yourself. After using your supernatural powers for a long time, the recovery speed cannot keep up with the consumption speed. How much energy do you have left? Besides, if they open fire now, the zombies within a few miles will come rushing over after hearing the noise. If we don't escape now, we will just have to wait for death. Sui Cheng's words made them all silent. They all knew that although the words were harsh, they were the truth. In order to protect these big guys, they had used their special powers for a long time and were exhausted. Now they had little energy to help others. They could only look at each other apologetically. Chao Jun and others frowned, seeing Wang Shuang and others shooting directly at the zombies among the crowd. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Wang Li next to them glanced at his old friend, sighed, and knowing what he was thinking, he could only pat him on the shoulder helplessly. If we want to survive, someone will have to sacrifice, either them or us. Now, we have to choose between the two. We can only sacrifice them to find a chance for us to survive. Hee, choose the more important of the two. Old Wang, do you think he is lighter than us? Chao Jun shook his head, and it was hard to tell whether his face was crying or laughing. Wang Shuang and his men had only 1,000 or 2,000 bullets. A previous battle had consumed a full 1/3 of them. Now they were used so frantically that all the bullets were completely used up in just 1 or 2 minutes. The submachine gun made a click, click, click sound, and Wang Shuang and others threw their guns on the ground and picked up cold weapons. Without bullets, the gun was not even as good as a fire stick. However, this wave of crazy firepower also achieved exciting results. Hundreds of zombies were killed by them, clearing a large space in front of them. Even half of the special zombies were killed directly by such intensive firepower. Kill! Wang Shuang shouted loudly and rushed forward at the lead. His speed was 4 times faster than that of an ordinary person, so he arrived in front of the oncoming zombies in just a blink of an eye, and his tang sword drew a circle. A silver blade flashed, and the heads of the 5 zombies were no match for the sharpness of Wang Shuang's tang sword. They were chopped off instantly, and streams of blood gushed out. The others also rushed forward fearlessly. They all knew that in the current situation, retreat was impossible. The only way to survive was to kill these zombies as quickly as possible. Li Xin was even faster than Wang Shuang, constantly moving among the zombies. Every time a black knife flashed, it meant a zombie was killed. Compared with Li Xin, Zhang Yi was much simpler and more brutal. As the first level 3 evolver among them, he swung a big iron rod with the strength of 7 ordinary people, forming a death storm. Any zombie that touched the big iron rod was either beaten into a pulp or sent flying. They are also evolvers. There are actually 3 evolvers. Chao Jun, Yu Zhiqiu, Kong Ping, and others couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the sudden burst of power from Wang Shuang and others, unable to hide their shock. No wonder they have such powerful firepower and dare to come into the city. They turn out to be evolvers. Sui Cheng and others were also shocked and couldn't help but put away their contempt for them. However, do you really think that evolvers can act recklessly? Now in Jiangnan City, even evolvers find it difficult to survive. The 3 people formed a triangular arrow, like a sharp sword, and shot fiercely into the group of corpses, tearing a crack open. Good opportunity. Song Guangming and others were elites who had experienced countless battles. Seeing the cracks torn by Wang Shuang and others, they no longer held back, and summoned the last bit of strength in their bodies to directly expand the cracks in the corpse swarm. Hurry up! Secretary, Chairman, hurry up! A group of policemen and bodyguards escorted a group of big men and ran outside along the cracks torn open by many evolvers. The 2 groups of people seemed to have a tacit understanding and fought desperately at the same time. One group was eager to get in, and the other group was eager to get out. The 2 groups crossed each other through the crack. Little brother, it's too dangerous in there now, you should leave with us. With your skills, I believe you will achieve great things. Just as they were about to pass by each other, Secretary Chao suddenly spoke to Wang Shuang quickly. He really cherishes talents, especially those with such strong military power as Wang Shuang. It would be a pity if they died in the city, so he couldn't help but cherish talents. Haha, thank you. I appreciate Secretary Chao's kindness, but I still have something I must do. If you still remember the help I received just now, please take the family of 3 behind to a safe place. Wang Shuang laughed loudly, his whole body covered with black blood, but he didn't care at all. While the torn crack had not closed yet, he led everyone to quickly pass through it. Heroes emerge from youth. What a pity, what a pity. Mayor Wang watched Wang Shuang and others leave, sighed softly, looked at Jin Chang and the other 2 who were hiding not far away, ordered the special police captain Song Guangming to take the family with him, and then quickly broke out under the protection of everyone. After passing through the swarm of zombies, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. However, there was no time to rest, because the zombies in the distance heard the gunshots here and slowly gathered together again. If they were not careful, they would be blocked again. Everyone, leave quickly and wait until you are completely out of Jiangnan City before you rest. Chao Jun's face changed and he ordered loudly. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Shuang's receding back and silently wished them safety. Where are we going next? The group rushed out with Jean Chang's family. They knew that the current situation did not allow them to go in and cause trouble, so they could only follow these people out. While rushing, the president of Etienne Group asked Secretary Chao about the next direction. Let's go to the 21st Division. There is a division of troops stationed there. Even if a major disaster occurs, I believe the leaders there will quickly stabilize the situation. Let's go there and rely on the power of the army to recapture Jiangnan City. We must not let Jiangnan City become a city of zombies. Chao Jun glanced at everyone and stated his plan. What a good idea. With planes, cannons, and various missiles, I really don't believe that we can't deal with these monsters. When the time comes, let this guy experience the power of human technological weapons. Everyone was talking about it, imagining how they would take revenge in the future. They were all powerful figures in the past, and they were definitely unwilling to lose everything overnight. Especially since they almost died here today, they were extremely angry. Not to mention what happened to Secretary Chao and the others afterwards. Wang Shuang and the others rushed through the group of zombies and ran directly along a path. Wang Shuang didn't care whether it was the road to Jingyuan community, because after he had just killed a zombie, the energy in his body surged. Wang Shuang knew that he had advanced again. In the past so long, he had killed several times more zombies than Zhang Yi and the others, but he had been unable to advance. Now he finally advanced again, and Wang Shuang was really excited. Wang Shuang looked at his body again and found a new change. The Awakener. Level 3. Innate skill. Acquired skills, 1. Fireball, level 3, can emit 60 small fireballs, and when 10 small fireballs merge, they can become a powerful big fireball. 2. Eye of detection, level 3, can detect item information no higher than 2 levels of its own. Power, 7.0. Speed, 6.5. Spiritual power, 8.0. For Awakeners, the later they are, the more powerful their evolution will be, but it will also become increasingly difficult. Wang Shuang couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw his attributes. Although his previous promotions would greatly improve his physical fitness, none of them had ever increased by nearly half as much as this time. Seeing such a terrifying increase, Wang Shuang gradually understood the meaning of the last message. Although he still didn't tell me what an evolver is, he understood that an awakener is an extraordinary existence. Perhaps, it is also a good thing for me. Only with the most powerful power can I protect the people I want to protect, and I won't be like Jean Chang who would not be let go even if he begged desperately. If it weren't for my sudden appearance, they would definitely be tortured miserably. You cannot expect this kind of luck to happen to you. You have to control your own destiny and become the one who controls the destiny of others. Wang Shuang's advancement was silent, and only Li Xin and Zhang Yi, who were also evolvers, were somewhat sensitive. They vaguely felt that Wang Shuang's momentum seemed to have skyrocketed in an instant. However, they did not have time to ask more questions, and followed Wang Shuang and kept running forward. What made them helpless was that it seemed that the streets were full of zombies, and there was no so-called safe place at all. Suddenly, Wang Shuang discovered a small supermarket suddenly appeared in front of him. The plaque on it had become dilapidated, and the words, Deshang Supermarket, could be faintly seen. The door of the supermarket was tightly closed, without any movement, but Wang Shuang's terrifying mental power could faintly sense the vitality of each living person. This made Wang Shuang very happy. Everyone was exhausted now, and it was really not easy to find a place to stay. Everyone, follow me. Wang Shuang shouted in a low voice. Seeing that there were few zombies nearby, he used a few fireballs to kill all the zombies wandering around. He whispered to the people in the supermarket, "Friends inside, open the door. We are human beings. We will take shelter here for a while. Please open the door. The door is a rolling door that can be dropped from above. If Wang Shuang and others really want to break it open by force, it is not impossible. However, if they do so, the people inside will lose this rare piece of pure land. Wang Shuang does not want to do something that will harm others and himself, so he changes to a very gentle approach. Inside the small supermarket, a group of people of all kinds held their breath and hid in a corner. There were men and women, young and old, but they were like corpses, not daring to move, for fear of making some noise and attracting the horrible monsters outside. In the past few days, they have seen too many people die in the mouths of zombies, even their relatives, so they have gradually become numb. Even if they heard Wang Shuang's voice, they seemed not to hear it, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Only one child wanted to get up, but was grabbed by the adult next to him and held tightly in his arms. Bang bang. After knocking on the door twice, there was still no response. The others gathered around and looked at the locked door, puzzled, as if wondering how Wang Shuang was sure there was someone inside. It seems that they are unwilling to open the door for us. It seems that we can only take some special measures. Wang Shuang looked at everyone and sighed helplessly. No one else objected at all. After all, it was related to everyone's vital interests, so they would not object. Even Huang Beibei, who always had a strong sense of justice, watched Wang Shuang's actions silently without saying a word. Get up for me. Wang Shuang grabbed the bottom of the rolling door tightly with both hands and let out a low roar. The terrifying force was transmitted to the door, and the chain tightly fastened to the ground was directly broken. Walala. The white rolling door slowly rose up. Under the dazzling sunlight, everyone inside looked at the rising door with horror, and kept hiding behind it in fear. Boom. The rolling door was completely raised. Wang Shuang let go of his arm with a sigh of relief and felt a pain. Although his strength was comparable to that of 7 people and stronger than Zhang Yi, it was still not pleasant to do this. The others didn't have time to be shocked by Wang Shuang's power becoming so strong, and they all entered under the gaze of everyone inside. Seeing everyone coming in, Wang Shuang slowly pulled down the shutter door again, but the zipper was broken and had no ability to be fixed, so it could be accidentally opened by zombies at any time. Wang Shuang had no choice. If he didn't do this, they would not be able to come in. Facing so many zombies outside, they would be in danger sooner or later. The only thing he could do was to block the door with various goods, so that he could barely provide a certain degree of protection. Their entry was like throwing a huge rock into the stagnant water, instantly breaking the original tranquility. Wang Shuang and the others took a quick look and saw that there were more than a dozen people in front of them. Some were young people in their 20s, some were middle-aged people in their 30s or 40s, and even teenagers. Their identities and clothes were different. Some wore street goods bought for 12 yuan, and some wore clothes worth hundreds or thousands of yuan, but they all had only one name now: survivors. Their eyes were dull, as if they had lost hope of survival. There was feces all over the floor in one corner, which they probably used as a toilet. A deadly odor rushed directly into the noses of Wang Shuang and the others, almost making them vomit. The surrounding shelves were filled with open food bags and cans, and there were garbage bags thrown away randomly on the ground. The whole small space looked like a garbage dump. Wang Shuang and the others watched all this with their noses pinched, their brows deeply furrowed. They watched Wang Shuang and the others enter without a word, just looking at them with some horror. Although they were numb, they all knew that once the rolling door was closed, if they wanted to open it manually without the key, it would take a terrifying amount of strength, and this kind of strength was simply not something they could resist. Are you an evolver? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in good spirits looked at Wang Shuang, swallowed, and spoke with difficulty. Although it was a question, it seemed like an affirmation. Yes, I asked you to open the door for me just now, but you didn't respond. I had no choice but to force the door open. Wang Shuang nodded and admitted his identity, which was also a deterrent to them to prevent them from having any bad intentions. Master Evolver, we didn't do it on purpose. We really don't have any other options. In the past few days, I don't know how many places like this have been wiped out by zombies because of kindness in opening the door. We have seen it so many times that we are numb to it. In fact, we all know that this place will be discovered by zombies sooner or later and will fall. It's just a matter of time. In this case, there is no difference between dying early and dying late. And the supplies here are not enough to support us for a few more days. Once you come in, the supplies will be consumed even faster. We are all just a bunch of poor creatures. We are not like the evolved masters. You have powerful strength and can protect yourselves. We ordinary people are just struggling. The man's tone was very respectful, calling everyone adult one by one, as if it was a feudal era. No one knew what they had experienced before, but he kept talking about their difficulties and elevating the status of Wang Shuang and others. Wang Shuang looked at the men in tattered clothes in front of him with some surprise. He was secretly amazed at his eloquence. He couldn't bear to blame them. Okay, I don't blame you, and I don't have time to care about you. We are just taking a break here and then we will leave, so don't worry. Wang Shuang waved his hand to interrupt the other party's chattering. Leave. A gleam of light flashed in the man's eyes, that was the desire to survive. He looked at Wang Shuang hopefully. Sir, can you take me with you? I am very familiar with the roads around here and can help you. Upon hearing this, the other survivors with numb faces all brightened up their eyes, gathered around and spoke to Wang Shuang. My lord, please, take me with you. I can warm your bed, cook, wash clothes, and do everything. Sir, please, take my daughter away. I will repay you in my next life by working like a slave. Sir, take me away. I have money, lots and lots of money. I'll give it all to you, just take me away. Sir, please take me away. I am willing to be your dog. I will do anything you ask me to do. An extremely noisy sound appeared, as if it had turned into a vegetable market, making Wang Shuang's ears buzz. Shut up. Wang Shuang shouted in a low voice and took out his tang sword. The silver-white blade seemed to still retain a trace of murderous aura, which scared everyone so much that they immediately stopped talking and looked at Wang Shuang with fear. Li Xin and the others looked at all this with indifference. It was difficult for them to survive in this city, let alone bring these burdens. There was no justice or evil, no right or wrong. Whether it was Li Xin and the others or the survivors, they just wanted to survive. I'm sorry, we don't have the ability to take you away. We're just taking a break and we'll leave soon. If you continue to pester us, don't blame me. Wang Shuang spoke indifferently, and after that, he endured the pungent smell and found a place that was barely clean, and sat down with everyone to rest. The survivors didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. They looked at Wang Shuang cautiously, and couldn't help but reveal a look of despair on their faces again. They fell to the ground again like corpses, including the men who spoke first. But at this moment, Wang Shuang saw a young man in his 20s lying on the ground. Even when everyone came to beg him for help, he didn't move at all, as if he was a real dead person. However, Wang Shuang looked at his slightly rising and falling chest and found that he was obviously still breathing. What's wrong with him? Wang Shuang pointed at the young man and asked the survivors. He seems to be sick. He suddenly had a fever a day ago and has been unconscious ever since. But he is not dead. We don't have any medicine here. We can only rely on his own luck. The men who spoke first answered. Although Wang Shuang would not take them away, they did not dare to offend Wang Shuang. After all, they could still survive here. But if they offended Wang Shuang, they could not guarantee whether they would survive. After all, they had seen many evolvers with unstable temperament and strong killing intention. Therefore, they were all very cautious. Will he turn into a zombie? Li Xin suddenly asked. This is common in movies. Once a person has a fever, he is likely to be infected with the virus and turn into a zombie. For safety reasons, they had to ask one more question. Don't worry, it won't happen. Only if you are bitten or scratched by a zombie, you will become a zombie. We have never seen anyone suddenly become a zombie after the disaster day. The men said with some confidence. The disaster day was the day when Wang Shuang and others saw the golden light rain in the sky. That day seemed to change the course of the entire earth, and everything changed. Hearing the man's words, Wang Shuang nodded and said nothing. Anyway, this person was not his own, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Even if there was a problem and he turned into a zombie, the three evolvers could easily solve it, so there was no need to worry too much. Therefore, Wang Shuang and the others took out some of the food they brought from their backpacks and started eating. They were unwilling to eat the food in this small supermarket, one because they disliked the environment here, and the other because they also told them tactfully that they did not have enough food, so they did not bother to snatch their food. Ham, bread, canned food, bread, mineral water were taken out one by one, attracting the survivors lying on the ground like dead people to look at them with envy. Although they were in this supermarket, the apocalypse broke out and almost every supermarket was looted by the crowd. The remaining ones had been eaten by them, so they didn't want Wang Shuang and others to come in. Moreover, the supplies here were divided according to strength. The stronger the person, the more food they could get, while the old, weak, and disabled could only barely maintain their lives. Gulp. Gulp. A group of people watched Wang Shuang and others eating with big mouthfuls, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. One of the little girls made a gurgling sound in her stomach, and she looked at the food in Wang Shuang and others' hands with a hint of desire. "Here, little girl." Huang Beibei couldn't bear to watch it. He was a policeman and couldn't bear to see such a scene, so he took out a bag of bread and wanted to give it to her. With a pop, Wang Shuang snatched the food away, glanced at Huang Beibei indifferently, a warning flashed in his eyes. Huang Beibei understood Wang Shuang's meaning instantly. Once she gave them food, they would think that she and others were easy to talk to. In order to survive, they would try every means to make her and others soften their hearts. They had more important things to do now and could not let them hold them back. The little girl's eyes dimmed instantly, making Huang Beibei feel sad. "Huh." Wang Shuang retracted his gaze, as if he had discovered something, and suddenly turned his head to look at Sun Tianxiao. At this time, he was opening a bottle of water and pouring it into his mouth. "Sun Tianxiao, you are injured." Wang Shuang's voice was low, but it made everyone's eyes turn to him, including the survivors. Puff! Sun Tianxiao was drinking water, and suddenly heard Wang Shuang's low roar. He instantly spat out all the water in his mouth, wetting his clothes. But he didn't care about these. He just looked at Wang Shuang with horror and subconsciously retracted his feet. "Wang Shuang, why do you say that? Sun Tianxiao is injured." Huang Beibei was a little surprised. She turned to look at Sun Tianxiao with a look of doubt in her eyes. I am not injured." Sun Tianxiao stammered, but he could not hide the fear on his face. "If not, stretch out your legs. Let us see." Li Xian spoke coldly at this time, staring at the other party coldly, and the black tang sword was slightly clenched, as if he would chop him down directly if he didn't agree. "Yes, Sun Tianxiao, stretch out your legs and let us see. If you are not injured, then everything will be fine." Zhang Yi also spoke at this time, took a step forward, and vaguely surrounded Sun Tianxiao in the middle. Seeing everyone's performance, a hint of despair gradually appeared on Sun Tianxiao's face, but he still stretched out his legs hidden behind him. Everyone looked and saw a crack of only 2 centimeters on his trouser leg. Through the crack, they could see traces of black blood flowing out. "Is this the injury you got when you were running through the zombies?" Wang Shuang and the others understood instantly when they saw this scene. Wang Shuang looked at the guy he had always wanted to deal with and asked softly. Although they wanted to kill him at the time, after fighting together and experiencing life and death together, Sun Tianxiao was gradually accepted by everyone. Now that he has been injured by the zombies, they all know the consequences, so they can't bear to see his end. "That's right. I was at the back and was scratched by the claw of a speed-type zombie. I thought such a small wound would not be a problem." Sun Tianxiao looked sad, and then looked at Wang Shuang with hope. "Wang Shuang, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die. Save me, Wang Shuang, you are an evolver, you must have a way, right?" Seeing Sun Tianxiao's desperate look, Wang Shuang sighed, not knowing what to say. He really didn't want to dampen the last glimmer of hope of this dying man. Finally, it was Li Xian who spoke up. "Sun Tianxiao, we have no other options. If you are injured by a zombie, there is only one outcome. I'm sure you know that. So you have 2 choices. One is to become a zombie and be killed by us, and the other is to commit suicide before you become a zombie. There is no other choice." Hearing Li Xian's voice, the last glimmer of hope in Sun Tianxiao's heart was shattered, and he lowered his head with a dejected look on his face. Others all sighed and turned their heads away with some reluctance. However, in less than 3 seconds, Sun Tianxiao suddenly raised his head, pounced towards Lin Yuren with a ferocious face, snatched the silenced pistol from his waist, and wanted to aim at Wang Shuang and shoot. "You son of a bitch, even if I die, I will bury you, a son of a bitch, with me." Chi. A black knife light flashed, and a knife tip appeared behind Sun Tianxiao's head, and he was killed by Li Xin with one blow. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground, becoming a cold corpse. "You shouldn't have done that." Li Xin glanced at Sun Tianxiao's body indifferently, pulled out his tang sword, walked aside, and continued to rest. Alas, Wang Shuang sighed. Actually, he wanted to do it himself just now, but Li Xin didn't want to taint everyone with too much negative emotions for his own image, so he took the initiative. Now, they all looked at Li Xin with some complicated expressions, but they didn't show any dissatisfaction with him, so they understood Li Xin's intention. When the other survivors saw this scene, the children were so scared that they wanted to scream, but the adults covered their mouths tightly and they looked at this side with horror. "Okay, everyone, let's take a break, recover our strength, and then continue on our journey." Wang Shuang took the bread he had not finished eating and continued to replenish his strength, although he had fully recovered instantly when he was promoted to level 3. Everyone returned to their original places silently and continued to rest in this place that looked like a garbage dump. They were all ordinary people. After the previous battle, their physical strength was extremely exhausted. If they didn't rest, Wang Shuang couldn't believe that they could continue. Soon, this small space returned to its previous dead silence. No one spoke, and no one walked around. It was like a pool of stagnant water. But at this time, no one noticed that the finger of the young man who had been standing aside like a corpse and was noticed by Wang Shuang moved slightly. The small supermarket was silent at this moment, but Wang Shuang gradually developed a bad intuition in this silence, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of it. Wang Shuang believes in his intuition very much. If one day, he is faced with a choice and has to keep only one between his fire ability and his intuition, then Wang Shuang will definitely choose his intuition without hesitation. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Wang Shuang's forehead. His brain was working rapidly, trying hard to think about what went wrong with him. Jian Ran had a bad intuition. "Wang Shuang, what's wrong? You're sweating all over. Are you sick?" Xie Lingyu noticed Wang Shuang's appearance and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He said jokingly, "Indeed, Wang Shuang is an evolver, and it is impossible for him to get sick." "Sick, that's not good." Upon hearing Xie Lingyu's words, Wang Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized something and turned his head sharply. The young man who was sick and had a fever had stopped breathing. Detect. Wang Shuang directly used his special ability to detect the past and instantly came up with a data that shocked him. Mutants, about to awaken humanity, failed in the process of evolution, resulting in another kind of mutation. The direction of this mutation is unknown. Some mutants are incredibly powerful, while others are so weak that an ordinary person can kill them. They have all kinds of strange abilities. Level 3. Abilities: bone spurs, powerful strength, terrifying speed. Weakness: none. Threat level: strong. Evaluation: this is a difficult battle, but also a chance to test your true strength. Are you a true warrior, or a coward? Wang Shuang's face changed. This was the first time he heard of mutants, and also the first time he saw such a threatening guy. Wang Shuang instantly wanted to get rid of him before the guy really woke up. "Get out of the way, he has turned into a monster, get out of the way." Wang Shuang jumped, his body turned into a shadow, and ran directly towards the other party. With a thought, 10 fireballs appeared instantly and merged into one big fireball, burning fiercely and flying towards the body on the ground. The others were shocked by this sudden change, and were stunned when they heard Wang Shuang's voice. However, the people on Wang Shuang's side reacted extremely quickly. As soon as they heard his voice, they all gathered together. Zhang Yi and Li Xin directly blocked the front, forming a simple formation. Before the survivors could react, Wang Shuang's fireball landed directly on the young man on the ground. Boom! A dark hole was instantly created on the ground, with a spark of fire, but there was nothing inside, and the young man who had just been lying there also disappeared. Wang Shuang's face changed, and he looked around, and the knife in his hand also lost its target. He's up there. The voices of Li Xin and others suddenly came from behind. Wang Shuang suddenly looked up at the sky. The young man was like a spider. 3 white bone spurs appeared on his back, like a spider web, tightly attached to the wall. Although his face was handsome, his eyes had turned red. There was no consciousness in them, only endless killing. The clothes on his back were directly torn into pieces by the bone spurs extending from his body. His eyes were fixed on him, and he kept making an inexplicable roar, as if he had an irreconcilable hatred with him. A naked murderous intent locked onto him, and his momentum was extremely terrifying, more terrifying than any zombie or human Wang Shuang had encountered before. This is the mutant. Wang Shuang was shocked and detected it again, and got a piece of information that made him smile bitterly. Mutant, semi-finished product. The last moment of evolving into a mutant was interrupted, and it became a half-mutant. Level 3. Abilities, bone spurs, powerful strength, terrifying speed. Weakness, unable to perfectly control one's own power, no longer able to infect others. Threat level, strong. Evaluation, although the evolution is only half finished and has shortcomings, because the evolution was interrupted, it will burst out 120 of its strength against the guy who interrupted its evolution. Damn it, this guy is trying to kill me. Wang Shuang cursed inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have interrupted him. This way, he would not have to face this mutant who hated him so much. Although this was the case, Wang Shuang also knew that it was impossible. For now, he had to find a way to deal with the other party. The speed of this mutant's explosion just now had already been demonstrated, and even he himself did not notice it, which shows how terrifying the speed was. Shua. The body of the mutant on the roof above disappeared instantly. Wang Shuang's pupils suddenly contracted. He had no time to observe with his eyes. A breath that could tear everything apart came directly from the side. Wang Shuang only had time to hold the Tang sword horizontally in front of him, and a snow-white bone spur appeared in front of him, and he felt a terrifying force coming directly through the blade. Boom. Wang Shuang seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and his body turned into a big shrimp. He was knocked away in an instant and hit the wall in the corner. Puff. Wang Shuang finally stopped his retreating body, half knelt on the ground with his knife in his hand. His body was churning, and finally he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Shuang, Wang Shuang. When the others saw this scene, they all spoke in horror. They all knew how strong Wang Shuang was. It could be said that they had never lost confidence in Wang Shuang. Even when facing the swarm of zombies before, they still believed that with Wang Shuang's leadership, they could successfully break out. Especially Zhang Yi and Li Xian, they all understood that Wang Shuang might have broken through again before and became a third-level evolver, but facing this monster, he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was directly knocked away. I'm fine, you guys be careful and don't do anything rash. This monster is not something you can deal with. Wang Shuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the mutant who was now in his original position. Roar. The bones behind the mutant were like arms, shrinking instantly behind him and disappearing directly into his body. He looked at Wang Shuang with a grim smile on his face, and his body disappeared again. I don't believe it, die. Wang Shuang's eyes could not keep up with the mutant's speed. If this continued, he could only be beaten and could not launch an effective counterattack. Therefore, as soon as he thought about it, dozens of fireballs appeared around him, whizzing around. Bang. The mutant appeared, only 2 meters away from Wang Shuang. He was hit by 2 fireballs, but only a trace of black was left on the surface of his body, and no substantial damage was caused at all. However, as if he was enraged, the mutant punched out again. A snow-white bone spur emerged directly from the top of his fist, turning into a long spear, spinning towards Wang Shuang, and the air along the way was directly torn apart. Wang Shuang had already left the spot during the brief time when he released the fireball to block the opponent. His body speed reached the limit, and he could only see a shadow. The silver blade that became a third-level weapon turned into a flash of lightning and slashed at the opponent. Chi. The knife light cut through the air and landed directly into the air. This zombie was extremely fast and reacted very quickly. It kicked the ground hard and its body disappeared again. Asshole. Wang Shuang cursed, not daring to stay where he was, and disappeared again. Now that he felt the opponent's powerful strength, he really didn't dare to take the opponent's attack so hard. The terrifying force almost shattered his internal organs. If it weren't for the strong improvement in his physical fitness, he would have been killed by the opponent in one fell swoop. Wang Shuang had no choice but to compete with the opponent in speed. The whole room was full of phantoms, but most of them were mutants. From time to time, Wang Shuang was hit directly by a bone spur. Fortunately, Wang Shuang's mental power group was strong enough. He always used the Tang Dao to block the front at critical moments to avoid being stabbed in the face. It's not a solution to run away like this. My speed is not as good as the opponent's, and my strength is not as good. Even if the fireball hits the opponent, it seems that nothing happened. I must find another way, otherwise, today, I will really die here. Wang Shuang fled, his brain worked frantically, and the mental power that had reached 8.0 set off a huge storm in his mind. Oh, right, micro-movement. My speed is not as good as his, so I can use fewer movements and shorter distances to make up for the lack of speed. Wang Shuang suddenly thought of the strange body skills he had used before, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Boom. The mutant's body was close to Wang Shuang, with anger flashing in his eyes. He had been unable to deal with the other party for such a long time, and his patience had gradually been exhausted. He stretched out another bone spur, flashing a snow-white light, and rushed towards Wang Shuang's heart at lightning speed. Careful. Wang Shuang's battle with the mutants had deeply shocked them. They could not imagine that there could be such a terrifying monster. They asked themselves, if they were to move to another place with Wang Shuang, they might not be able to survive even for a second. Even the two evolvers, Li Xin and Zhang Yi, could only hold out for one move before being defeated by this terrifying monster. This time, Wang Shuang no longer used his eyes to feel, but directly used his terrifying intuition to feel the opponent's attack trajectory. In an instant, he felt the direction of the opponent's attack. With a slight turn of the body, the bone spur passed directly across Wang Shuang's chest, which immediately startled the mutant. However, there was no time for him to react. The silver blade in Wang's hands pierced through his body in front of the other party's astonished eyes. It worked. Wang Shuang couldn't help but get excited as he watched his knife go straight through the opponent's body. Unfortunately, before he could finish getting excited, he was poured with a basin of cold water, and the opponent was just an afterimage. The opponent's speed and reaction were still too fast, leaving Wang Shuang with no chance at all. Wang Shuang couldn't help feeling a little powerless. The opponent's figure appeared again not far away, staring at him with red eyes. There was a hint of surprise in those cruel eyes, as if he was surprised that Wang Shuang almost hit him. However, it was the guy in front of him that caused him to fail. No matter what, Wang Shuang was someone he had to kill. Therefore, after just a moment of surprise, this terrifying mutant rushed forward again. Shua. Shua. A shocking thing happened. No matter how fast the mutant was, Wang Shuang could always dodge and counterattack at the critical moment, forcing the mutant to retreat continuously and not dare to use his body to block Wang Shuang's knife. It was obvious that it understood the sharpness of the knife. Once hit, it would be seriously injured if not killed. Roar. The mutant was extremely angry, watching Wang Shuang just move his body slightly in a circle less than 20 centimeters, but making him run around in circles and unable to hurt him at all. Good job, Xiao Shuang. When others saw that Wang Shuang seemed to have made a shocking reversal, they couldn't help but cheer in surprise. Little did he know how helpless Wang felt at the moment. Although he had dodged the opponent's invincible speed, he still couldn't hurt the opponent. If he continued like this, he would be the first to collapse. His micro-movement was like dancing on a tightrope. Once he made a mistake, it would mean life or death. He couldn't guarantee that he would never make mistakes. In just a short while, his mental power was constantly consumed by the crazy calculations, and now his tired brain was a little confused. We can't go on like this, otherwise, I will be the first to die. Wang Shuang was well aware of his own disadvantages. If he made a mistake, he would definitely be killed. If he didn't want to see this result, he could only find a way to get rid of the opponent. Unfortunately, he is too fast. I can't catch up with him unless I can limit his speed. Wang Shuang kept thinking of a feasible solution, but he couldn't find one. Does he want me to die together with him? Wang Shuang couldn't help feeling annoyed. There was a slight error in his dodging movement, which caused the opponent's bone spur to scrape across his abdomen, and a piece of flesh was torn off. Let's fight. Wang Shuang lost his mind and was injured instantly. He didn't dare to be distracted anymore. He stared at the other party and raised his mental strength to the extreme. Shua. The opponent's figure disappeared, and Wang Shuang could clearly feel the opponent's bone spurs attacking him. He could have avoided it, but he felt the attack with an indifferent expression. The bone spur directly pierced through Wang Shuang's body, and a bloody thorn tip emerged from behind him. Xiao Shuang. The faces of the others changed drastically. Seeing that Wang Shuang did not dodge or avoid, they were all shocked. Li Xin even dodged and wanted to step forward to help, but was held back by Zhang Yi. Wang Shuang didn't care and let the opponent's attack pierce him. He just slightly adjusted the direction so that the angle of the bone spur did not pierce his vital points. Next, it's my turn. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Wang's eyes. In order to slow down the opponent's speed, he did not hesitate to use himself as bait, just for this short moment. Wang Shuang grabbed the bone spur that had pierced his body with his left hand, making it temporarily impossible for him to retract it. With a thought, all the remaining energy was gathered to form an unprecedented super fireball, which instantly rushed towards the dazed mutant in front of him like a meteor. The knife in his right hand moved at the same time, a silver-white light flashed, tearing through the air and slashing towards the opponent. Roar. The mutant seemed to feel the life and death crisis in an instant, knowing that he would be seriously injured if hit by any of Wang Shuang's attacks. He did not dare to hesitate and burst out with all his strength. In addition to the bone spur that Wang Shuang grabbed, the other two bone spurs instantly emerged from his chest, crossing to block Wang Shuang's silver blade. With a clang sound, Wang Shuang's knife collided with the opponent's bone spur, sparks flew, but he also avoided the danger of being hit by the knife. But the other big fireball could not be stopped and fell directly on the mutant's head. With a boom, it exploded directly. The fireball instantly turned the mutant into a fireman. Ah! The mutant let out a scream and used all his strength to pull out the bone spurs in Wang Shuang's body. He turned into a fiery red phantom and kept fleeing in the space, trying to extinguish the fire on his body. He accidentally ignited a survivor. Ah, save me, I don't want to die. The survivor who was on fire kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on his body, but Wang Shuang's flame was not so easy to extinguish. After several evolutions, it gradually became much stronger than ordinary flames, so it had such powerful power. The others were so scared that they retreated one after another. No one was willing to approach this unlucky survivor. Li Xin and others were only concerned about Wang Shuang and didn't care about them at all. After the bone spur was pulled out of his body, Wang Shuang spat out blood again. Blood in his abdomen continued to flow, but Wang Shuang didn't care. He just stared at the mutant who was fleeing. Go to hell. Wang Shuang forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body, jumped up again, and slashed at the fireman with a knife. This time the opponent was hit in the head by the flames and had no consciousness to stop. Wang Shuang's knife landed directly on his head and split it in half. Mutant, dead. After the mutant was killed by Wang Shuang could no longer hold on to his injuries. He fainted instantly without saying a word. But while he was unconscious, an extremely powerful energy directly poured into his body. Boom. These energies seemed like a flood, with a hint of golden light faintly visible. They were instantly absorbed by the black hole in Wang Shuang's mind. After absorbing this power, the black hole continued to tremble, as if something was about to happen. White energy like white jade appeared drop by drop, continuously flowing into Wang Shuang's body, gradually rushing towards a certain acupuncture point. More and more of them became, and finally formed a huge wave, directly breaking through the acupuncture point. These energies swirled within the acupoints, then directly merged into Wang Shuang's body, gradually seeping into his bones. In addition to these, the black hole in his mind underwent a mutation, and a black hole projection was formed directly in Wang Shuang's dantian, emitting a terrifying devouring force. Invisible forces faintly came from the surrounding heaven and earth, and continuously merged into Wang Shuang's body, causing his physical fitness to continue to evolve and become stronger even if there were no zombies to kill. The abdominal injury gradually stopped bleeding and healed with the appearance of these abnormalities, but it will take some time to fully recover. All this happened very quickly, but in the outside world, several hours had passed. In the outside world, when others saw Wang Shuang beheading the mutant and being seriously injured and unconscious, they were all shocked and rushed forward to check on his injuries. They were even more worried that Wang Shuang would mutate. After all, Sun Tianxiao was seen by everyone because he was infected with the virus, so he was beheaded by them. Seeing the hole in Wang Shuang's abdomen, they all looked a little strange. Li Xian even wanted to take him to see a doctor directly, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. In such an environment, where could he find a doctor? Besides, there were so many zombies outside. He would just be committing suicide by going out. Didn't they see that Wang Shuang, such a powerful evolver, became seriously injured and dying? Tell me, what should we do now? Xiao Shuang is so seriously injured. If he is not treated effectively, he will die. If he dies, none of us can survive in this damn place. Li Xian looked at them coldly and said angrily. Hey, I know, Li Xian, but where can we find a doctor now? There is no medical kit here. Even if we find a doctor, there is no way to save Wang Shuang. Zhang Yi was a little helpless, but he still persuaded patiently. After all, they are the only two evolvers now. If they lose Li Xian, the evolver, I am afraid they really have no hope. But he still had one more thing to say, that is, if Wang Shuang was injured by a zombie, would he become a zombie? If you are willing to take me away, I will tell you where the medical kit is. Suddenly, the men who had been staring at the scene blankly spoke suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. Only then did they see that it was the men who had spoken to them when they first came in. A light flashed in Li Xian's eyes, and he instantly turned into a phantom and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Tell me where the medical kit is. If you don't, you will die. Grasping the man's neck, Li Xian ignored the temptation and threatened him directly in a cold voice. No, unless, you, take me away. The man was tough, and didn't say anything, insisting that Li Xian agree to his conditions. It seemed that he also understood that staying here was only the difference between dying early and dying later. He believed that Li Xian would not kill him. The terrifying guy just now might have a close relationship with him. They would never watch Wang Shuang die, so as long as he held on to the bottom line, he would definitely win the final victory. You threaten me. Li Xian's eyes turned cold, and he really wanted to crush the staring guy to death, but when he thought of Wang Shuang's current injury, he calmed down and didn't want to waste Wang Shuang's life for a trivial matter. Okay, I promise. Tell me where the medical kit is. Don't tell me it's in the hospital, or you'll die miserably. Li Xian threw the guy out and spoke in a cold voice. Thank you, I'll get it for you right away. The man coughed a few times and caught his breath. He didn't dare to be angry with Li Xian. He ran to the side with a happy face and rummaged through the drawers of the cash register. After a while, he took out a small medical box. This is the first aid supply that this supermarket always has on hand. I know it very well because I was very familiar with the boss here. The man looked at everyone's surprised eyes and explained with some pride. Li Xian didn't bother to listen to him and just took it and tried to stop the bleeding for Wang Shuang. Let me do it. I was a police officer before, and I know some simple bandaging. Wang Beibei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up and walked over to open the box, revealing the contents: cold medicine, ointment, iodine, bandages and other commonly used medical items. He first took out the iodine to disinfect Wang Shuang, and then wrapped a bandage around him. The others didn't understand either. They just watched it all silently, praying in their hearts that Wang Shuang could hold on. Half an hour later, Wang Beibei looked at Wang Shuang, who was almost tied up like a mummy, and her face turned red. She looked at everyone and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, this is my first time too, so I'm a little unfamiliar." The others did not laugh. Looking at Wang Shuang wrapped in bandages, they sighed and sat beside him, waiting silently. The man was also very tactful and did not come over to disturb them. He knew that these people were in a bad mood and did not want to offend them at this time. Time passed quickly and everyone was silent. No one noticed that under the bandages, Wang Shuang's injuries were gradually healing. The hole in his abdomen was also recovering at a terrifying speed. New granulations were constantly wriggling and growing. After nearly a day, it was almost healed. If everyone could tear off the bandages, they would find that there was only a trace of scar on Wang Shuang's abdomen and the original hole had completely disappeared. At this moment, Wang Shuang's consciousness felt as if he was in a wonderful state, as if he was in his mother's arms, or in an eggshell. An extremely comfortable feeling emerged in him. Although he could not see anything and there was no trace of light, Wang Shuang felt that this was the most primitive state. He could not feel his body or his soul. He only knew that he was still alive and conscious. Wang Shuang couldn't help but wonder where he was. The devouring soul is eternal. Suddenly, an extremely old voice appeared, as if it came from eternity ago, full of a feeling of vicissitudes. Hearing this voice, Wang Shuang's consciousness couldn't help but become alert. He couldn't speak, but sent out a series of thoughts. Who are you? What do you know? Unfortunately, no matter how Wang Shuang tried to communicate, he could not get any response. Then Wang Shuang gradually gave up. He tried hard to open his eyes and regain consciousness. After this thought came to mind, Wang Shuang felt a bright light in front of him. He was delighted and ran towards the light in the distance. Outside, Xin and his companions encountered a big trouble. They waited for a day, and the next morning, for some reason, a special zombie found the small supermarket where they were hiding, broke in, and killed everyone. Boom. This special zombie was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles exposed, nerves all over its body, no trace of blood, gray eyes, and some meat on its teeth. Obviously it had just eaten. He punched the door that was blocking the way open, revealing the figures of Xin and the survivors behind him. Roar. When the zombie saw so much food in front of it, it couldn't help but roar excitedly. Although it felt that Xin and Zhang Yi were not ordinary people, this zombie obviously didn't care and ran directly towards the survivors. Help! Save me! Ah! The survivors looked at the special zombies running towards them, their faces turned pale with fear, and they screamed and ran to other places. However, some of them were caught up, had their necks bitten off, and started chewing them in big mouthfuls. This scene deeply stimulated the remaining people, and they all ran towards Xin and others. Some people took advantage of the door being open and ran outside. However, they were discovered by zombies not long after they ran out, and they swarmed over, leaving behind only screams. Xin and the others looked at the zombie that suddenly broke in with a serious look on their faces. Although they didn't know what level the zombie was, they felt the strong power of the other party. Even Zhang Yi, who had evolved to level 3, might not be his opponent. However, Wang Shuang was still unconscious, and they could not leave. They could only look at each other vigilantly, their bodies tense, ready to burst out their most powerful strength at any time. The zombie ate only a few bites and then threw the tattered corpse aside. It looked at the crowd behind Xin and others, a hint of cruelty flashed in its gray pupils, and it roared and strode towards them. Get started! Xin shouted softly, and he and Zhang Yi attacked at the same time. Their supernatural powers were activated, and their bodies turned into a shadow and rushed towards each other. The black tang sword cut through the air, bringing with it a sound of breaking wind. Zhang Yi took his iron rod and hit the opponent's head hard, and a sonic boom was faintly heard. Bang! The zombie was hit directly on the head by Xion's tang sword, but what shocked him was that it only left a shallow wound on the opponent's face, just like the wound he had been cut by a knife before. Before Xian could finish his surprise, the zombie punched Zhang Yi's iron rod hard. Shockingly, the zombie only took a few steps back, while Zhang Yi was knocked back several meters by the punch along with the rod. Hiss! Xian and Zhang Yi took a deep breath at the same time. Zhang Yi, who had evolved into a third-level evolver, understood his current strength even better. He had the strength of 7 ordinary people. However, facing this zombie, he took the initiative to attack and was armed, but he was repelled. The other party seemed to be fine. This was too unbelievable. Shaking his arms and feeling the pain in his knuckles, Zhang Yi's expression gradually became solemn. He looked at Xian and they nodded in understanding, knowing that even if they were no match for this zombie, they had to stop it. Otherwise, they would all die unless they ran away. Kill. The two figures rushed forward again at the same time, and Li Xin's speed skill was activated. The zombie could not stop his attack at all, so he could hit it every time. However, his strength was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Although he was fast, it was of little use if he could not hurt the opponent. Zhang Yi fought against him frantically, and only the sound of bang bang could be heard. Every time a sound appeared, Zhang Yi would take a step back. The opponent's strength was so terrifying, and his defense was so strong that they could not hurt each other at all. Gradually, Li Xin's supernatural power gradually faded away, and his speed gradually slowed down. He could no longer participate in the battle. Zhang Yi was already a third-level evolver, so his energy could last longer than Li Xin's, but he could not last too long. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhang Yi felt as if his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Every time the power from the stick accumulated, it would cause some damage to him. Now his knuckles were completely cracked, and he could gradually lose control of even the iron rod. Careful! Li Xin was constantly harassing Zhang Yi with his speed that surpassed that of ordinary people. When he saw Zhang Yi vomiting blood, his face changed. The others hid behind and watched the two fighting the zombies. They dared not breathe, and their eyes were full of worry. Wang Shuang's body was at the back, but no one noticed that his fingers moved slightly. I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly, looked at the punch coming from the opposite side, raised his weapon to block it. Boom. Click. The wooden handle of Zhang Yi's iron rod broke in the middle and flew directly to the corner of the wall, but the zombie's fist continued to move forward and hit Zhang Yi's head directly. Zhang Yi, get out of here! Li Xin roared and tried desperately to stop it, but unfortunately his knife only caused some superficial injuries on the opponent's body, and did not cause any change to the zombie's fist. It's too late. Zhang Yi looked at the falling fist with a bitter look on his face. He had been going smoothly since he gained superpowers and thought he would have a bright future. But it seemed that he would die again today. Although he was unwilling, he felt so powerless. He did not regret his actions today, but was a little sorry that Wang Shuang did not wake up. If Wang Shuang is awake, then this zombie should not be a problem for him. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of this question at the critical moment, then slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Ah! When Zhang Yi heard the screams of the crowd, he thought that it was a zombie's fist that was about to blow his head off, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel anything. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked, and saw a figure standing in front of him, like a dam, giving him a feeling of being unshakable. Wang Shuang. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the extremely familiar figure in front of him with shock. Haha, as long as I'm here, you won't die. Wang Shuang turned his head and showed a sunny smile. At this time, Zhang Yi discovered that Wang Shuang was holding the opponent's fist tightly with one hand, like an iron clamp, without any shaking. Your injuries? Don't worry, it's done. Leave the rest to me. There was infinite confidence in Wang Shuang's voice, and then he turned and looked at the zombies in front of him with a faint smile. Level 3 Power Zombie, a guy with great strength and strong defense. Power, 8.0. Speed, 1.5. Skills, none. Weakness, slow response. Threat level, medium. Wang Shuang's detection eye now seems to have changed a bit, and he can see the specific data of the zombies, and can see their abilities more intuitively. However, feeling the power in his body, Wang Shuang was a little intoxicated. After killing the mutant, a huge change occurred in his body. Now looking at his data again, there has been a tremendous change. The Awakener. Level 3. Innate skill, 1, Devour. Acquired skills, 1, Fireball, level 3, can emit 60 small fireballs. When 10 small fireballs merge, they can become a powerful big fireball. 2, Eye of Detection, level 3, can detect item information no higher than 2 levels of its own. 3, Bone Spurs, level 3, can arbitrarily control 3 bones in the body to form powerful bone spurs. Power, 9.0. Speed, 8. Spiritual power, 10.0. The Awakener has awakened his first innate skill, which is a crucial step. However, the later the stage, the greater the evolution, but it will also become more and more difficult. Wang Shuang himself did not expect that the rewards from killing the mutant would be so rich. It was like a complete transformation for him. Fortunately, he interrupted the opponent's evolution and became a mutant who lost the ability to infect. Otherwise, if he really faced that kind of mutant without any flaws, he would be in real danger. In the past, he had to constantly kill zombies in order to evolve and his body would become stronger. But now, even if he didn't kill zombies, his body would gradually absorb an inexplicable energy to evolve. This energy reminded Wang Shuang of the spiritual energy in mythology. Although his level has not evolved to level 4, he is several times stronger than he was a few hours ago. If he were to fight the mutant again now, Wang Shuang believed that he could easily defeat the opponent and would not have to fight desperately to win like before. What made Wang Shuang most happy was that he finally awakened one of his innate skills, Devouring. Just hearing the name gave him a feeling of strength. Wang Shuang was surprised to find that he had obtained the ability of the previous mutant, Bone Spurs. He could control 3 bones to appear from anywhere in the body like the other party, and their hardness was comparable to steel. This became another ability of his. Awakener, this is the power of the Awakener. Wang Shuang was extremely excited, but when he thought of the ancient voice that suddenly appeared in his mind when he was unconscious, Wang Shuang couldn't help but frown again, and his heart was a little gloomy. He felt like a chess piece, knowing nothing, and walking in a specific direction. Wang Shuang didn't like this feeling very much, but he knew clearly that his current strength was not strong enough. Even if he wanted to find out the truth, there would be no result. In case some terrifying characters were provoked, he would not have the strength to stop them. Therefore, he could only keep all this in his heart and wait to explore it after he became stronger. It's a long story, but it was just a thought that flashed through Wang Shuang's mind for a moment. Wang Shuang put aside his messy thoughts and looked at the guy opposite him. There has never been a moment when Wang Shuang felt as powerful as he is now. Some zombies outside also noticed the situation here and rushed over here roaring. Wang Shuang's expression remained unchanged, and he just looked indifferently at the power zombie in front of him that he was holding tightly. Roar. The zombie felt extremely angry and wanted to pull back his arm, but it seemed to be locked and he could not pull it back. He could not help but roar angrily and suddenly pounced forward, trying to bite off the opponent's neck. Oh. Wang Shuang sneered and did not use his weapon. He wanted to try out his new ability. With a thought, a snow-white bone spur suddenly emerged from his body, just like the previous mutant, and pierced straight through the opponent's head. Boom. The guy who had almost forced Zhang Yi into a desperate situation before was easily defeated by Wang Shuang. His body was lying straight on the ground. There was no dazzling fighting skills, nor that kind of amazing destructive power. Just a bone spur was enough to directly defeat this zombie, as if Wang Shuang had just punched him to death. Zhang Yi and the others were stunned. They looked at the zombies lying on the ground, and then looked at Wang Shuang who seemed to have done nothing. At the same time, there was a hint of horror in their eyes. They knew that Wang Shuang had not only recovered, but also become stronger. He was not just a little bit stronger, but ridiculously strong. And they also saw the white bone spur, which was exactly what the mutant had used before. They didn't understand why Wang Shuang could use it, but they were smart enough not to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and they don't have to tell others. Xiao Shuang, are you on drugs or have you eaten spinach? At this time, Li Xian's somewhat strange voice came, and he walked in front of Wang Shuang, stretched out a hand to touch if this was still the Wang Shuang he knew, but Wang Shuang pushed him away and scolded him with a smile, "Get lost, I'm not gay." Hearing Wang Shuang's laughter, everyone put down the burden in their hearts, as if they suddenly had a backbone and instantly had great confidence, and everyone smiled. When Zhang Yi saw this scene, he suddenly understood why Wang Shuang was everyone's backbone. It was not only because of his powerful martial arts, but also because of his unique personal charm. Although he was sometimes ruthless, he was sometimes very humane. Perhaps it was this kind of personal charm that made them all trust this young guy so much. Wang Shuang took a look at the situation of everyone and found that there was no loss. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they had an accident while he was unconscious, he would really feel guilty, especially Li Xian. If he had an accident, he really didn't know how to face his best brother. Fortunately, none of this happened. The zombies outside were gradually approaching. Wang Shuang did not dare to delay. If he delayed any further, he was afraid that it would attract more powerful zombies. He hurriedly took everyone and planned to leave here. Xiao Shuang, wait. Li Xian suddenly called Wang Shuang. In his puzzled eyes, Li Xian briefly talked about the men who offered the medical kit. After listening, Wang Shuang looked at him indifferently, which scared him so much that he kept dodging his gaze. Okay, let's go together. After Wang Shuang finished speaking, he strode out and killed the zombies gathered at the door. As for the other people here, he didn't want to care. After all, there were so many survivors in the entire Jiangnan city, and he couldn't save them all. When the men heard Wang Shuang's words, he was instantly ecstatic. He didn't bring anything with him, and at the end, he took the initiative to help Xieling Yu and Lin Yuran carry some supplies, as if to show that he was still useful. Everyone else looked at Wang Shuang and his group with despair as they walked out. The door at the entrance was broken, and they could no longer hide. They were afraid that after Wang Shuang and the others left, they would be discovered by zombies in less than a day and eaten until not even a bone was left. You can't do this to us. You've destroyed our hiding place. How can we live on? Suddenly, a shrill voice was heard. It was a middle-aged woman holding a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. She looked at Wang Shuang's receding figure, as if she could not bear the coming of death. Although the others did not dare to speak, they all looked at Wang Shuang with hatred, as if he was more hateful than those zombies. Originally they had a hiding place, but now, they had nothing and could only face the endless zombies alone. How dare you? You dare to speak to the evolver like that? Before Wang Shuang could speak, the middle-aged man at the back looked back angrily, as if this sentence made him angrier than the other party's insult to his ancestors. After all, Wang Shuang was his only lifeline, and he could only hold on tightly. He was useless and couldn't fight, so even if he asked Wang Shuang to take him away, it would be a bit of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Therefore, he could only rely on flattery to gain Wang Shuang's favor. Wang Shuang was speechless. This man didn't even know his name, but his reaction was bigger than his. But he didn't care much. His body paused, and a voice appeared. Even if I hadn't appeared, you would have been killed by that mutant, or even died more miserably and faster. But now, I give you a chance to escape. While there are not many zombies now, you may still have a chance to survive. After saying that, he said nothing more and ran forward with everyone. Ignoring the people crying heartbreakingly behind him, the man looked back and was extremely glad that he had seized the opportunity, which gave him a powerful backer. Roar. In the distance, the zombies who heard the noise here gradually gathered towards here. If these people didn't leave, death would be waiting for them. Wang Shuang didn't care about the fate of the survivors after he left. He and his group carefully followed the map in his mind and ran towards Jingyuan Garden. What is this? Wang Shuang and his group looked at a magnificent hotel in front of them, which was dozens of stories high. At the entrance, a group of zombies were walking around aimlessly. Wang Shuang and others recognized this hotel as one of the famous 5-star hotels in Jiangnan City at the first sight. Generally, those who can come here to eat and stay are either celebrities or wealthy businessmen. Even the waiters here have bachelor's degrees. There used to be a slogan here, that is, the service here is only what you can think of, nothing they can't do, but the top service is accompanied by a sky-high price. Just staying for one night costs nearly 30,000, which is comparable to the annual income of an ordinary working class. Wang Shuang and others had previously fantasized about coming here to spend money if they became rich in the future, but they were laughed at by others and thought they were dreaming. Wang Shuang was not angry at the time because he also thought he was dreaming. However, now, looking at the deathly silence of the entire hotel, Wang Shuang couldn't help but sigh, thinking of a girl he had met when he worked part-time here before. She was very beautiful, not very old, and always had a cute dimple when she smiled. At that time, Wang Shuang was humiliated when he confessed his love to Wang Xian. Later, he saw on the internet that this hotel was recruiting part-time waiters, so he called them directly, skipped a month of classes, and worked as a waiter here for nearly a month. Fortunately, Li Xian lied to the teacher and said that he was sick and was receiving treatment at home, so Wang Shuang was able to get away with it. Otherwise, just for skipping classes for 1 month, he would have been expelled. It was also here that Wang Shuang met a girl. She told him that she had just graduated from high school, but had to work outside due to family reasons. Coincidentally, she had a fellow villager here and she herself looked good, so she was hired as an exception and was put in the same group with Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang worked with her for a month, joked with her, ate with her, talked about their ideals, complained about their experiences, and encountered difficulties from customers. However, whenever this happened, Wang Shuang would take the initiative to stand in front of her. He would do all the heavy and dirty work himself, and she would often appear behind him after the work was done, smiling and handing him a bottle of iced Coke. She has a carefree personality. Sometimes she is very smart, but sometimes she is cute and silly. She often does silly things, such as serving brown sugar water to customers instead of black tea, tripping over a small stone when walking, forgetting where to get water when she is thirsty, and giving a few more dollars for the bus. Maybe it was due to family reasons that she didn't like talking to other people, but when she was with Wang Shuang, she could make some slightly silly jokes. She even learned to drink in half a month, of course under Wang Shuang's instigation. Once she started drinking, she couldn't stop, and every time she drank 2 bottles, Wang Shuang later regretted teaching her to drink. Once, a drunk guy tried to tease her, and Wang Shuang got angry and punched the guy in a rage. Then she was beaten up by his companions. If the security guards had not arrived in time, Wang Shuang would have definitely suffered broken bones. As a result, Wang Shuang was fired from the hotel, ending his career as a waiter and returning to school. Wang Shuang still remembers the day she left. She did not go to work, but watched her pack her luggage. Then she watched her get in the car and leave without saying a word. In the end, she gave her a thumb-sized rabbit pendant, which she has kept on her body. Wang Shuang never went there again, contacted the other party, and she never came to find him, as if the two of them were just casual acquaintances, and would never see each other again after they met, just like 2 parallel lines, accidentally crossing each other once, and never meeting again. Wang Shuang knew that she could not give anything to the other party, and she was unwilling to have a fruitless love. It is better to forget each other than to support each other. Perhaps, she will find the person who can really give her happiness. Now passing by the place where he had been again, thinking of the person he could never forget, Wang Shuang sighed. He had never told anyone about this matter, including Li Xin, and only he knew about it. He suddenly had a strong idea. He wanted to see if that person was still there. As soon as this idea came up, it was like a spark that set the prairie ablaze, burning instantly and could never be calmed down. I'm going to the hotel. Do you want to come with me or wait somewhere on the ground? Wang Shuang looked at the people behind him and asked. What are you doing there? Others were reluctant to speak, but Li Xin was the only one who could ask without hesitation. Looking for someone. Who? A person who wants to forget but can never forget. I'll go with you. Li Xin got the answer he wanted, and decided to go with Wang Shuang. After all, although Wang Shuang's strength has skyrocketed, it's better to be safe than sorry, so it's better to have one more person. We're going too. The others answered in unison, and decided to follow Wang Shuang. After all, they had seen how terrifying the zombies in the city were, and they had encountered danger time and again. If it weren't for Wang Shuang, they would have died countless times. Therefore, when they heard that Wang Shuang was going to the hotel, they immediately followed him. They would never leave Wang Shuang, and only Wang Shuang's side was safe. This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Okay, it's up to you. Wang Shuang saw this and stopped trying to stop them. He believed that with his current strength, he could guarantee their safety even if they encountered danger. He took a look at the guy at the back. This guy who followed him and others in the supermarket before was called Lu Xin. As soon as he joined them, he took the initiative to introduce his name and occupation. He used to be in the building materials business. Although he was middle-aged, he was very smooth in doing things. He quickly mixed with everyone, took the initiative to help everyone, and occasionally fought some ordinary zombies that were alone. It can be said that he won a lot of goodwill. Wang Shuang didn't care much. If this guy behaved well, it would be fine. But if he didn't, he wouldn't mind sending him to death. There were many zombies wandering aimlessly at the entrance of the hotel. At a rough glance, there were nearly 10 of them. However, these mere 10 zombies were just a piece of cake for Wang Shuang and others. Before Wang Shuang could do anything, the others rushed forward and directly killed these zombies. Go in. Wang Shuang took the lead and went straight into the hotel, a place he had visited for the second time. He was nervous when he came for the first time because he lacked confidence and felt inferior. This time, he was equally lacking in confidence because he was afraid that the person he was looking for was not there. The hotel is decorated magnificently. In the lobby, a huge fish tank is placed in the middle. There are various ornamental fish in it. They were all bought by the hotel at a high price, and someone was assigned to take care of them. But now no one is taking care of them, and they are all dead. Waves of fishy smell are coming from them. The floor of the hall was covered in blood and there were corpses everywhere, which were badly bitten. There were waiters, people in suits, and people in casual clothes, men, women, young and old. Wang Shuang looked around nervously, fearing that person would appear. The others followed closely behind Wang Shuang, looking around cautiously, especially at the corpses on the ground. They were extremely alert. There were many scenes on TV where people were bitten by zombies due to carelessness. They did not want to experience such a scene, even though these corpses looked dead. Shua. A corpse on the ground that had its eyes tightly closed suddenly opened its eyes, crawled towards Wang who was closest to him and bit him, which scared him. Whoosh. A fist-sized fireball appeared and landed directly on the zombie's head, burning a big hole and killing the zombie instantly. Oh, thank you, Wang Shuang. Wang Hu said to Wang Shuang with a grateful look on his face. If Wang Shuang hadn't taken action just now, he might have been bitten. If he had been bitten, he would have really died, so he was extremely grateful to Wang Shuang. It's okay, be careful. Wang Shuang waved his hand, gave a warning, and walked forward again. Apart from these corpses, there were no other zombies in the hall. However, Wang Shuang did not dare to relax. After all, this was a very densely populated mobile station. There was no reason why there would be so few zombies. The first floor of this restaurant is for dining, and above that is the office building and accommodation rooms. The waiters live in a dormitory not far from the hotel. The conditions are very poor, with only a bed, a shabby wardrobe and a small table, and not even a fan. Wang Shuang didn't know how the other person was doing after he left, whether he was still there. He just wanted to find peace of mind and know whether the other person was doing well. Walking along the familiar corridor in his mind and looking at the empty boxes, Wang Shuang sighed. He and she used to work here, but unfortunately he could no longer see her. Wang Shuang suddenly wanted to find a living person, to know if she was still alive. Perhaps it was God's blessing. When he passed by the kitchen, he faintly heard the sound of a living person inside. A look of joy appeared on Wang Shuang's face. Looking at the tightly closed iron door, he couldn't help but knock on it hard. The sound of bang bang rang out in the empty first floor, and immediately attracted many zombies who heard the sound to rush here. Someone inside, opened the door. Inside the door, a group of well-dressed guys were eating some cakes. A man with a gloomy look took a piece of mung bean cake, took a bite, then shook his head with a frown and threw it into the trash can. Gulp. Shui Yun, who was lying in the corner wearing waiter's clothes, swallowed hard, looking at those people eating heartily. He and other low-level people could only wait to die here. Although he was extremely sad, he dared not resist. After all, they had been ruled for a long time, and the majesty of these people was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Before, they were all the senior executives of this hotel, including managers, directors, and senior managers of the hotel. Each of them was a figure that he could not reach before. Although they are in trouble now, just like the director in front of him who threw the snacks he had eaten into the trash can said, as long as the government reacts, they will definitely come back to rescue them and eliminate these monsters. They are still the elites of society, the best of the best, and everyone else will always be under their management. After thinking for a while, she felt that since they had thrown away the snack, they would not want it again, so she struggled to pick it up from the trash can. She hadn't eaten for several days and could not bear the hunger. Hey, you want to eat? Have you asked me? The man looked at Shui Yun's body crawling towards the trash can, an obscene light flashed in his eyes, and he took a few steps to her, knocked away the other's hand that was reaching into her mouth from the trash can, and stepped on the half-bitten mung bean cake under his feet and crushed it directly. The green bean cake broke into pieces and stuck to the ground. The woman named Shui Yun was a little angry when she saw the life-saving object she had fished out being crushed by a pair of black leather shoes. However, when she looked up at the other person, she found that it was the general manager of the hotel, Dong Junfeng. She knew a lot about her boss's boss. It was said that he was an extremely lustful guy and that there must be at least 80 women who had been ruined by him. Even in the hotel where she worked, there were countless beautiful female waiters who had been threatened by him using dirty means. I am just an ordinary waiter. Facing this powerful person, I dare not vent my anger. I can only look at him timidly. General Manager, I saw that you didn't want to eat it and were going to throw it away, so I didn't want to waste it. His voice became smaller and smaller until it gradually became inaudible. You said I'm wasting food. Huh. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the man's face, and he looked at Shuiyun more and more aggressively. No, I didn't mean that. Shuiyun said in panic, afraid that the other party would misunderstand him. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I want to eat, woo-woo. As he spoke, tears actually fell from his eyes. Others were also watching the situation here. Many people seemed to be watching a show, watching all this, pointing and talking, and laughing. Some people couldn't stand it and were extremely angry, but unfortunately they didn't dare to speak up. After all, in terms of status, the general manager was a top figure. No one was willing to risk offending a senior executive to stand up for a small waiter. Su Wei was one of those who couldn't stand it. She had light makeup on her face and her eyes seemed to contain frost, like a proud swan. She was wearing an OL uniform, looking extremely capable. The bulging breasts on her chest made her figure look curvy. This southern girl, who was only 25 years old, had worked her way up from a waitress to a lobby manager in less than 3 years. She knew better than anyone how much effort she had put in. She thought she could change everything with her own efforts and let the hotel's top management see her efforts and her dedication. However, the arrival of the end of the world directly revealed the true nature of everything. The end of the world came, and many people turned into zombies, including this hotel. In an instant, the hotel became a hell, and they had no chance to escape. However, she was lucky enough to find the kitchen here, hide in the kitchen, and barely escape. She then saved many people, including the executives who escaped from upstairs. However, it was this action that made her realize that she was nothing but a clown. Not only was her place occupied by them, but they also forcibly took away all the food and enjoyed it all by themselves. Even she only had a little food every day to barely survive. The other waiters she rescued were not treated as human beings by them. They were not given any food and threatened that the government would come to rescue them. They would definitely be rescued and regain great power to look down on them. Su Wei just wanted to spit in their faces. He didn't know how terrible this apocalypse was. But a few days ago, he heard the sound of police gunfire and thought he was going to be rescued. Who would have thought that in just a dozen minutes, he heard a few tragic wails, and then everything disappeared. Nothing happened. Even when they looked outside through the gap of the kitchen hood, they found that the streets were full of zombies. There were no humans anymore. From time to time, there were some terrifying monsters, some as fast as ghosts, and some as powerful as giant beasts. They once saw with their own eyes a team of dozens of people trying to escape from here, but they were caught up by a creature of extremely fast speed and were completely wiped out, with no one surviving. Therefore, Su Wei had long known that waiting for government rescue was pure wishful thinking. It was probably a question whether the government still existed. These executives should understand this and know it in their hearts, but they just didn't want to believe it and didn't dare to believe it. Using the lie of being rescued by the government to deceive those ignorant guys made Su Wei feel extremely cold in her heart. Maybe, what I did was wrong. Su Wei murmured to herself in her heart. She wanted to stand out, but when she looked at the cold eyes of the crowd, she felt sad. I'm hungry and want to eat, but this thing is mine. You can only eat it if I allow you to. Otherwise, you can't eat it. Dong Junfeng's face was extremely wretched. Although he was nearly 40 years old, his romantic nature had not changed. Among the people here, only Shuiyun could barely close his eyes. As for Su Wei, he still didn't dare to force her. After all, she saved all of them. If he touched her, it would inevitably cause public outrage. So he came up with a crooked idea. Anyway, no one could go out, so he could enjoy it one day at a time. I want to eat. Shuiyun said in a low voice, with an abnormal blush on his pale face. "Okay, as long as you stay with me for one night, you can eat this piece of mung bean cake." Dong Zhenfeng's voice was extremely obscene, and finally revealed his true purpose. Others could not hear their conversation due to the distance, but Su Wei knew clearly what Dong Zhenfeng was thinking. She wanted to chop off his fat pig head with a knife. He was so shameless to threaten a girl in this way. "No, I have a boyfriend." Although Shuiyun was extremely eager for food, rationality still prevailed and he refused with difficulty. Dong Zhenfeng's expression changed instantly, and he suddenly put his big face close to Shuiyun, with a ferocious look on his face. "Your boyfriend must have been eaten by zombies a long time ago, otherwise, why didn't he come to save you? As long as you agree to my request, I will give you a piece of mung bean cake to eat, and as long as you listen to me, I can give you more. Otherwise, you will starve to death." Listening to the threatening words of the general manager, Shuiyun's hungry brain could no longer make accurate judgments and could only nod in a daze. She was really starving, and she would give everything for food. "Xiaoyun." Su Wei couldn't help but let out a cry, which made Dong Zhenfeng turn his head suddenly and glare at her fiercely. He was about to carry Shuiyun, who was dizzy with hunger, to the storage room beside him. Su Wei watched all this with red eyes, feeling extremely angry. Someone inside, opened the door. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a knock on the door, accompanied by a man's voice. Everyone stopped moving instantly and stared at the door blankly. Some were shocked, some were suspicious, and some thought that the government had sent people to rescue them, and they were ecstatic. "Open the door. Open the door quickly." The voices outside gradually became impatient, and the banging on the iron door continued, the sound becoming louder and louder. Everyone looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to the executives. "Ahem, how about we open the door? What if they come to rescue us? After all, we are the elites of society, and the government will not ignore us." A middle-aged man with a beer belly coughed twice in a pretentious manner, and seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention, he spoke. He was the chairman of this hotel, Zhu Changming. "No, what if they are being chased by zombies and are hiding? If we open the door, won't we let the zombies in?" "Chairman, do you want to kill us all?" another bald man suddenly shouted, pushing the conflict directly to the chairman. He is a member of the board of directors, but he has always been at odds with the chairman. "I see. No." Seeing a group of senior executives split into two factions in an instant and engaged in a war of words, Su Wei felt even more desperate. Such incompetent guys were still doing such meaningless things at this time. Seeing this scene, Dong Zhenfeng, who had originally planned to go to the storage room to indulge himself, lost his mood. He threw the other person to the ground and ended the discussion with just one sentence. "Are you guys really discussing this? Can't you just ask?" "Hey, yes, we can ask." "That's right, it's no use discussing this further. We can just ask directly, then everything will be clear." Everyone suddenly realized and prepared to ask, but they didn't expect Wang Shuang to be so impatient. After not getting a response for a long time, he directly used the most primitive method and broke the door violently. Just like the small supermarket before, he used the third-level sword to cut the iron door open like tofu. The steel bolt inside was cut in half and fell to the ground with a pop. The door was opened with a bang, revealing the astonished faces behind it. Wang Shuang and others looked at the guys in front of them. There were more than a dozen of them. Some of them had ruddy complexions and looked very alive, while others were lying in the corner like corpses. If they were not still breathing, he would have thought they were corpses. Seeing the sumptuous food beside the ruddy-faced guy and the group of people who were starving to the point of skin and bones, Wang Shuang and the others quickly understood what had happened and smiled coldly. This is human nature, but he didn't want to care about so much. He had only one goal, which was to find that person. Unfortunately, after looking around, he didn't see the person he wanted to see and felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, he heard an arrogant and angry voice from the other side. "Which department are you from? How dare you break in without our permission? Who is your leader? I will complain to him. This is how you treat taxpayers." Wang Shuang was extremely shocked. He looked up at the men who looked like a fat pig. He was the one who said that to him just now. The others also looked at them strangely. They really didn't understand if these people were stupid. It was already the end of the world, but they were still as arrogant as before the end of the world. They were so surprised that they didn't even react. Seeing the strange looks from Wang Shuang and the others, the men thought they were scared and couldn't help but feel even more proud. You guys were ordered to rescue us, right? Now escort us out safely, and I will forgive you for what happened just now. Otherwise, you can just wait for your leader to hold you accountable. The men thought that this was before he was trembling for a job. He gave up his dignity. Now, it is an era where you can have status as long as you have strength. If Wang Shuang was willing, he would have followed Secretary Chao and left. Now he would at least be a department-level cadre. Li Xin and others reacted this time and were furious. However, before Li Xin could take action, a figure in the back jumped out and hit the pig-headed men in the face with a stick. Save your mother's head, go to hell. Idiot. You pighead, you dare to talk to Brother Wang like that, you must be tired of living. Lu Xin beat the guy violently while cursing angrily, which stunned everyone. The others seemed to understand something when they saw this scene. Dong Zhenfeng in the back frowned and said, "Everyone, who are you? You destroyed our hiding place for no reason, and now you are beating our chairman. Isn't this a bit too much?" He saw that the group of people in front of him seemed to be led by Wang Shuang. Although he was curious about how a young boy could become their leader, it did not prevent him from expressing his dissatisfaction with these people. You don't need to know who we are. I'm here to find someone. Can anyone tell me where she is now? Wang Shuang gestured to Lu Xin to stop, looked at everyone, and spoke slowly. Who is she? The chairman was stunned by the beating. When he came to his senses, he wanted to speak angrily, but was stopped by others. They all saw that the person in front of them seemed to be difficult to deal with, so they did not dare to take the risk. Only Dong Zhenfeng could speak. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Wan. Qin Wan. Dong Zhenfeng repeated the sentence silently. He felt that he had some impression of her, but he couldn't remember it at all. Sorry, we don't have this person in our hotel. Dong Zhenfeng gave Wang Shuang an answer that he was very reluctant to hear. Well, let's go. Wang Shuang narrowed his eyes, and there seemed to be endless ice flashing. Everyone felt that the kitchen seemed to have become an ice cellar in an instant. Although it was only a blink of an eye, everyone still looked at the handsome guy in front of them with some horror. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly, a voice appeared and made him pause. Wang Shuang. Su Wei looked at the familiar figure behind the crowd. She couldn't believe that this man with an indifferent face but who seemed to be the backbone of the crowd was the little guy who was extremely shy under her command and would blush when communicating with others. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. At that time, Wang Shuang was working under her. Although Su Wei was usually a bit strict, she was very nice to him and others, and sometimes protected them. Therefore, Wang Shuang had a very good impression of this very capable woman and was very grateful to her. If she had not tried her best to mediate at the time, he would probably not just be fired, but would have to pay a large fine. Therefore, when Su Wei saw Wang Shuang, she was stunned and a little bit unbelievable. However, when she saw that Wang Shuang did not seem to recognize her, she could not help but speak anxiously and carefully. She was not sure if this was the person, but seeing that Wang Shuang was about to leave, she could only speak tentatively. Wang Shuang heard the voice, turned around, and found Su Wei at the back. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and his icy face seemed to thaw slightly. Manager Su, is that you? It's really you. Wang Shuang, I didn't expect you were still alive, that's great. Su Wei confirmed that the man in front of her was Wang Shuang, and she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She walked out from the crowd, walked in front of Wang Shuang, and looked at this group of murderous people. A strange color flashed across her. Huh. Wang Shuang was very happy to see Su Wei. He was about to ask where Qin Wan was, but suddenly his extremely powerful mental power felt a special force that seemed to be probing him. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and his mind moved. Although he didn't know how to use the huge mental power, Wang Shuang also had his own ways. For example, he thought about blocking this force and fighting it back. Boom. An invisible voice sounded, and Wang Shuang was surprised to find that the beautiful Su Wei in front of him turned pale, as if hit by something, and looked at him in surprise. It's you. Wang's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When he came to this kitchen, he actually forgot to use the detection eye to check the situation. If some guy with bad intentions took the opportunity to attack him and he was not prepared at all, he might really be in danger. Innate Evolver, a special type of Evolver. Level 1. Skill, Mind Peeping. You can spy on other people's true thoughts, but the level cannot be higher than your own. Evaluation. In the early stage, it is an auxiliary ability. In the later stage, it evolves to the extreme and can control the minds of others, making them fall into endless desires and unable to extricate themselves. Wang Shuang was surprised to learn that Su Wei in front of him was actually a special evolver. He hadn't noticed it before, but now seeing this set of data, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about this former beautiful boss, but more of it was unkindness. He didn't like being spied on. If it was someone else today, I'm afraid Wang Shuang would teach the other person a lesson. However, Wang Shuang resisted the urge to take care of this beautiful woman who had taken good care of him. Su Wei looked at Wang Shuang in surprise. She just wanted to use her ability to explore Wang Shuang's inner thoughts to achieve a certain purpose. However, she was directly hit back by a terrifying force. Now her head was buzzing. Seeing that Wang Shuang's eyes were gradually becoming unfriendly, Su Wei's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Wang Shuang had discovered her little trick. Her mind raced, trying to resolve his behavior. Wang Shuang, are you here to look for Qin Wan? I know her. Su Wei quickly thought of Wang Shuang's question just now, and knew what Wang Shuang wanted to know, so she immediately spoke confidently. What, you know? Then tell me, where did she go? How is she now? Wang Shuang was immediately excited when he heard that. The previous unhappiness was instantly thrown behind his mind. He grabbed the other person's shoulders and kept asking. When other people saw Wang Shuang's appearance at this moment, they were a little surprised. They had never seen Wang Shuang like this before, especially because of a name. Especially Li Xin, who had been with Wang Shuang for nearly 3 years, could be said to know each other inside and out, but he didn't know what magic the name Qin Wan had that could make this always indifferent guy like this. He couldn't help but think of the month when Wang Shuang disappeared, and couldn't help but feel thoughtful. She's gone. She resigned the day after you left. I heard that she went back to her hometown in Hechuan County. Su Wei felt dizzy, but she still tried to speak. Going home, going home. Wang Shuang muttered to himself, looking extremely lonely. Su Wei seemed to have thought of something, and said to Wang Shuang, by the way, when she left, she told me that if you come back here in the future, let me tell you a few words. This meeting may be a mistake in itself. She met you at a time when you shouldn't have met, and you can only miss each other with regret, but this is her happiest time. She cherishes it very much and will keep this beautiful memory well. Wang stared blankly into the distance, as if he saw the other person's extremely warm smile, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his lips. Li Xin and the others did not disturb Wang Shuang. They just looked at him in a daze. The others did not dare to say a word for fear of angering Wang Shuang and his group. Roar. Suddenly, the roars of zombies were heard, and dozens of zombies rushed here with their arms waving. There was also a power zombie leading the way with a fierce momentum. Ah, zombies, close the door, close the door. It's over. There's actually a monster with such great power. We're dead. I don't want to die. I am an elite in society. How can I die here? It's all their fault. If they hadn't destroyed the door, how could the zombies have gotten in? The survivors in the kitchen turned pale when they saw the zombies, and their faces were full of ugliness. They were afraid, angry, desperate, and had all kinds of emotions. The funny thing was that most of the people who spoke were the well-dressed guys at the table. Those who were skinny and hungry had lost their faith in life and looked at everything in front of them numbly. For them, death might be a good choice. Those well-dressed guys were roaring and cursing Wang Shuang continuously. Some of them wanted to run over and close the door. Li Xin and others also planned to take action when they saw it, but were interrupted by Wang Shuang's roar. Stop it. When everyone looked over, they saw that Wang Shuang's eyes were somewhat red, and the murderous aura that seemed to be tangible scared everyone. He stared at the zombies running towards him, with the sword in his hand tightly clenched. Don't move. Li Xin was shocked when he saw Wang Shuang's appearance, and he quickly stopped the people who wanted to kill the zombies. However, the survivor of the hotel did not listen and continued to run towards the door. Kill! Wang Shuang roared, as if he wanted to vent his inner depression. Then, everyone was horrified to see Wang Shuang turned into a shadow. The terrifying knife light directly tore through the air and pierced through the survivors in front who did not listen to him, and a sound of gas explosion was heard. Squeak! The snow-white sword light seemed like dancing silk, waving the most beautiful dance in the world. If it weren't for the broken limbs and blood-red mist all over the sky, everyone wouldn't mind watching it a few more times. After just a few seconds, Wang Shuang's figure reappeared at the door. The brutality on his face seemed to disappear, his eyes were no longer red, but his expression seemed even colder. When everyone looked at him again, their faces turned extremely ugly, and some people even couldn't help but vomit on the spot. They looked at Wang Shuang as if they saw a devil, with horror on their faces, and backed away straight away. Even Li Xin and the others looked at Wang Shuang with a somewhat ugly expression. The original group of zombies had all disappeared, leaving only the broken limbs on the ground, as if they had been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. No limb was larger than the size of a fist, and the blood directly turned into a stream. Even the power zombie was no longer seen, and had the same ending as the other zombies. As for the survivor, he has now been split in half, which is a good ending compared to those zombies. Devil, you are not a human, you are a devil. A bald middle-aged man among the survivors spoke with horror, pointing at Wang Shuang, as if he was scared and kept muttering to himself. Human? Is he still a human? How can a human have such fast speed and strength? I must be dreaming. I actually dreamed of such a ridiculous thing. It's ridiculous. What did I just see? He killed people and all the zombies. A group of people instantly exploded, staring at Wang Shuang. Some couldn't believe it, some were suspicious, and some were extremely terrified. Sui's eyes also flashed with horror, and finally understood why the other party ignored her ability, and why Wang Shuang was the backbone of the crowd. With this kind of inhuman power, Wang Shuang can protect himself in this city. Thinking of this, Sui's eyes lit up, knowing that the chance to survive had come. Li Xin and the others also gasped. They had never seen Wang Shuang so horrible and violent. They were even more curious about the name of the woman who caused Wang Shuang to behave like this. She must be very happy to know that a man could do this for her. Xie Lingyu, in particular, became extremely jealous when she saw that a woman's name occupied such an important position in Wang Shuang's heart. She pursed her lips tightly, looking unconvinced. Wang Shuang looked at everyone indifferently, a hint of coldness flashed across his face, and a naked murderous aura spread out, instantly causing the temperature here to drop. Shut up, everyone. As soon as Wang Shuang's slightly hoarse words came out, everyone shut their mouths and looked at him in horror. She's gone, so it's time for me to go too. After saying that, he was about to leave. As for the people here, what did they have to do with him? They would all die sooner or later, it was just the difference between dying early and dying late. Wang Shuang, I want to go with you, okay? I know where Qin Wan's hometown is. If you want to find her, I can help you. Sui's voice sounded, causing Wang Shuang to pause, and then he kept leaving, with only one sentence coming, okay, but I hope this is the first and last time you lie to me. I don't want you to lie to me again in the future. A blade flashed and landed directly on Dong Zhenfeng, cutting him in half. This is the kind of person I hate the most in my life. Sui's face changed, knowing that Wang Shuang knew she was lying, but didn't care. She couldn't help but secretly warn herself not to make the same mistake again. After leaving the hotel, Wang Shuang and others headed directly to their destination, this time without any delay. Along the way, they encountered more and more powerful zombies. However, in front of Wang Shuang, who was now in an extremely depressed mood, they were like a scarecrow. With a flash of a knife, a special zombie was solved, with a sweeping and invincible posture. The others seemed to have become passers-by, and they only needed to follow Wang Shuang. All the obstacles in front of them were crushed by Wang Shuang like a bulldozer. Occasionally, when encountering large groups of zombies, Wang Shuang would rely on his terrifying intuition to judge in advance and then avoid them. Therefore, Li Xin and the others felt that they were not in a purgatory on Earth, but almost like they were here for tourism. Of course, they also understood that Wang Shuang was in a bad mood, so they just kept quiet and didn't disturb him. They all gathered around Su Wei, and were very gossipy about the story of the girl that Wang Shuang mentioned. As a hotel manager, Su Wei knew that observing people's words and expressions was a basic skill. She knew that she had to build good relationships with these people who obviously had a special relationship with Wang Shuang. Therefore, she quietly told them the story of Wang Shuang and Qin Wan in a vivid way. They were all a little surprised that Wang Shuang, who was so shy at the time, would actually fall in love. Wang Shuang ignored them and led the way. Rather than leading the way, he was venting his feelings. He loved the girl in his heart, but he missed her. As she said, they met at the wrong time. Wang Shuang was afraid that he would never see her again, and he was even more afraid that she would be in danger in this crisis. Wang Shuang didn't know what love felt like before, but now he knows. Unfortunately, it's too late. In Wang Shuang's eyes, every zombie became a tool for venting his anger, and Wang Shuang's terrifying speed and strength directly killed them in a bloody path. What made Wang Shuang slightly relieved was that Li Xin advanced again after killing a special zombie that he had seriously injured, and became a third-level evolver. Acquired evolver, speed evolver. Level 3. Skill, extreme speed, can increase your speed by twice for a short period of time. Power, 2. Speed, 4.0. Spiritual power, 2.0. Evaluation, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Speed-type evolvers are a type of evolver that is opposite to strength-type evolvers. When they evolve to the extreme, they can have true extreme speed. Now Li Xin's speed ability has skyrocketed again. When he exerts his full speed, it has reached 8 times the maximum speed, comparable to Wang Shuang's speed. In addition to Li Xin, Wang Shuang also knew that in order to improve Su Wei's ability, her ability was special, and she needed to kill zombies to evolve. However, it was a pipe dream for her to kill zombies to upgrade, and she could only rely on the help of others. So in order to see the ability of mind control, Wang Shuang kept throwing some seriously injured zombies to Su Wei, so that she could advance as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this cold and beautiful Su Wei is also timid. She was scared and screamed when she saw the zombies, let alone killing them. Later, she was forced to kill a zombie by everyone. Then her fear of zombies gradually dissipated, and she could slowly fight a zombie with weapons. In this doomsday, people will become more adaptable to this cruel society and become stronger more quickly so that they can survive. The same was true for Su Wei. No matter how reluctant she would always change and gradually pick up weapons to protect herself. Soon, only a few dozen zombies were killed by Su Wei, and her level directly changed to level 2. Now Wang Shuang looked again, and Su Wei's data had changed again. Innate Evolver, a special type of evolver. Level 2. Skill, Mind Peeping. You can spy on other people's true thoughts, but their level cannot be higher than your own. Evaluation, in the early stage, it is an auxiliary ability. In the later stage, it evolves to the extreme and can control the minds of others, making them fall into endless desires and unable to extricate themselves. It's still not enough. Even none of us evolvers can see through it. However, it is terrifying enough for other evolvers. Being able to see through other people's thoughts is not much different from mind reading. Wang Shuang kept thinking in his mind while killing zombies. Although he felt extremely sad about Qin Wan's departure, he did not lose his heart. Wang Shuang knew that he had more important people waiting for his rescue. Perhaps, if he arrived a minute earlier, he would have a better chance. He knew that his sister was very smart and would definitely find a way to survive and wait for his arrival. With this belief, Wang Shuang and his companions gradually approached their destination, Jingyuan Garden. After a day and a night, Wang Shuang and his companions finally reached their destination. If it was before, it would probably only take an hour's drive, but they walked for a whole day. Wang Shuang and his companions did not feel ashamed at all, but were grateful. They saw too many zombies along the way, some of which reached tens of thousands. They had no consciousness to resist at all, and all fled. Special zombies were like cabbages, and could be seen everywhere. Basically, they would encounter a special zombie every 100 meters. There were level 1, level 2, and even level 3. They had not yet found level 4, but they believed that they must exist. As for the mutated zombies, Wang Shuang and others encountered one again, but Wang Shuang's strong intuition saved their lives. They changed their route in time before the zombie discovered them, and were able to get rid of the terrifying mutated zombie. Wang Shuang had used the detection eye to detect it secretly before, and the result was a data full of question marks. The opponent's strength, skills, weaknesses, everything was unknown. It was the first time Wang Shuang encountered such a terrifying guy. He was much stronger than the semi-finished mutant zombie he encountered before. Wang Shuang secretly guessed that the opponent's level was at least level 5, otherwise, he would not give him such a terrifying feeling. Wang Shuang and the others were all covered in dust, with their clothes covered in blood, which was splashed with the blood of zombies. However, they looked at the scene in front of them with joy on their faces. Tall buildings stood before them. This was an elite residential area in Jiangnan City, where house prices were generally over 20,000 yuan. Wang Shuang used to come here often and used to envy them. He secretly wondered in his heart when he would have a house like this. But now it has become a home for zombies. Zombies can be seen wandering aimlessly everywhere, and almost all of them are residents of this community. Wang Shuang and others took a look and frowned. This community is located in the northern part of Jiangnan City, some distance away from the city center, so the density of zombies is not too high. However, there are only 2 entrances to the community here, one in front and one on the right. The gate at the front entrance of the community is tightly locked. There is a group of zombies at the entrance, both inside and outside the door, as if separated into 2 worlds by a door. There are too many zombies here. If there is too much noise, it might attract the attention of special zombies and mutant zombies. I'll go check and go to another door. Wang Shuang thought for a while and said that he himself would be fine. At worst he could just force his way in. However, Lin Yuren, Wang Hu and the others would be in danger. Being surrounded by so many zombies, he might not be able to protect them. They all followed him, and Wang Shuang didn't want them to take risks, so he wanted to go to another entrance to check the situation. After saying that, Wang Shuang quietly left the crowd, turned a big corner, bypassed the zombie army, and came to another entrance. Sure enough, just as he imagined, there were only 3 or 2 zombies wandering around the entrance. Seeing this, Wang Shuang's eyes flashed with joy. Looking at the innermost tall building, he thought to himself, "Sister, wait for me, I will come to save you right away." After returning to the original place, Wang Shuang told them the situation and led them away quietly to another entrance. They all followed Wang Shuang closely. If they fell behind in a place like this, they would really be seeking death, so no one dared to be careless. Wang Shuang himself turned into a residual shadow and disappeared. When he appeared again, several zombies hanging around the door had been eliminated, and the big iron door was cut in half, revealing the wide space inside. "Let's go." Wang Shuang shouted in a low voice and led the way in front. The others followed Wang Shuang closely. As soon as they entered, dozens of zombies rushed towards them. Wang Shuang could see clearly that they were all the residents he had seen in this community before, but now they were bitten to pieces, with intestines hanging down, and their faces were half-gnawed. There was almost no intact part on each of them. When they saw Wang Shuang and others, they showed excitement and bloodthirsty eyes and rushed towards Wang Shuang and others. In addition to ordinary zombies, there are also 2 level 2 power zombies, with sturdy white muscles bulging high, as if full of strength. They follow closely behind the ordinary zombies and run here. Seeing the appearance of these people, Wang Shuang became even more nervous, not for himself, but for the situation his sister was in. He tightly grasped the knife in his hand, looking at the many zombies rushing towards him with a cold face. Everyone was too scared to be vague and they all clenched their weapons tightly. Now was the most critical moment. As long as they could get through and rescue Wang Shuang's sister, they could leave Jiangnan City and go to the safe Huaxin City. They would not allow themselves to fail at this time, so they all burst out with 200 of their strength. Even Lu Xian in the small supermarket bravely fought a zombie with a spike, while Wang Shuang, Li Xian, and Zhang Yi dealt with most of the zombies and several special zombies that suddenly appeared. Therefore, no one could take care of each other, and only Wang Shuang and the other 2 could keep an eye on all directions and take timely action to resolve everyone's crisis. Chi. A sound was heard, and it was Lu Xian's sharp wooden spike that pierced through the head of a zombie. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and was feeling a little happy. Suddenly, a red ball of light suddenly appeared above the dead zombie, like a furnace, glowing red. There seemed to be an illusory gun shape inside. Ah! Liu Xin widened his eyes, looking at the thing that suddenly appeared in front of him with some surprise, a little at a loss. He had been trapped in a small supermarket before, and at most knew the evolvers. He couldn't recognize that this was the treasure that had a very small probability of being dropped by killing zombies. Even Wang Shuang had only had such an opportunity once. A loser like him can also produce treasures. God is so unfair. Li Xin took the time to take a look, his eyes widened instantly, and he yelled loudly, not hiding his contempt for Liu Xin at all. What is this? Liu Xin didn't care about Li Xin's words. Being able to survive was the greatest gift from God to him. Only by experiencing it would one know that compared to life, everything else is external, not to mention being ridiculed by Li Xin, an evolver. Therefore, he just asked with some confusion. Wang Shuang had just killed 2 special zombies. When he saw the scene behind him, he couldn't help but sigh that fate was really playing tricks on him. He and others had killed so many zombies but none of them had any treasure dropped. He didn't expect that Liu Xin would directly produce a ball of light in less than a day. The color seemed to be quite unusual. Wang Shuang couldn't help but use his special ability to detect it. Skill, firearms expertise, upgradable. Ability, proficiently master various basic firearms, and use firearms with amplification function. Seeing this introduction, Wang Shuang was stunned. Although the firearms enhancement ability is important in this apocalypse, it is obviously not as important as enhancing one's own strength. It seems powerful, but it is actually useless. However, this skill is also suitable for Liu Xin. If he kills Lin Yuren, he may give this skill to her. After all, she is a girl, weak and delicate, and it is not bad to have a skill to protect herself. Seeing Liu Xin still standing there stupidly, and another group of zombies rushing towards here, Wang Shuang was a little helpless. He directly signaled Wang Hu to explain to him, and he continued to kill forward. Wang Hu looked at the red ball of light in front of him with some envy. If there were no other people there, he would definitely occupy it directly, or even be more ruthless and kill Liu Xin, and then get the things inside the red ball of light. Unfortunately, with Wang Shuang around, no one dared to be greedy. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to show it on their faces, let alone take any action. After explaining to him a few words in a bad mood, Wang Hu followed Wang Shuang closely, as if he couldn't bear to see that such a good thing would fall into Liu Xin's hands. After listening to this, Liu Xin reached out to take it with a look of ecstasy, and directly merged with the illusory gun shadow inside. Then a piece of information entered his mind, and Liu Xin immediately knew that he had also become an evolver and possessed specialized skills in firearms. However, he did not have any guns at the moment, so he had no idea of his true abilities. This was a big regret for Liu Xin. Seeing that everyone was gradually walking away, Liu Xin didn't dare to delay, and had no time to share her joy with others, so she could only follow closely. Wang Shuang didn't expect that there would be so many zombies in this community. They were fearlessly charging towards him and others. Even as an evolver, he felt a huge pressure. This was different from the previous breakout. He only needed to open a hole to fight his way out, but now he had to kill all the zombies in front of him before he could leave. Otherwise, they would just follow him. If he led them to his sister's building, it would be too late for him to cry. Therefore, he could only desperately kill the densely packed zombies in front of him, using his supernatural fireballs continuously, killing the zombies one by one. When others couldn't see, Wang Shuang could feel streams of energy appearing directly in his body, pouring into the black hole inside it and being absorbed by it. It then spit out streams of pure and strange energy, which were absorbed by his body and acupoints. If Wang Shuang could see inside his body, he would find that an acupointment had appeared again in his body, and the snow-white energy inside it was extremely powerful, not weaker than the flame energy at all. Li Xin performed his skills at a very fast speed and really turned into a harvester. Only black knife shadows could be seen flashing by, and the zombies fell down in rows like wheat being harvested. Zhang Yi was much more violent, swinging an iron rod like a bulldozer, and he could kill several zombies with one blow. Soon, with Zhang Yi as the center, The area within a 5-meter radius was filled with corpses that were smashed into shapeless pieces, and some of the corpses were still moving slightly. The others followed behind the three and dealt with the mist zombies. Soon, everyone advanced all the way and all the zombies in front of them were killed. Wang Shuang and others had no time to rest. Seeing the zombies gathering around them again, they had to leave as soon as possible. In a luxurious villa not far away, a woman suddenly opened the window and waved to everyone. The red cloth in her hand was extremely conspicuous and immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Save me." There were 2 large, neatly written characters on the red cloth. They were quite delicate and obviously written by a woman. Xiao Shuang. Li Xin cast an inquiring look, as if asking whether to save this woman or not. Huang Beibei bit her lip, looking at Wang Shuang expectantly. She was a police officer, and she couldn't just watch the other party in danger without saving them. The previous 2 times she ignored them were because she and others did not have the ability to do so. He also understood Wang Shuang's approach, because if they didn't do so, they might not be able to get here smoothly, so he forced himself to hold back and didn't speak. But now that he and others have reached their destination, they can save her by the way. Huang Beibei really hopes to see Wang Shuang agree. "Don't worry about it." Unfortunately, Wang Shuang's cold voice directly shattered his fantasy. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shuang ran forward. Wang Shuang led the way, while Li Xin and Zhang Yi stayed behind. Although Huang Beibei was helpless, she still waved to the woman to indicate that she would come to rescue her. What a strange combination. There are evolvers, ordinary people, and a policeman. The woman in the room who seemed to be abandoned was not disappointed. She just looked in the direction where everyone left and spoke lightly. The woman looked to be only about 40 years old and seemed to be a successful person. She had light makeup on her face. Although she no longer had the youth and vitality of her youth, she had a sense of being experienced and insightful about the world. She also had a sense of majesty without being angry, as if she was an iron general on the battlefield. "Mom, are we going to die? Those monsters are so scary, Mingqi is so scared." At this time, a somewhat timid voice sounded, and a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, who looked extremely beautiful, walked up to the woman, looked out the window, and whispered to the woman, fear that could not be concealed in her voice. The woman gently stroked the girl's hair, her eyes moving around, a light of wisdom flashing across them. She softly comforted her daughter, "Mingqi, don't be afraid. Mom has just asked for help from the people downstairs. I believe they will come to save us. You saw it just now. They are all very powerful. These monsters are no match for them." The woman's voice seemed to contain a calming power. Under her voice, the girl gradually leaned on the woman's arms and slowly fell asleep. "If you are ambitious, then you will definitely come to me." After putting her daughter back on the bed, the woman returned to the window again, looking at the place where Wang Shuang disappeared, muttering to herself, saying some words that only she understood. Afterwards, everyone rushed all the way to a red and white high-rise building at the back, which was dozens of stories high. Wang Shuang's sister and her family lived on the 20th floor. They used to have an elevator, which was convenient, but now the power is out and the elevator can't work, so they can only climb the stairs. 10 minutes later, Wang Shuang and the others were drenched in sweat, as if they had been fished out of the water. They had climbed 20 floors in a row. Even Wang Shuang felt extremely tired, not to mention Wang Hu, Su Fei, and Fang Jie. Huang Beibei was okay, after all, she was a police officer and had a better foundation than the others. The worst off were Lin Yuran and Xie Yu. When had these 2 delicate girls ever climbed so many floors? By the time they climbed up, they were so tired that they could not even walk and just lay on the ground, not wanting to get up anymore. They just wished they could fall asleep. Wang Shuang didn't have time to care about these things. He just looked at the damaged security door in front of him with his eyes full of anger. A terrifying killing intent appeared on Wang Shuang's body, which was even more terrifying than before. His eyes were red as if they were dripping blood. A sense of extreme despair filled everyone's heart. They all looked at Wang Shuang, who seemed to be a fallen demon, in great horror, and were overwhelmed and couldn't breathe. Wang Shuang's sister is a white-collar worker, a store manager selling high-end furniture, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. However, after buying a house here, she fell into heavy mortgage pressure. She worked until late at night every day, and she didn't forget to call herself, often letting her go to her house for dinner, and taking herself to the mall from time to time to buy herself some good clothes. Of course, her brother-in-law is also a small supervisor of a state-owned enterprise. The combined salary of the two people is considered medium in Jiangnan City, so life is not bad. She felt even happier after giving birth to a lovely girl. Wang Shuang used to visit her little niece often and asked her to call him uncle. However, the little girl only called dad and mom, and never called uncle once. This was the most depressing thing for Wang Shuang. Every time, her sister and brother-in-law would laugh at her for not having an uncle. His sister often urged him to find a girlfriend and stop playing around. Wang Shuang nodded perfunctorily every time, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. He did not tell his sister about the failure of his previous confession. His family was just an ordinary family and he did not have any outstanding abilities. He would blush when chatting with girls, let alone a girlfriend. His sister successfully gained a foothold in this city through her own efforts, but he had a bleak future. Wang Shuang once swore that he would never have a girlfriend again until he had achieved success in his career after graduation. However, this fact remained in Wang Shuang's heart and he never told anyone about it. Thinking of how good my sister was to me, when I saw the open door in front of me, it was as if there had been an earthquake inside. The furniture fell to the ground, broken dishes, clothes, and pillows were thrown all over the place, all kinds of toys were thrown on the ground at random, and there was a pool of bright red blood on the floor of the living room. A zombie with half of its leg eaten away and only bones left was walking around the room, its belly bulging high, as if it had swallowed something. Die. 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 Wang Shuang seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly roared, without even moving his knife. He punched straight out, not hitting its head, but directly breaking one of the zombie's legs, and blood, flesh and bones exploded everywhere. Then, Wang Shuang seemed to be crazy, and punched again, breaking the opponent's limbs with each punch. The blood mist and broken bones filled the air, leaving only the torso. A zombie with a big belly fell to the ground. There was no trace of fear on his face, only a desire for flesh and blood. Roar. The zombie's eyes were ferocious, and it kept making inexplicable roars from its mouth, as if mocking Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang's eyes were crazy and bloodthirsty. He looked at the zombie without a trace of mercy, only endless killing. Wang Shuang walked towards the zombie step by step, looked at the ugly face, and stomped on it hard. Puff. The ground was instantly dyed red and white again, and the zombie died instantly. Wang Shuang looked at the zombie's belly with a sad face. Everyone else stood aside in silence, not daring to disturb Wang Shuang. Suddenly, a voice appeared, "Are you here to look for Xiao Wang?" Everyone turned around in a daze and saw that the door of the room opposite was opened. A woman who looked to be in her 30s opened the door, looked at everyone, and asked in a low voice. Next to her was a man holding a kitchen knife in his hand, looking at them nervously. "Ain't you, Uncle Zhang?" Wang Shuang's face changed and he recognized the people in front of him as his sister's neighbors. The woman was called Yufeng and the man was called Zhang Lei. He had met them before and they had a good relationship with his sister's family. He heard that the two of them opened a small company and had quite a bit of assets. Therefore, the moment he saw them, Wang Shuang was immediately excited. In less than a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of nearly 10 meters and came to the couple. He grabbed the shoulder of the woman called Aunt Yu and shook her non-stop. "Aunt Yu, where are my sister and her family? Do you know? Or have they already?" Wang Shuang's tone was extremely urgent, with a hint of expectation and fear. Aunt Yu and Uncle Zhang looked at the man in front of them with horror. They all had an impression of Wang Shuang and knew that he was Wang Qin's younger brother. He used to come to his sister's house often, so they also knew this honest child. However, it has only been a short time since they last saw him, but Wang Shuang in their eyes has become so terrifying. They saw the scene of Wang Shuang killing the zombie just now through the cat's eye. The terrifying speed and strength shocked them. If they didn't know Wang Shuang's character, they would never dare to open the door. "Your sister and her family are all fine. They left 2 days ago and I don't know where they went. They even asked me to go with them, but I thought they would wait until the government rescued them, so I didn't agree." Aunt Yu felt dizzy from the shaking and spoke quickly, fearing that she would get a concussion if she was shaken any further. "Gone. They're gone. There was a hint of ecstasy in Wang Shuang's eyes, and the string in his heart that had been stretched to the extreme finally relaxed a little. As long as it was not the worst-case scenario, if the people disappeared, he could go look for them again. Even if it cost several times the price, he must find them. That's right. The two of them took their daughter and left with a group of people. I don't know where they went. I guess they left the city. But at that time, there were zombies everywhere in the city. We thought the government would come to rescue us, so we didn't leave. But now we can't get out anymore. The monsters outside are becoming more and more terrifying. We have seen with our own eyes that many people who were hiding were found and killed by some monsters. Zhang Lei spoke with a bitter face, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes at the end. Alas, now it seems that your sister Xiaojin is the one who has foresight. She knew that the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it will be, so she left early. Hearing what the couple said, Wang Shuang felt relieved. He looked at the two and asked, "Aunt Yu, Uncle Zhang, we are here to save my sister. Now that they have left, we have to leave. It's very dangerous outside. Do you plan to stay here or leave with us?" Wang Shuang was not a heartless person. He knew that a favor must be repaid. Regarding the news that the couple had given to his sister, he did not mind helping them. Of course, if they insisted on waiting for government rescue, he would not say much. Everyone else looked at Wang Shuang in surprise. Some of them were surprised that Wang Shuang had become so kind and would take the initiative to offer to take the two people away. You know, before they left many people to fend for themselves, and Wang Shuang never had the slightest thought of saving them. Even the woman just now, Wang Shuang pretended not to see her. But now it is the same, and everyone can't help but feel that they don't recognize the figure in front of them. When Yufeng and his wife heard Wang Shuang's words, they were pleasantly surprised. Seeing Wang Shuang's strength, their intuition as businessmen told them that this was their last chance to leave the purgatory of Jiangnan City. If they didn't seize it, they would have no other way but to wait for death. Therefore, they all nodded repeatedly with excitement on their faces. Wang Shuang was not surprised and nodded. After a simple rest here, he was ready to leave. Yufeng and his wife went back to pack up. There was nothing much to pack, just a backpack with some food and water in it. They had relied on the remaining water and food at home to survive for several days. Now, there was not much left. Each of them held a kitchen knife in his hand, and he was very careful, which looked extremely funny. Wang Shuang couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw the two people like this, which slightly dispelled his sadness. The group didn't stay upstairs for long, fearing that the longer they stayed, the greater the variables would be. The two girls also forced themselves to endure the fatigue and barely kept up with the group. Forget it, Zhang Yi, you carry Xie Yu on your back, and I'll carry Lin Yuren. Otherwise, the two of them will be exhausted to death. When Wang Shuang was going downstairs, he suddenly stopped and spoke to Zhang Yi behind him. After he finished speaking, he looked at the two women who were as tired as pugs, with a teasing look on his face. Oh, how embarrassing. A blush appeared on the faces of the two girls at the same time. Looking at Wang Shuang's playful smile, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. However, due to lack of physical strength, they had to be carried on the backs of the two boys and ran down quickly. Although there was an extra person on their backs, for people with such low strength as Wang Shuang and Zhang Yi, it did not have much impact, just like having an extra bottle of water on their bodies. Lin Yuren leaned on Wang Shuang's back with a blushing face. A masculine scent came over her, making the childish face and big breasts Lin Yuren a little dazed. An inexplicable sense of security arose spontaneously. In Wang Shuang, Lin Yuren seemed to have a state of mind that even though there was a storm outside, I remained unmoved. Seeing Lin Yuren enjoying herself while leaning on Wang Shuang's back, Xie Yu gnashed his teeth in jealousy, cursing in his heart, "You vixen." Yufeng and his wife were among the crowd with Su Wei. Seeing those horrible zombies being easily dealt with by everyone, they couldn't help but feel deeply curious about the team in front of them. What on earth had they gone through that allowed such a team that was obviously put together to produce such a powerful force? Especially Wang Shuang, Yufeng had a very accurate view. These obviously extraordinary guys were all centered around Wang Shuang. No one refuted Wang Shuang's words. They were even more curious as to why this previously honest boy had changed so suddenly and so strangely. However, they were all smart people and knew they should not ask questions, so they all suppressed their inner curiosity. Chi. A small bright yellow fireball appeared and killed a zombie that was coming towards them. This scene completely shattered the Yufeng couple's cognition and made them doubt whether they were in the magical world or the real world. Wang Shuang has not forgotten why the Jin Chang family he saved came to the city. He went to the floor they mentioned, but he did not find anyone alive, only empty rooms. Wang Shuang could only sigh secretly. If the Jin Chang family got this news, they would probably be disappointed. Xiao Shuang, that's the woman who asked for help before. She's still standing by the window. Li Xian's voice shifted Wang Shuang's gaze to a place not far away, where he saw the woman. He could clearly see that the woman didn't have a trace of anxiety or desire, but was just looking at him indifferently. The red cloth with the words "Save me" written on it was thrown away somewhere. Wang Shuang sensed in her a calmness that was obvious from someone who had gone through countless experiences and had long since become indifferent to life and death. She also had an aura of someone who held great power and was superior. Wang Shuang had only seen people with this kind of temperament in a handful of people before, but they were either high-ranking government officials or presidents of a certain group. None of them was an ordinary person. Wang Shuang believed that she should belong to the latter, but what use would it be to him? His goal was to find his sister. Wang Shuang thought of this and decided not to care about it anymore. He wanted to leave directly. Suddenly, Yufeng's exclamation sounded, causing Wang Shuang to pause. That seems to be Dong Zhu, the president of Jietian Group. The leader of Jiangnan City's real estate industry, that legendary woman. What? She is the Iron Lady who single-handedly supported a group that was about to go bankrupt and turned losses into profits in less than 3 years. In less than 5 years, she led Jietian Group to become the leading real estate company in Jiangnan City. It's her. She is well known in the entire Chinese business community. It is said that her husband committed suicide because he owed too much debt, but she cut her long hair, walked out of the kitchen, and directly took up the banner of the group. This kind of heroine is really admirable. When the others heard Yufeng's words, they were all surprised, as if they couldn't believe that this was the legendary woman. Wang Shuang also had some information about this name flashing through his mind, and knew that the woman should be Dong Zhu, the president of Jietian Group. Although she was just over 40, her life experience was truly legendary. At the age of 20, she graduated from Tsinghua University, the top university in the entire country, and then went abroad to study for 3 years at a top university abroad. She also worked as a department manager in a Fortune 500 company for 5 years. At the age of 30, she returned to China and married the then president of Jietian Group. At the age of 30, she gave birth to a lovely girl. At the age of 32, she experienced the most painful experience. Her husband's company's capital chain broke and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Her husband jumped off the building and left this world, leaving behind the babbling child. Although she was a woman, she did not accept her fate. After her husband died, she shaved her head to show her determination, cut off her long hair, walked out of the kitchen, and became the person who once worked in the Fortune 500. She reorganized the company with a vigorous and resolute attitude, and even borrowed funds from banks through various connections. After a series of dazzling operations, although the Jietian Group was still severely damaged, it finally preserved its foundation. She paid off all her debts in just 3 years. 5 years later, it became the real estate leader in Jiangnan City. Her personal net worth also skyrocketed to nearly 100 billion yuan, ranking among the top 10 in the whole of China. These are all information from the internet. They flashed through Wang Shuang's mind. Therefore, after just a pause, a strange color flashed across Wang Shuang's eyes and his figure changed direction. Help! Everyone was stunned and followed Wang Shuang's footsteps. In the room far away, the woman smiled faintly, very deeply, when she saw Wang Shuang and others running towards here. Looking at Wang Shuang's figure, a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, and there was a feeling that everything was under control. It seems that you are also a guy who can't bear loneliness. But if you want me to help you, you have to show me how capable you are. 5 minutes later, Wang Shuang appeared outside the house, looking at the house surrounded by iron fences. There was a swimming pool in the middle, some flowers and plants beside it, and a small vegetable garden not far away. It seemed like a fairyland in this bustling city. They were all speechless. How much money did this cost? It was too much for the rich. Houses here were extremely expensive. Others tried to convert as much space as possible into living space, but this one was like a small rural vegetable garden. However, when they thought of the people living there, they felt relieved. With the other party's wealth, it would be a simple matter to buy the entire community. The door was originally powered by electricity, but now the power was down, so they all jumped over the fence as high as a person and ran inside. There were many zombies inside, but they were blocked outside the house and couldn't get in. Wang Shuang and others quickly took action to eliminate several zombies wandering outside the house. At this time, the white door slowly opened, and Wang Shuang and others saw the figure they often saw on TV appear, as elegant and tough as ever, as if he was not affected by the crisis. "Welcome everyone, my humble abode is so simple, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all." Dong Zhu's voice sounded calmly, and she stepped aside, motioning everyone to go in. "Haha, Madam Dong, you are too polite. With this nano-alloy door of yours, even a grenade can't blow it open. If this is still considered my humble abode, then there is no place in the world where I can live." Wang Shuang took a step forward and responded with a smile, then strode in. When the others saw Wang Shuang go in, they all followed him. It's not that Wang Shuang is knowledgeable, but he is a little curious why this group of zombies didn't open the door. You know, there was a power-type zombie just now. Logically speaking, how could a door stop these zombies? Therefore, he directly used the detection eye to take a look at the material of the door. It was made of nanoalloy throughout, and its hardness could withstand dozens of cannon bombardments without being destroyed. No wonder it could stop the zombies such as Wang Shuang from entering the home of this legendary woman. It was not as luxurious as they had imagined. Everything was very simple and plain, which surprised them a little. They sat down as host and guest, and Wang Shuang and others briefly introduced themselves. As for Dong Zhu, she didn't need to introduce herself as they already knew her clearly on the internet. "Mom, who are they?" At this time, a girl who was about 10 years old but had long black hair suddenly appeared in front of them. Her eyes were hazy, as if she had just woken up. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, but everyone's eyes lit up the moment they saw the girl, and they all thought to themselves, what a beauty. "Mingqi, they are the big brothers who are here to save us." Dong Zhu walked to the girl and introduced her to everyone. "This is my daughter, Dong Mingqi. Mingqi, look, these are the older brothers and sisters you saw this morning who bravely fought against those monsters. They are here to save us now." Dong Zhu touched Meng Qi's head lovingly and spoke softly. The little girl was very sensible. After hearing what her mother said, she gave a lovely smile to Wang Shuang and others. "Thank you all the big brothers and sisters for coming to save Mingqi and Mom." Then she took a few steps forward and walked towards them. When Wang Shuang and others saw such a cute little girl, they all smiled what they thought was a kind smile. Wang Hu's smile was the happiest because he saw the girl was walking towards him. But something happened that made him depressed. The girl passed him by and walked towards Wang Shuang, leaving Wang Hu, who was a little embarrassed, with his hands outstretched, causing everyone to laugh secretly. "Big brother, you are so awesome that you can even use magic fireballs." The little girl had a face full of admiration. She had seen Wang Shuang display his prowess at the window in the morning. His terrifying speed and strength among the lost group, as well as the fireballs that he could shoot out at will, instantly made her admire Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang looked at the little girl's admiring eyes, smiled slightly, reached out and touched her long hair, and comforted her softly. "Mingqi, right? Don't worry, big brother will come to take you away and protect you." The little girl nodded like a chicken chasing rice, and wanted to say something, but was sent away by Dong Zhu. Then, Dong Zhu looked at Wang Shuang and said, "Xiao Shuang, I am older than all of you. You can just call me Aunt Dong, and don't call me Madam Dong anymore. I want to ask, why did you come here before? You don't look like you have nowhere to go. With your abilities, I think it wouldn't be too difficult to get out. Why did you stay in such a dangerous place?" After hearing Dong Zhu's words, everyone looked at Wang Shuang. The meaning was self-evident. Dong Zhu looked at Wang Shuang's calm face with interest, looking forward to his answer. Wang Shuang did not hesitate and calmly stated his reasons, starting from the beginning. Apart from some things that only he knew, he did not hold back at all, and there was no trace of guilt on his face for leading everyone into a crisis. After hearing Wang Shuang's answer, Dongzhu's expression remained unchanged, but in her mind she was analyzing it very quickly in a way that no one else could understand. Emotional, trustworthy, cold, rational, compassionate. He has a good personality, but his methods are too rough. However, his strength can make up for this shortcoming. Lack of planning, but strong. No one knew Dongzhu's analysis, only Su Wei looked at Dongzhu with a strange expression, a trace of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was using her special ability to try to see what Dongzhu was thinking, but she couldn't see through it. Dongzhu's mind was like a deep ocean, and her special ability was just like a small stone thrown into the lake, which was instantly swallowed up by the terrifying calmness and didn't cause a single ripple. She didn't even think about the fact that this kind of person with extraordinary wisdom, who had been an old fox in the business world for decades, had already developed a very sharp mind that was immune to all evil. How could his inner thoughts be known so easily by anyone except himself? If Su Wei's level was as high as level 6 or above, there might be some possibility. Dongzhu listened to Wang Shuang seriously. Half an hour had passed since Wang Shuang finished speaking. Call. Wang Shuang exhaled lightly and looked at Dongzhu in front of him, who seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't say anything and just looked at her quietly. You are here to save your sister. Your sister is not dead. Maybe they left. Dongzhu pondered for a while and looked at Wang Shuang. If you really want to find them, it is not impossible. There must be many survivors in Jiangnan City. Since there are people, there must be groups and organizations. After all, humans are social animals. As long as there are people, it will be easy. We can look for them one by one. Nowadays, zombies are rampant. If we want to survive, the first thing is the location. It must be sparsely populated. Secondly, it is not easy for zombies to find it. Finally, we need to ensure basic food and drink. There aren't many places like this in Jiangnan City, but if there are really a lot of people surviving and want to stay together for warmth, there are only a few places that can do it. The others were all extremely shocked when they listened to Dongzhu's analysis. Just based on some extremely simple content said by Wang Shuang, they were able to generate so many associations and analyses. The female legend in the business world was indeed not comparable to ordinary people. They all felt that their level was instantly lowered to the level of a 1-year-old baby. However, they were also startled in their hearts. Dongzhu actually said this to Wang Shuang. That meant they had to continue searching in the city, one place at a time. Thinking of the current danger in Jiangnan City, they were all a little frightened. Wang Shuang didn't think too much about it. Hearing this, he looked at Dongzhu excitedly and asked anxiously, Aunt Dong, where is such a place? The words were extremely exciting. After all, this was a way. Perhaps they had not left Jiangnan City, but were waiting for them in a team of survivors. Seeing Wang Shuang's excited look, Dongzhu sighed inwardly. The reason why she said those words was just to comfort Wang Shuang and give him hope. After all, in that environment, the probability of surviving was really too low, so low that even she, a woman who always believed in miracles, was unwilling to believe it. I didn't expect Wang Shuang to be so obsessed that he had to take the risk to find it. Fool, what a fool. Dongzhu's heart softened. Forget it, just think of it as accompanying this little guy for some craziness, and it can be regarded as repaying his life-saving grace. Thinking about it, Dongzhu raised her head, looked at Wang Shuang, and said a few names, which immediately made Wang Shuang's eyes sparkle. His face was suddenly enlightened, and then full of admiration for her. However, I don't recommend you to act together this time. They are too weak. You can easily escape if there is danger, but unless you help them, they will be in danger sooner or later. Dongzhu seemed to have thought of something and spoke again, hitting everyone. Wang Hu, Lin Yuren, Xie Lingyu, Wang Beibei, Fang Fei, Su Jie, they all looked ashamed. They knew very well that if it weren't for Wang Shuang's help, they didn't know how many times they would have died. Therefore, they almost dragged Wang Shuang to death. They came to help, but they didn't expect to become a burden. Seeing everyone's faces flushed, Wang Shuang frowned and looked at Dongzhu. Aunt Dong, they are my friends and my comrades in arms. Since they chose to come to Jiangnan City with me, I must be responsible for them. So, it doesn't matter whether I'm a burden or not. As long as I'm alive, I won't let down the people who follow me. Wang Shuang's words were sonorous and decisive, which made everyone present tremble in their hearts. They all looked up at Wang Shuang with an unspeakable meaning. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that following Wang Shuang was the best choice they had ever made in their lives. Even Zhang Yi was silent at this moment, but he had let go of any little thoughts in his heart and no longer had any thoughts at all. Perhaps, this is the reason why I am never as good as him. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. Dong Zhu was also a little surprised, not because of Wang Shuang's words, but because of his reaction. He was able to react so quickly and use it to win people's hearts. This method, whether it was sincere or intentional, was worthy of her praise. Haha, this is interesting. Let me see how far you can go. Actually, I'm not discriminating against them, but if you really take them with you, you can save them once, 10 times, but it's impossible to save them 100 times. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. You can go by yourself or take one of them with you. They can help you. Dong Zhu pointed at Li Xin and Zhang Yi. She could clearly see that these two people were different from others. One had terrifying speed, and the other was powerful. They should be the same type of people as Wang Shuang. Aunt Dong, they are evolvers, and so is Lu Xin, but his abilities are somewhat special, and can only be used with a gun in his hand. As for what evolvers are, it's hard to explain to you. You can think of them as a type of human who suddenly gain special powers, and these humans can also kill zombies and become stronger. Zhang Yi and I should be considered as those who evolved naturally after the mutation occurred, while Li Xin and Lu Xin became evolvers after they acquired a skill after killing zombies. Wang Shuang gave Dong Zhu a brief introduction, so that she wouldn't be unaware of the evolvers and suffer a great loss in the future. What you said makes sense. Well, I'll go by myself this time, and they will stay with you for a while. Firstly, they can have a rest, and secondly, they can protect you and your daughter. Wang Shuang thought about it and made the decision. Xiao Shuang, I'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'm fast enough. If there's danger, I can escape and won't tire you out. Li Xin suddenly stood up, looked at Wang Shuang, and frowned. Li Xinqing was afraid that the scene of the last battle with the mutant would happen again. If Wang Shuang was alone at that time, he would be dead. Therefore, Li Xin wanted to go with Wang Shuang, so that at least they could take care of each other. Wang Shuang smiled and waved his hands. No need, Xiao Xin, it's convenient for me to be alone this time. I can walk when I want and fight when I want. Ordinary zombies can't trap me. Besides, I still have a few grenades. If I really encounter that kind of dangerous situation, I won't be stingy. At this time, everyone remembered that they had found some good things in the police station. With one grenade, even the iron wall could be blown away. Therefore, everyone put their worries aside a little. Li Xin thought about it for a while, and seeing that Wang Shuang insisted, he stopped talking. Those who didn't know, such as Yufeng, Zhang Lei, Su Wei, and Lu Xin, looked at Wang Shuang in disbelief. This guy even had grenades. Even Dong Zhu was a little surprised. This little guy had surprised her more than she had in the past 10 years. She didn't know how many more surprises he would bring her. Okay, you guys stay here with Aunt Dong for a while. I'm leaving first. There are a lot of places nearby, and they're quite far apart. I may not be able to come back at night, so you don't have to worry. Wang Shuang said, and was about to leave. Big brother, why are you leaving? At this time, Meng Qi came out of the room again. She seemed a little unhappy about being sent away by Dong Zhu. However, when she saw Wang Shuang was about to leave, she asked nervously, grabbing the corner of Wang Shuang's clothes and looking at Wang Shuang with her big watery eyes. From time to time, she turned back to look at her mother, as if asking questions. Haha, Mengqi, big brother has some things to do and will be back soon. Wang Shuang smiled and comforted the little girl. He took out a piece of golden monkey candy from his pocket and handed it to her. Mengqi, be good, wait for big brother to come back and bring you some delicious food, okay? Unexpectedly, the little girl rolled her eyes, snatched Wang Shuang's candy, and muttered, I'm already past the age of eating candy, and you still treat me like a child. Humph. Although she said that, she held the candy tightly in her hand. Everyone smiled knowingly, and Wang Shuang's body disappeared as a shadow. He had now completely cleared the panoramic map of Jiangnan City, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. An hour later, Wang Shuang appeared on the top of a tall building, watching the sunset gradually setting in the distance. The streets that should have been bustling with traffic were now occupied by zombies. All kinds of shops were closed, glass was broken all over the ground, and vehicles were thrown randomly on the roadside. Many vehicles were emitting black smoke and were smashed to pieces. Some vehicles were turned over completely, and all kinds of garbage were flying in the air, making Wang Shuang's eyes gloomy. One day, I will come back and take back everything here. Wang Shuang muttered to himself, an indescribable domineering aura appeared on his body. After he finished speaking, he looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A passage that looked like an alley was tightly surrounded by a fence. There were many vehicles in it, and the whole alley was blocked by vehicles. Found it. Wang Shuang went downstairs directly and appeared at the entrance of the alley a few minutes later. Looking at the alley that was blocked tightly, the bar flashed through his mind. Yes, the first place Wang Shuang found was a nearby bar. The incident happened during the day. During the day, there were the least people in the bar and there was enough food. Moreover, this bar was located in an alley and the address was slightly remote. I'm afraid there were some illicit businesses at that time, so the bar was opened in such a place. But Wang Shuang doesn't care, as long as he can achieve his goal. Wang Shuang simply climbed over the fence and stepped over the vehicle. Not long after walking, he came to a fork in the road. Wang Shuang could feel someone peeking at him in the corner. He couldn't help but feel happy. It was good to have someone there. He was just afraid that there would be no one. Who are you? What are you doing here? Suddenly, a man in the corner pointed a sharp spike at Wang Shuang and shouted in a low and vigilant voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more people appeared at the same time and surrounded Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang looked at the 4 people who were staring at him with eager eyes. He did not respond to the other party's words, but said, "You, take me to where you live. I want to find the person in charge here. Dream on, you." One of the 4 people on the opposite side yelled angrily and wanted to curse loudly, but his eyes blurred and a silver-white long knife was directly across his neck. The cold blade instantly made him sober up. Looking at the extremely indifferent face in front of him, he couldn't hide the fear. Advance, Evolver. Wang Shuang followed the others, carrying a tang sword on his back, and walked around in the alleys, almost getting confused before he came to a large iron gate that was tightly closed. The gate was welded shut with steel bars on all sides, leaving only one door that could allow one person to enter and exit. It seemed to be the back door of a house, and there were 2 people guarding the door. When the 2 gatekeepers saw Wang Shuang and others, they became a little alert. "Stop, Li Ming, who is he? How could you bring someone back so casually?" The guy called Li Ming smiled bitterly and said to the 2 of them impatiently, "Don't worry about it. Where is Boss Gao? I have something important to see him." "What important matter is there that requires you to look for Boss Gao? Can't you tell us first? We can inform Brother Ma first. After all, Boss Gao has too many things to do. If the matter is not so important, don't bother him all the time." The 2 gatekeepers spoke lightly, guarding the door tightly, holding the 2 homemade spears tightly in their hands. "You." Li Ming seemed a little angry, but also a little cautious. He was stuck there and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Wang Shuang looked at everything in front of him with great interest. He didn't expect that the bad nature of human beings could never be eliminated. Where there are people, there are gangs and factions. Everyone fights for power and profit for their own interests. Even at this moment when they may die at any time, they do not forget to demonstrate their power and show their status. But Wang Shuang knew that this situation was unavoidable by anyone. Perhaps, if he established an organization in the future, this situation would also happen. However, he would directly nip it in the bud when there was such a sign. He had the determination and the strength, so Wang Shuang had never worried. As long as his strength was stronger than others, then no one could cause any trouble as long as he was alive. Haha, no matter how busy I, Gao Chang, am, I still have to handle some things personally when they should be dealt with. There is no need for Brother Mali to notify me again. Suddenly, a slightly hearty laugh was heard, and a burly man walked out of the door, followed by 2 men with submachine guns. The man had a kind smile, but there was something gloomy in his voice. Looking at Wang Shuang's outfit, his eyes lit up and he smiled at Li Ming. Li Ming, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to me? Haha, Brother Gao, you are so busy, yet you still have to do everything yourself. It's really hard for you. If there is anything, just let me do it. But don't overwork yourself. Nearly 100 people are counting on you. Before Wang Shuang could say anything, a slightly thin man in a black jacket also walked out of the door, followed by 4 big men with submachine guns. The voice came from his mouth, and it sounded full of concern. However, when Wang Shuang saw that Gao Chang's face suddenly turned ugly after this man appeared, he knew that there must be a story between them. After saying that, he looked at Wang Shuang and said, "Hey, Li Ming, where did you bring this kid from? He must be in college, but he managed to survive." "Not bad, really not bad." The man's tone was very casual, and he looked at Wang Shuang as if he was commenting on a piece of merchandise. "Boy, follow me, Molly, and tell me my name if anyone bullies you." His words were reckless, as if Gao Chang, the leader, did not exist. Gao Chang's face was extremely ugly, but Li Ming and others had extremely strange faces. They were not angry, but just looked at this person who was bullying here and opposing Boss Gao as if he were a dead person. Taking an evolver as a younger brother, haha, I really don't know whether he is stupid or too brave. In a few days, they already knew the existence of evolvers, and they also knew that they were a group of terrifying humans with special powers. To ordinary people, they were like superhumans. Therefore, to be an enemy of an evolver was basically to seek death. And Molly, after he said that, was already a dead man in their eyes. While thinking about it, he winked at Gao Chang, signaling him not to make any sound. However, with Wang Shuang beside them, they didn't dare to make any big moves, so Gao Chang simply ignored their actions. "Molly, you are too anxious. I'm not dead yet, but you are in a hurry to recruit people." Gao Chang forced himself to suppress his anger. He no longer cared who Wang Shuang was or what he was doing here. He spoke sternly to Molly. "Gao Chang, I respect you and call you boss. If I don't respect you, then you are nothing. You keep bossing me around and asking me to do this and that. I have people and guns. If I hadn't led people to risk their lives to retrieve a batch of guns, you would be the boss here. Bah, you really take yourself seriously. Humph, you're still here, sticking onions in your pig's nose, pretending to be an elephant." Wang Shuang felt a little irritated after listening to what the two said. He didn't care what grudges there were between them. He just wanted to know if there was the person he was looking for here. However, judging from the situation, they wouldn't understand the situation at all unless he used some tricks. "Believe it or not, I will shoot you." The two men started arguing, and Molly even yelled directly, pulling out the pistol from his waist and pointing it at Gao Chang and the others. The two sides raised their guns at the same time, and it seemed that the guns were about to go off. Boom. A fireball the size of a head fell directly between the two groups of people, burning a big hole in the ground. White smoke was emitted from the dark hole, which instantly petrified everyone. They slowly looked towards Wang Shuang. 3 fist-sized fireballs kept flying around Wang Shuang, like little elves. "You two, have you had enough of the trouble? I'm not here to listen to your internal quarrels. If you don't want to die, take me in. I'll leave when I find the person I'm looking for. Otherwise, you can go to hell in advance." Wang Shuang's voice was grim, and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. He knew that in this kind of doomsday, only by showing his strength and revealing his sharp teeth and claws could he make others afraid. If he kept showing weakness, people would only think that he was easy to bully. Evolver. Evolver. Gao Chang, Molly, and the others stared at Wang Shuang with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that Wang Shuang was the evolver. They all knew how terrifying the evolvers were. In this purgatory-like city, perhaps, only the evolvers could leave the city. They could only linger here, and the evolvers who had not left until now were either those with extremely weak strength who knew they could not get out, or those with ridiculous strength who did not care about the danger in the city at all. As for Wang Shuang, they saw 3 fireballs flying around them. The first possibility was that they were directly extinguished. When they thought of the second possibility, they all gasped at the same time and looked at Wang Shuang in horror. For a moment, they even forgot to speak.